Chapter 1491. The Dark Shadow Clan lived in a place with good geomancy not far from Demon Soul City. This place was the ancestral land of the Dark Shadow Clan, which was pretty close to the Soul Clan's ancestral land. It was also the reason why the Dark Shadow Clan and the Soul Clan had a lot of conflicts. The Dark Shadow Clan's territory wasn't smaller than any Super Force's territory. It was even bigger. The warriors of the Dark Shadow Clan stayed here to rest. Even if they went out to explore, they wouldn't use their real identities. They were the existences of the hidden forces. They didn't want to expose their identities or their forces. Although they were called the hidden forces, they weren't completely isolated from the world. At least, the Demon Soul Clan was their base. They just gathered all of their forces and tried their best to develop and strengthen them. They hoped that one day, they could revive the mighty prestige of the Dark Shadow Clan. Today, in the important place of the Dark Shadow Clan, there were some incipient God Realm experts gathered, who said that the Dark Shadow Clan had only 2 incipient God Realm experts. It was just a cover that the Dark Shadow Clan had shown to the public. They hadn't shown their real power yet. After Ing Fu and Ing Li came back, these supreme experts got out of their seclusion. Of course, the chief of the previous generation of the Dark Shadow Clan was sitting in the main seat. He was a peak of middle-level Great Realm expert. His cultivation base was definitely one of the best in this place. He angrily shouted, "This is going too far." This little bastard dared to cause trouble in the Demon Soul Clan's territory, but he still managed to escape. Ing Fu, Ing Li, what the hell are you doing? Ing Fu's face turned livid as he said, "Patriarch, that boy is too strange. Not only does he have helpers around him, but he can also create clones of flesh and blood. His combat strength is extremely terrifying. My 8 eyes was also killed by that boy." Ing Li also said, "Although my god body has recovered, I won't be able to advance any further in a short time." His god body had exploded many times, which would damage his foundation severely. He would also lose a lot of essence blood. On the surface, it looked like nothing had happened. However, there were hidden injuries. If he couldn't adjust his breathing, he would have to stop at this level. This little bastard is just a new great master. How could he have such strong competence and helpers? Is he an elder that Kim people sent to protect him? Said the chief of the Dark Shadow Clan indignantly. At this moment, the strongest incipient God Realm expert here said gloomily, "I heard that he's the first supreme alchemist in our territory. It's not strange that he has a protector at this level." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I just want to know why our race has made such a person our enemy. Only by understanding the root cause can we solve this problem." This man's power wasn't less than the old chief of the Dark Shadow Clan, because he was the great elder of the previous 2 generations. His competence was even stronger than the old chief. After that, the current chief of the Dark Shadow Clan reported to the other ancestors. He didn't dare to conceal anything. "So, it's because of Xiao Ao that the little bastard has a grudge against our clan?" The great elder of the previous 2 generations said discontentedly. "It's been a long time. Our clan has lost some elders. Dozens of years have passed, but he hasn't troubled our clan. Perhaps it's a coincidence that Ing Yonggao's son captured that bastard's disciple and forced his disciple's wife to die. That's why he's so enraged," explained the current chief of the Dark Shadow Clan. He didn't want to shoulder all of this trouble on Ing Ao. Ing Ao was his youngest son. Everybody here knew that these 2 incidents were related. Anyway, the Dark Shadow Clan had offended Ling Xiao first. And now, they were interested in Ling Xiao's dragon and phoenix god Hoop. Thus, the other clans had to take action against him. Today they just added the old and new grudges to settle the score with the Dark Shadow Clan. However, they couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. 2 incipient God Realm experts had attacked him, but they had to run away. They knew how serious this matter was. After they had analyzed the situation, no matter how the conflict with Ling Xiao had started, they would never let go of Ling Xiao. They decided not to pay any price to deal with Ling Xiao. They sent someone to contact the other ancient clans. Eventually, they dragged the Demon Tiger tribe into this mess, because the Demon Tiger tribe used to fight against the Soul Clan. They also valued the dragon and phoenix god Hoop a lot. Moreover, the Demon Tiger tribe had a deep grudge against the Kim people. While they were discussing these things, they didn't know that Ing Li's eyes had a flash of sharp light. Shortly after, it disappeared. At the same time, Ling Xiao had taken his prodigal son and left Demon Soul City. However, he didn't go to the Soul Clan's descendants. Quite the contrary, he went in the opposite direction. Of course, he didn't want the warriors of the Dark Shadow Clan to know where he was heading. If the Dark Shadow Clan found out the location of the Soul Clan's descendants, it would be dangerous. He had to be careful and cautious. He couldn't afford to be careless again. Ling Xiao chose a mountain range to land. After he had opened a cave mansion, he immediately summoned Yin Tian. He had to get him out. His competence was too low. He couldn't endure the power of the parasol fruit. If he didn't channel the excess energy out of his body, he wouldn't be reborn. Instead, he would explode and his soul would scatter. Yin Tian had already recovered his boundless vitality. His clothes had been completely burned by the excess fiery energy. His muscles were extremely red, like a ferocious soldering iron. Surging energy flowed through his veins, as if they were going to burst at any time. Ark! Yin Tian clutched the ground with both of his hands. He screamed unceasingly. He looked like he was in so much pain. Yin Tian's eyes were bloodshot. Moss. Master, I'm so hot. I can't bear it. Tianer, endure it. Guard your mind. Don't let the demons disturb you. I'm coming to help you. Ling Xiao screamed in fear. His hand grabbed Yin Tian's head. As Ling Xiao shouted, his hand grabbed Yin Tian's head. A suction force was generated, forcefully sucking the excess energy out of Yin Tian's body. With Ling Xiao's intervention, Yin Tian's power was quickly divided, and his condition was immediately suppressed and alleviated. The red color of his entire body slowly faded, and the visible meridians also slowly disappeared under his skin. Ling Xiao could feel Yin Tian's aura stabilizing. He immediately retracted his hand and said, Tian, guard your head. Clear all the veins and acupuncture points. Return all the energy to one. It was unknown if Yin Tian heard Ling Xiao's words. He closed his eyes and curled up on the ground. He still entered the final moment of rebirth in a strange way. Ling Xiao retreated to the side and stood silently by Yin Tian's side. He seemed to be lucky. If he hadn't sensed Yin Tian's situation, he wouldn't have known that something had happened to Yin Tian. He thought that he would be able to rebirth naturally by consuming the parasol fruit. However, he'd overlooked the gap in Yin Tian's cultivation. The vast energy he'd absorbed earlier still made him feel that it was enormous. As expected of an exalted grade divine object, Ling Xiao had entered a state as well. He refined the absorbed energy for his own use. He couldn't waste it. The energy of the parasol fruit was rather vast. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to rebirth a person. Yin Tian was only at the half-saint realm. He wouldn't even be able to digest a third of the energy of a divine object of this level. Moreover, he'd already wasted quite a bit of it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had discovered it in time and taken action. He was able to absorb half of the parasol fruit's energy into his body. This was just pure energy. It wouldn't have the power of nirvana anymore. After all, it had already been filtered by Yin Tian's body. As a low-level supreme incipient god realm expert, Ling Xiao could still feel the enormous energy. It was obvious that it was quite useful to him. The master and disciple both entered a state of cultivation in this cave mansion. They were doing different kinds of strengthening. Several days later, Ling Xiao woke up a step earlier than Yin Tian. His power had actually reached the middle level of low-level supreme incipient god realm. Although it was just a small advancement, the energy it contained was definitely much stronger than before. It was equivalent to many years of ascetic cultivation of a supreme incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would be able to absorb a part of the parasol fruit's energy after saving Yin Tian's life. He was really excited. After all, he had wanted to eat a parasol fruit to increase his power quickly. However, the best way to use the parasol fruit was to bring himself back to life. Only then would it achieve the best magical effect. Therefore, he was also waiting for a chance. If he was really injured and couldn't survive, perhaps he could use this parasol fruit to undergo a nirvana transformation. Now, it seemed like he didn't need to do that anymore. After all, He was very satisfied with his powerful and perfect body. He felt that he didn't need to take the risk of undergoing a nirvana transformation to increase his power. Ling Xiao looked at Yin Tian beside him. He didn't know when he had turned into a fire cocoon. Clusters of powerful energy wrapped around him and helped him undergo the final nirvana transformation. This process was very dangerous. No mistakes were allowed. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted and he would definitely die. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had absorbed the excess energy in Yin Tian's body in advance. Otherwise, forget about forming a cocoon. He would have died here. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Tanner, Master will definitely not let you grow alone in the future. After going through some storms, you need to see the rainbow to understand more. If it's always a storm, not everyone can endure it. He had made up his mind to bring Yin Tian back to the Dragon Gate and train him well. As for the soul race, he had to make new arrangements. He couldn't let them live with their enemies. If they were impulsive and exposed their identities, everything would be in vain. After all, the descendants of the soul race were too weak. They had to have a strong force to protect them. That was the most suitable method. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the fire cocoon started to move. Chapter 1492. A fire phoenix seemed to have been reborn from the ashes. It first raised its proud and unyielding head, before its body slowly struggled. After that, it slowly extended its fiery wings, stirring up a vigorous life force and fiery glow. Then it roared at the sky, causing its newly born body to become even more perfect and robust. The fire cocoon gradually cracked open. Waves of powerful origin energy surged in from all directions, filling the entire cave dwelling. Intense fiery light flickered incessantly. A figure slowly appeared in front of him. Wasn't that Yin Tian, who had been reborn? Ling Xiao's eyes twitched slightly. He realized that Yin Tian's strength had increased greatly, but there was one thing he could not understand. Why did Yin Tian still look like an old man? Could it be that I can't regain my youth? Ling Xiao thought sadly. However, just as Yin Tian slowly stood up, his body underwent another change. His skin began to crack. Is this the final moment? Ling Xiao mumbled with his mouth slightly agape. A layer of Yin Tian's skin fell off. Whether it was his face or his body, the old skin had been removed, revealing a new layer that was as smooth as jade. His appearance had also returned to his youthful and handsome appearance. He no longer looked old and clumsy. The muscles on his body had also become firm and contained a vast amount of power. This was true rebirth. However, there was one thing that Ling Xiao felt was wrong. Yin Tian's hair was still snow white and had not returned to its original jet black color. Tianer, how do you feel? Ling Xiao asked probingly. Yin Tian returned to his senses. His face was filled with excitement as he knelt down heavily towards Ling Xiao. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Yin Tian was indeed very grateful to Ling Xiao. Not only was he the ancestor of their soul race, but he was also his master. Ling Xiao had taught him many things and even brought them back to the ancestral land, allowing him to broaden his horizons and give him a goal to work towards. Now Ling Xiao had even revived him at the most critical moment and allowed him to obtain even greater power. There was nothing more worthy of his gratitude than this kind of gift. However, he still could not let go of the feelings in his heart. That was the fact that his wife, Liang Huan, had been raped to death. Therefore, his head of white hair was still maintained without any change. This was the cause of his sorrow. It was not something that Nirvana force could change, but his consciousness did not want to change. This also meant that Yin Tian was destined to be a tragic person in this life. He lived his life alone and did not find any woman. He was known as a love maniac by his descendants. Yin Tian listened to Ling Xiao the most, but Ling Xiao persuaded him to remarry and accept those outstanding women who pursued him bitterly. But on this matter, Yin Tian went against Ling Xiao's wishes. He took the interspatial ring and immediately dripped blood to recognize it as its master. He put it on and then took out a set of clothes to change into, covering his muscular body. Ling Xiao looked at Yin Tian's appearance and felt that he was even more manly. Especially that snow-white hair and that pair of melancholy eyes. He could absolutely kill any woman in a second. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his disciple's appearance, but this satisfaction still couldn't dispel the guilt he felt towards Yun Tian. In fact, Ling Xiao couldn't let it go for the time being. It was enough to show that he was a man who valued relationships and righteousness. Leaving the cave mansion, Ling Xiao took Yun Tian to the Soul Clan's residence at full speed. Ling Xiao retrieved his aura. His speed was much slower than usual. It was mainly because he didn't want the Dark Shadow Clan to detect him. 3 days later, Ling Xiao arrived at the place where the Soul Clan lived. His heart was filled with emotions. He looked down at his clansmen living quietly and happily on the ground. He suddenly felt a great comfort as if he was a member of the clan, living together with them. Ling Xiao couldn't tell if he was a member of the Soul Clan or not. He had a heavy soul, but his body had the blood of the Kim people. In that reincarnation dreamland, was he the ancestor of the Soul Clan, Hun Feng, in his previous life? Or was it just a dream? At this moment, it wasn't important. What was important was that Ling Xiao considered them his clansmen, and they considered him their ancestor. He had the obligation to protect them and take revenge for them. He also had the obligation to lead them to become stronger, to restore the prestige of the Soul Clan. Of course, he would never push the soul race to the point of no return. Instead, he wanted them to truly integrate into the human race. At this time, 2 silhouettes dashed out from 2 different directions. These 2 silhouettes came in front of Ling Xiao, kneeling on one knee and saying respectfully, "Greetings, Master." These 2 silhouettes were the protectors that Ling Xiao had arranged to protect the Soul Clan. They were Mo Inyo and Sha Tian. Mo Inyo was the Sunjin of Goguryeo of the Profound Sky Domain. His strength was extraordinary. Sha Tian was no longer under Ling Xiao's control, but he chose to be loyal to Ling Xiao. Now he had reached the mid-level Divine King realm. In the past, after Sha Tian broke through to the Divine King realm, he took the God King elixir. It wasn't surprising that he became a mid-level Divine King. After so many years, he had grown a lot stronger. It was enough to show that his Tenbin wasn't weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a formidable opponent of the young demonic emperor. "Get up. It's been hard on you all these years," Ling Xiao said encouragingly. Mo Inyo's face didn't show any emotion. However, Sha Tian's face flickered with excitement. Although he had dutifully protected the Soul Clan's people all these years, he would often go to the Devil Soul Clan to learn some relevant information. He learned that Ling Xiao was now a true alchemy god. He was glad that he chose to follow Ling Xiao even after he broke the mental curse cast by Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would have regretted it today. Ling Xiao had them stay to the side for the time being. He brought Yun Tian into the clan's land. At this time, Yun Tian shouted from the side, "Elders, father, uncles, quickly come and see who has arrived." As his voice fell, many people in the clan's land looked towards Yun Tian. Soon after, a few more powerful auras flew out from some of the houses. The one in the lead was the old patriarch Yun Shifu and the current patriarch Yun Li. The others were all highly respected elders in the clan. They recognized Ling Xiao at a glance and excitedly knelt before Ling Xiao and said in unison, "Welcome back, ancestor." As they knelt, the other clansmen also came back to their senses and knelt down as well. "Welcome back, ancestor." The voice kept echoing in the small village. Ling Xiao was very excited and immediately said, "All of you get up. There's no need to be so formal." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, they obediently stood up, their faces brimming with excitement and joy. Decades ago, if it wasn't for their ancestor appearing and saving them from that narrow space, they still wouldn't have known that they were from the ancient race of the Heaven Realm. They also wouldn't have known that their Soul Clan had such a deep blood feud to take revenge. In addition, after they came to live here, not only did their strength increase, but they also obtained a longer lifespan. They could also reproduce with other humans, allowing their Soul Clan to regain their vitality and shame. In the past, they married intimately, causing the abilities of their descendants to become weaker and weaker. All of this was thanks to their ancestor. They were most loyal to Ling Xiao and worshipped him with the most sincerity. They wouldn't have any mishaps. All of this was thanks to Ling Xiao's great fortune of obtaining the soul-controlling art, and the recognition of the dragon phoenix divine hoop. Chapter 1493. Ling Xiao's return to the soul race caused everyone in the soul race to celebrate. Ling Xiao was greatly gratified, and he also conducted a review of all of them. He discovered that the most outstanding person was his disciple, Yin Tian, who was a high-level sage. If it was before he underwent nirvana, then the strongest would be the old patriarch, Yin Shifu, and the current patriarch, Yin Li. They were both peak mid-level sages. There were also a few elders who had reached sages. This was currently the top strength of the soul race, and the result of their decades of cultivation. Of course, they were able to reach this stage so quickly because of the many spirit herbs and holy items that Ling Xiao had left behind. However, in the heaven domain, this bit of strength was really the lowest level of people. Ling Xiao was even more determined to move them to a new place, and get people to teach them well. He also provided them with more resources to speed up their growth. He suddenly thought that with his current reputation, he could already accept more disciples in Dragon Gate. There were many divine king elders under his peak, and there were also his direct descendants. It was not impossible to get them to accept a group of higher-level Tenbin disciples from the soul race. That way, the soul race and Dragon Gate could be accommodated together. While strengthening the strength of Dragon Gate, it would also allow the soul race to quickly increase their strength. It was definitely the best of both worlds. However, this matter concerned the two ancient clans. Besides informing the soul race, Ling Xiao also had to communicate with the Kim people and the founding elders. This was to prevent the soul race from growing in the future, and a conflict between the two ancient clans. That would be troublesome. Furthermore, the soul race was a race that had once been exterminated. They had many enemies in the heaven domain. He did not know if the Kim people would be willing to accept them. Ling Xiao temporarily put these thoughts aside, and interacted with the soul race for a few days. A few days later, he gathered the elders of the soul race and told them about his plan to migrate the soul race again. After all, with what happened to Yin Tian, Ling Xiao did not want them to repeat the same mistake. These people were practically obedient to Ling Xiao's words. After learning of Yin Tian's misfortune, they agreed to Ling Xiao's suggestion without even thinking about it. At the same time, their hatred for the Dark Shadow Clan had deepened. They swore that they would destroy the Dark Shadow Clan in the future. Of course, leaving this time did not mean that he would never return. After all, this was the ancestral land of the soul race, and it would become their ancestral land in the future. When they could do as they pleased in the heavenly region, it would be time for their Han clan to return to this place and take root. Ling Xiao possessed the obsidian divine cauldron, so it was not difficult for him to bring all of them away. Of course, Ling Xiao would also give them enough time to deal with the current situation. He would also leave some people to wait for the others to return. At that time, Mo Inyo and Sha Tian would escort them to the Dragon Gate. When Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, he went to a place not far from the Demon Soul Clan to wait for a man. That man was Ying Li, whom Ling Xiao had controlled. Ling Xiao didn't want to take Ying Li away. He wanted him to stay in the Dark Shadow Clan and work as a mole. At the same time, he asked him to do something to break the unity of the Dark Shadow Clan. It was also a big preparation for the Soul Clan to take revenge in the future. The new geniuses of the Dark Shadow Clan were destined to disappear, or die under the influence of the shadow power. The Dark Shadow Clansmen had fallen into a panic. After warning Ying Li about this matter, Ling Xiao once again set out, rushing back to the Heavenly Dragon sect at full speed. After he got back, besides solving the problem of the Soul Clan, it was time to deal with the Winged Man clan and the other clans. Although his competence was limited, he would never retreat. He swore that he would fight the Winged Man clan to the end to take revenge for his great-grandfather. This time, Ling Xiao went directly to the outer domain and rushed in the direction of the Heavenly Dragon sect. From the edge of outer space, he could use all of his power to get back to the Dragon Gate faster. He didn't need to worry that someone would find his whereabouts. Relatively speaking, it was much safer. Shi Yan knew from Ying Li that the Dark Shadow Clan had gathered some incipient God Realm experts and a high-level expert. As long as Ling Xiao dared to show up, they would kill him immediately. At the same time, they had contacted the other ancient clans to spread the news that he had the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. He believed that countless people would covet a top-notch artifact like the divine dragon phoenix hoop. At that time, not only would his enemies from the soul race be involved, but even unrelated members of the ancient race would gang up on him. Although he had reached a realm that people couldn't reach, he didn't feel safe at all. It was because the enemies he had provoked were too strong. He didn't know when he would think that no one in this world could threaten him. Of course, at that time, he would be an invincible existence in this world. Ling Xiao knew that he still had a long way to go before he could reach that realm. He didn't dare to hope that he could reach the sky in one step. Indeed, the time to return to the Dragon Gate from outer space was shortened. It only took him half a month to get back to the Dragon Gate. After Ling Xiao landed in the Dragon Gate's territory, he didn't hurry to return to the Dragon Gate. He checked the cities and towns around the Dragon Gate. He wanted to find a place to settle the Soul Clan's warriors and give them shelter here. This place couldn't be too far from Sky Dragon City or a good place. They were still weak. They should slowly grow stronger. He couldn't let them develop the habit of being arrogant. With his current status, it was easy for him to settle some people. No one would have any objection. After circling around, Ling Xiao landed in a newly opened place on the outskirts of the Heavenly Dragon City. There were many newly built buildings here that had not been built for many years. This place was close to Sky Dragon City. It only took around half a day to get to the city on foot. Moreover, apparently, this place was built by the Dragon Gate. The highest building had the symbol of the Dragon Gate. It was to prevent people who didn't know how to open their eyes and disturb the people here. Ling Xiao landed here because he knew that this was the place where his family members and some others were settled. Back then, Ling Xiao's status in the Dragon Gate wasn't low. However, he couldn't just shove everyone into the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, it would be a mess. When Ling Xiao landed here, several auras surged. Then, several people appeared in front of Ling Xiao. "Greetings, Lord Medicine God." After seeing Ling Xiao's appearance, these people immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Among these people were the elders that Ling Gang had arranged to protect Ling Xiao's family members. "And it's been hard on you. You can all disperse. I'll walk by myself." Ling Xiao softly responded. The few of them bowed their bodies and immediately disappeared into the surroundings. At this time, the people nearby had already recognized Ling Xiao. One by one, they gathered to greet Ling Xiao warmly. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't put on airs. He calmly chatted with them, and his attitude was even a little humble. Although these people weren't very strong, some of them had much higher seniority than him. He couldn't ignore this greeting. "Xiao, you're here." At this time, Ling Yuan rushed over from afar and greeted him. Ling Xiao immediately went to greet him. "Uncle." Ling Yuan was now only a mid-level saint, but he was Ling Xiao's uncle. He didn't dare to neglect him. In fact, Ling Yuan could have followed him into the Dragon Gate or the Kim people to cultivate. His Kim people's bloodline was also activated. His potential wouldn't be too low. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the Holy Emperor realm or the Divine King realm. However, he couldn't abandon his family members. He was willing to stay here to cultivate and take care of them. It had to be said that Ling Yuan was a person who cared about the overall situation and wasn't too selfish. "Haha, I thought you'd forgotten about us. You still remembered to visit us. Not bad, not bad." Ling Yuan wouldn't be too strict with Ling Xiao because of his status. He knew Ling Xiao's character. "How could that be?" "It's mainly because I have too many things to do," Ling Xiao replied. Then he said, "Right, where's third uncle?" Ling Yuan smiled bitterly. "That kid changed after coming to the Heaven region. I don't know where he's gone to train now." Ling Xiao's third uncle was Ling Tao. When he activated his bloodline in the clan, he didn't have enough concentration, so he was excluded from the direct line of descent. Ling Tao suffered a heavy blow. From then on, he swore that he would continue to become stronger. Even if he wasn't a direct line of descent from the Kim people, he would still become a divine king and become famous in the Sky Dragon region. From then on, Ling Tao became much more taciturn. He spent most of his time cultivating, and often went out to train to increase his combat strength. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had given his third uncle a lot of cultivation resources, which was enough for him to consume. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for him to become stronger. The key was whether he could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, he found out from his first uncle that Ling Tao's strength had already surpassed his first uncle's, and had reached the cultivation of a high-level saint. When Ling Xiao found out about this, he was also greatly gratified. His third uncle's Tenbin cultivation was originally a level lower than his father and his first uncle's. Fortunately, he had given him the Holy Spring Divine Liquid to transform his body, allowing him to have the ability to break through to a higher level. After that, Ling Xiao received the people from the Dongfeng family and the Purple Sky sect who had followed him to the Heaven region. Seeing that they had already adapted to life here and that their strength had greatly increased, he felt very gratified. At the same time, Ling Xiao had the few protector elders come out and have them open up a neighboring area. He had people immediately arrange for a new batch of buildings to be built. He planned to arrange for the people of the soul race to live here as well. In this way, he could let these people who were closest to him live together. In the future, they would be able to take care of each other, and he wouldn't need to worry about the danger of their clan being exterminated. Chapter 1494. The news of Ling Xiao's return to Heavenly Dragon City was naturally spread to the Dragon Gate in the first instance. However, they knew that Ling Xiao was nearby, so they didn't want to disturb him. At this moment, no one could order Ling Xiao, the #1 supreme alchemy god in the Heavenly Dragon region. On the contrary, if they really wanted to find Ling Xiao, they would definitely use a respectful tone to invite him. Ling Xiao ordered a large-scale construction of a new place, so no one dared to be negligent. The elders in the sect knew about it, and sent out many people to help build the place in the shortest time possible. Once again, Ling Xiao returned to the peak of the mountain within the sect. This time, Ling Xiao's return was to officially announce Yin Tian's identity, so that he could obtain the best development in the Dragon Gate, so that he could become stronger as soon as possible. Yin Tian was very touched by everything Ling Xiao had done for him. He was very respectful to the master's wives and martial uncles that Ling Xiao introduced to him. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the previously cheerful and lively Yin Tian had become reserved and always had a sad expression. It seemed like the wound in his heart couldn't be easily healed. Thus, Ling Xiao intentionally asked his woman to arrange for a few outstanding female disciples to get to know Yin Tian, hoping that Yin Tian could divert his attention and recover his temperament as soon as possible. However, Ling Xiao's arrangement was useless. Thus, other than diligently cultivating and occasionally returning to his clan, Yin Tian didn't care about anything else. Ling Xiao completely put down everything and summoned his eldest disciple Xian Li, second daughter Ling Ying, third son Ling Yu, granddaughter Ling Yu, grandson Ling Zai, and Yin Tian. He was prepared to give them pointers on the divine techniques, as well as teaching them various fighting techniques. He also passed on his many cultivation insights so that they wouldn't have to take many detours in the future. Ling Xiao even taught them the Imperial Dragon annihilating the heavens method that he created. However, it was only for their elemental attributes and the techniques were different. For example, Xian Li cultivated the wood attribute, so Ling Xiao taught him the devouring dragon swallowing moon. Ling Ying and Ling Yu cultivated the metal attribute, so they were taught the Imperial Dragon brilliance. As for Ling Yu and Ling Zai, they inherited Ling Xiao's 5 elemental physique, and had always been cultivating the supreme technique. They were taught the first 5 moves of the Imperial Dragon annihilating the Heavens Dragon. The last 2 moves were still something they couldn't comprehend at the moment. Yin Tian cultivated the fire attribute, so he taught him the 9 sun-burning heaven art and the burning sun move. Ling Xiao also gave them pointers on their respective cultivation methods, and strictly requested that they pay attention to cultivating their bodies while cultivating, so that they wouldn't go astray. In this half a year, the 6 of them had gained a lot and found their own cultivation goals and direction. It could be said that Ling Xiao had the greatest influence on them in this half a year. He also laid the foundation for them to be famous in the heaven domain in the future. Half a year later, Ling Xiao finally arranged for the Hun clan to the outskirts of Heavenly Dragon City, and gave them a new residence. At the same time, Ling Xiao gathered Yin Shifu, Yin Li and the others and introduced them to Ling Yuan and a few elders of the Ling family. He told them to coexist peacefully and restrain their own clansmen. He told them not to easily cause trouble, and that they should support each other and cultivate diligently, so that they could stand firm in the heaven domain in the future. When they no longer needed the protection of the Dragon Gate, they would be able to live in peace in the heaven domain. At the same time, Ling Xiao also selected a dozen good youths or young people from the younger generation of the soul race to come to Tenbin and learn from him. Ling Xiao did not ask them to worship under the God Kings. Instead, he asked them to worship under Yi Yinfeng, Cruel Leopard, Lone Eagle, and the others as disciples. They were the people that Ling Xiao trusted the most. In the future, they would definitely be nurtured by him to become the God Kings. Ling Xiao was more at ease to entrust the younger generation of the soul race to them. He also did not plan to report this matter to the clan to avoid arousing their suspicions. Ling Xiao also warned the younger generation of the soul race that unless it was a matter of life and death, they could not easily use their mental power to attack others. They were also not allowed to become enemies with the Dragon Gate and the Kim people. Otherwise, once he found out, he would personally kill them. Each member of the Soul clan worshipped Ling Xiao as if he was their god. They all listened to his words. Of course, they would not go against his will. Ling Xiao wanted to see the growth of the Soul clan first. If a few outstanding characters appeared in the future, they could restore the prestige of the Soul clan. Then he would separate them from the Heavenly Dragon sect. After destroying the Dark Shadow clan, he would rebuild the powerful Soul clan. At that time, the alliance between the Soul clan and the Kim people was enough to shake all the forces in the heaven domain. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao was more determined to arrange the members of the Soul clan to join the Dragon Gate. In the future, when his prestige in the clan was even higher, he would be able to promote the friendship between the two clans. Anyway, the difference between the Soul clan and the Kim people was too big. Moreover, the Soul clan was the taboo in the heaven domain. They needed more time to adjust. When Ling Xiao returned to the clan, he asked about the situation of the incipient God Realm experts in the clan. He wanted to know if they had used his Supreme God pellets to advance further. He wanted to know when the clan would decide to attack the Winged Man clan. He had to participate in this battle. Unfortunately, when Ling Xiao returned this time, Chief Ling Bo and Great Elder Ling Qiu were cultivating in seclusion. They wanted to use his Supreme God pellets to break through to the next level. Since they weren't here, the others in the clan couldn't make decisions on their own. Ling Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. He had to go to the Golden Dragon's lair to find a level 11 divine dragon to ride. From now on, each step he took would be extremely dangerous. He couldn't lower his guard. With a level 11 divine dragon, he would feel much safer. Anyway, besides the intimidating fighting competence, a divine dragon could summon thousands of beasts. It could attract helpers and intimidate many people. However, as soon as he was about to go there, he was delayed by something. Ling Feiwu came to him from the outer gate and told him that Dragon Gate had recruited many King God Realm and half incipient God Realm experts to join them. There were even 2 incipient God Realm experts. These people came here because of Ling Xiao's prestige. They all hope to see Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they will not be able to rest easy. They are afraid that sooner or later they will leave their Heavenly Dragon sect. Ling Feiwu was the gate master. Of course, he hoped that he could keep these new forces. If they could pledge their loyalty to Dragon Gate, it would be the best thing. Regarding this matter, Ling Xiao could not delay it no matter what. He also felt that he should contribute to the Heavenly Dragon sect. If these people were willing to join, they would also be inclined towards him. He had no choice but to go out and meet them, to give them some peace of mind. If they hadn't reached half incipient God Realm, of course, they weren't qualified for Ling Xiao to meet them. Also, they weren't qualified to negotiate with Dragon Gate with harsh conditions. Anyway, Dragon Gate was the strongest force in the Sky Dragon territory. Many people wanted to join them. Moreover, with the addition of the Supreme Alchemist, their prestige had risen to another level. These people had to go through layers of selection before they could be retained and put in important positions. Otherwise, if spies from other forces sneaked in, they would be in big trouble in the future. However, among the King God Realm experts who couldn't meet them, there was one who strongly requested to meet Ling Xiao. That man even told Ling Feiwu that Ling Xiao would meet him, because he was one of the Sunjin of Goguryeo. The Sunjin of Goguryeo had a lot of potential. According to his qualifications, it was possible for Ling Xiao to meet him. However, Ling Feiwu couldn't see which character was on the Sunjin of Goguryeo list. Moreover, he could feel that this person didn't have much vitality left. His aura was also quite unstable. He always felt that something was wrong. When Ling Feiwu wanted to expel him from Dragon Gate, that person revealed his identity. It turned out that this person was Ding Gudu, who was competing with him for the Sunjin of Goguryeo list. In the previous competition for the Sunjin of Goguryeo, Ding Gudu was a dark horse. He used the power of a high-level king god and rode a heavenly tiger at the peak of level 10. He directly defeated the strong and seized the title of the Sunjin of Goguryeo. From then on, his name shook the entire Sky Dragon territory. However, his current appearance was so different from dozens of years ago that Ling Feiwu couldn't recognize him, because he had changed from a young man to a middle-aged man. His body was hunched, and he didn't have the demeanor of a Sunjin of Goguryeo anymore. It was no wonder that Ling Feiwu couldn't recognize him. After confirming Ding Gudu's identity, Ling Feiwu sighed inwardly. He felt that Ding Gudu had encountered a big trouble. Ling Feiwu didn't hesitate. He went to report to Ling Xiao to see if Ling Xiao wanted to meet Ding Gudu. When Ling Xiao heard that Ding Gudu had come to join him, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. However, he knew Ding Gudu's arrogance and he also knew that he had a bright future. Thus, he decided to give him a chance to join him. However, before that, Ling Xiao had to deal with the dozen people in front of him first. Then he would meet Ding Gudu alone. Among the dozen people in front of him, only 2 had the power of a great master. One was a low-level great master at incipient god realm, and the other was a mid-level great master at incipient god realm. They were called Yang Hai and Pang Tonga. Both of them were independent cultivators. The former used to be the famous king of mercenaries, but he hadn't been involved in worldly affairs for many years. However, he had been stuck at the peak of low level for many years and couldn't break through again. Thus, he had to come to Ling Xiao in hopes of obtaining the supreme god pellets. The latter didn't ask to follow Ling Xiao. He hoped that Ling Xiao could provide him with the divine materials, so that Ling Xiao could refine the supreme god pellets for him. The other half incipient god realm experts naturally wanted to join Dragon Gate. Of course, they didn't have the divine materials for Ling Xiao to refine the supreme god pellets for them. Thus, they could only risk their lives to exchange for it. If Ling Xiao wanted them to believe that he had the ability of the supreme god alchemy, it was simple. He just needed to release the aura of a supreme god. It wasn't important whether they believed that he was the supreme god alchemy or not. If they believed him, they could stay. If they didn't, they could leave. It was that simple. After all, with his current status, he didn't need to beg others to follow him. Naturally, there would be people who were willing to follow him. After comforting them, Ling Xiao asked Ling Feiwu to take the half-incipient god realm experts away. Then he discussed the conditions with Yang Hai and Pang Tonga. Chapter 1495. Yang Hai wasn't arrogant in front of Ling Xiao. Quite the contrary, he was like a humble servant. He didn't have the aura of a supreme incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao suspected that Yang Hai used to be a servant. If Yang Hai could hear Ling Xiao's thoughts, he would praise Ling Xiao for being a wise man. It was true that he used to be a servant. He came from a small place and he was from a powerful family. At that time he had 10 bin. However, because of his poor background and ugly appearance, he didn't have a chance to cultivate. He missed the best time of his youth. When he was young, he accidentally got a spatial ring from a person who was chased to death. There were many good things in that ring. That was how he stepped on the path of cultivation. His tenbin was outstanding. He could catch up to the average warriors. Later on, he joined many small and medium-sized forces. He learned many skills from different people. However, he didn't know if his character was too bad. He was never put in an important position. He was forced to become a freelance mercenary and cultivate on his own. After becoming a mercenary, he was like a fish in water. Because of his servant's personality, anyone could order him around, which made him very popular among the mercenaries. During this period, Yang Hai received guidance from his captain at that time. His power started to increase by leaps and bounds. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter that helped him reach his current cultivation base. However, he had used up all of his potential to reach this step. Without any heaven-defying opportunities, he couldn't take another step forward. For many years he had been traveling in outer space, trying to take another step forward but to no avail. Thus he had to rely on Ling Xiao. He hoped to take another step forward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any extravagant hopes in this life. As for Pang Tongga, he was much more arrogant. When he saw Ling Xiao, he clasped his hands to greet Ling Xiao. Then he immediately closed his eyes to rest. It seemed like he was waiting for Ling Xiao to talk to him. He was a little arrogant. Pang Tongga had the power of a middle-tier incipient god realm expert. His origin wasn't clear. He came here to ask for pellets. Ling Feiwu couldn't reject him on behalf of Ling Xiao. He felt that even if he couldn't rope Pang Tongga in, it was worth it for him to be on good terms with Dragon Gate. After all the half-incipient god realm experts had left, Ling Xiao talked with Yang Hai for a while. He found that although Yang Hai appeared to be very respectful and humble, he could faintly sense that Yang Hai was not as simple as he seemed. This kind of person's appearance was very confusing, but in fact he was very scheming. If he wanted to put him in an important position, he really had to think carefully. On the other hand, with Pang Tongga's self-righteous personality, it was easy for him to show his thoughts on his face. It was much easier to control him. However, he was the one taking the initiative now, not the other way around. There was no need for him to immediately agree to their request. Perhaps it would be better to leave them hanging first. Elder Pang, I believe you know my rules. 3 sets of materials for 1 supreme god pellet. Have you prepared enough? Ling Xiao looked at Pang Tongga and asked. Any supreme god alchemist who refined pills for others could not have less than 3 sets of supreme divine materials. One reason was their success rate, and the other was that they had to take the leftovers as remuneration. Ling Xiao would not be soft-hearted towards these outsiders. He would set the rules as they should, and they could not break them. Pang Tongga finally opened his eyes and said, Alchemist Ling, if I had 3 sets of divine materials, I wouldn't have personally come to disturb you. I would have directly passed it to your sect leader. Pang Tongga's words were very loud and clear, and his aura was very imposing. He did not seem to feel embarrassed because he did not have enough materials. Ling Xiao said indifferently, This rule cannot be broken. If you do not have 3 sets of divine materials, then forgive me for being powerless. Pang Tongga did not refute. Instead, he took out a divine item and said, If Alchemist Ling is willing to refine a supreme god pellet for me, then this fire lotus divine core will belong to you. A heart-shaped fire lotus formed from 24 petals illuminated the entire place with a bright red light. Balls of fiery energy were emitted, causing the temperature in the hall to rise several times. The fire lotus divine core was an intermediate level 11 divine item. It was an extreme young divine item that would only appear in that kind of flaming space. It was an item that all fire attribute martial artists would go crazy for. It was comparable to the heavenly fire bead, but it had a different magical effect. Other than increasing cultivation, it could also allow any fire attribute martial artist to condense the fire lotus heart. Once the fire lotus heart was condensed, their cultivation speed would be several times faster than ordinary people, or even dozens of times faster. It could even compete with the fire god body. At the same time, for those fire attribute half-incipient god realm experts, it could also help them break through to the incipient god realm. Pang Tongga knew that Ling Xiao was a fire attribute supreme being, so he would definitely covet this rare fire lotus divine core. Therefore, this was the reason why he didn't come here to ask Ling Xiao to refine the sovereign god pellets for him without 3 sets of divine materials. When Ling Xiao saw this fire lotus divine core, his eyes slightly twitched. He had not encountered this kind of divine item in the Nirvana space, but Pang Tongga had obtained it. This was a great opportunity. Unfortunately, Pang Tongga was not a fire attribute supreme being. Otherwise, he would not have taken out this fire lotus divine core. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, This fire lotus divine core is indeed not bad. Pang Tongga thought that he had succeeded and immediately revealed a proud smile. However, Ling Xiao's next sentence froze his smile. It's just that it is not enough to be compared to a supreme god pellet. What do you think? Ling Xiao asked back. The Fire Lotus Divine Core was indeed not bad, but its value could not be compared to a supreme god pellet. It was also not enough for Ling Xiao to refine a supreme god pellet for him. Unless he could take out a top supreme god pellet, this might be possible. After all, the Wutong fruit that Ling Xiao had was not any worse than this Fire Lotus Divine Core. Pang Tongga thought that Ling Xiao was a new supreme being at the incipient god realm, so he would definitely like this kind of divine item of the same origin. However, he actually rejected it. This made him anxious. Honestly speaking, the supreme god pellet that he wanted this time was not for his own use, but for his wife. With his help, his wife had advanced to the half-incipient god realm, and could not advance any further. Out of concern for his wife, this time he came to make sure that Ling Xiao could refine a supreme god pellet for him. But now Ling Xiao was not tempted by this Fire Lotus Divine Core. What should he do? Alchemist Ling, this Fire Lotus Divine Core is rare in 100,000 years. Even in the outer space, it is not easy to find it. It can reduce your cultivation efforts by 10,000 years. Pang Tongga hurriedly explained to Ling Xiao. However, before he could finish, Ling Xiao waved his hand and interrupted him. Old Pang, you don't need to say more. It is indeed rare, but do you think that I lack a supreme god pellet of fire to cultivate? After a pause he continued. You should find me after you have gathered 3 supreme god pellets. At this time, Yang Hai also said, That's right, old Pang, Alchemist Lord's rules can't be broken. Anyway, with your strength, if you work hard, you should be able to gather them. Then he said to Ling Xiao, Alchemist Lord, from now on, I will stay by your side and work hard. If you feel that I am loyal, you can reward me with a supreme god pellet. I will definitely die. Yang Hai is quite adaptable to the situation. He knows how to take advantage of every opportunity. He is really very opportunistic. It was very easy to gain the favor of others by doing this. However, although Ling Xiao seemed to be kind, he did not think much of it in his heart. If he really wanted to put Yang Hai in an important position, it would depend on his performance in the future. Pang Tongga did not know what to say. He immediately stood up and said with an ugly expression, Then what do you want me to do in order for you to agree to refine a supreme god pellet for me? In fact, Pang Tongga wanted to leave right now, but thinking of his wife's instructions, he had no choice but to change his position and ask. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, There are some rules that are not easy to break. Otherwise, everyone would come to me to refine a supreme god pellet. I don't have that many divine materials, and you should also know that it is very easy to make mistakes in refining pills. Without enough materials, I can't do anything. After pausing for a moment, he said to Yang Hai, Elder Yang, since you are sincere, then stay. However, it will depend on your performance in the future. At the same time, you must provide me with the supreme god pellet you have. I can't guarantee that I will refine it for you in a short period of time, but as long as you are willing to follow me, I will not mistreat my own people. Ling Zhao's last sentence was very interesting. Firstly, it was to beat Yang Hai up and let him know that he, Ling Xiao, was not so easy to fool. Secondly, it was to let Pang Tongga understand that if he did not have enough materials, he could actually use his body as compensation. As long as he was willing to follow him, he could also refine a supreme god pellet for him. This depended on whether Pang Tongga could understand his meaning. Yang Hai's heart slightly tightened. He saw that Ling Xiao was so young, but he was not someone who could be easily fooled. Ling Xiao let the two of them leave first. Whether they would stay or not would depend on their own choice. He would not force them. It had to be said that although Ling Xiao was young, he was extremely experienced in handling matters. He was not someone that others could casually bully. Ding Gudu was brought in by an attendant. At first glance, Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. He definitely did not dare to believe that the person in front of him was one of the high-spirited Sinjin of Goguryeo that he had seen before. Back then he only looked like he was in the prime of his life, but now he looked like a middle-aged man. The consumption of his life force was too great. Are you really Brother Ding? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. Previously, because Yin Tian's Dantian was destroyed, he rapidly aged. Ding Guda's strength was still there, but in just a few decades, he had become like this. It truly shocked him. Although Ding Gudu looked old, his pride was still there. He only bowed slightly to Ling Xiao and said, "Lord Alchemist God, I need Supreme God pellets. If you can provide them for me, I am willing to follow you forever, even if I die 10,000 times." After he finished speaking, he straightened his hunched body and looked at Ling Xiao with an indifferent expression, quietly waiting for an answer. Chapter 1496. It was the third time that Ling Xiao had met Ding Gudu. The first time was during the competition of the Sun Jin of Goguryeo list. The second time was on the way to the Tianyuan region, where he had met Ding Gudu and the Sun Jin of Goguryeo of the Tao family. At that time, Ling Xiao had helped him. This was the third time. When he met Ding Gudu for the second time, Ling Xiao had sensed that the divine technique that Ding Gudu had cultivated was strange. Seeing him again today had confirmed his speculation at that time. Ding Gudu understood his own situation. If he couldn't use the last bit of vitality to break through to the incipient God realm, the evil divine technique that he had cultivated would backfire. His cultivation base would regress, and his vitality would decrease until he died. Over the years, he had visited many ancient god mountains to find the divine materials that could change his current situation. However, not a single one of them could suppress it, and the situation continued to worsen. He had the aura of a peak god king, because he had been holding his breath. In fact, he had fallen back to the high-level god king realm. It wouldn't be long before he fell to the middle-level god king realm. If this continued, it was impossible for him not to die. But he had never regretted choosing to cultivate this evil technique, because he wanted to take revenge for his father. Originally, he had gotten his revenge, and he had nothing to worry about. He had accepted his fate, and wanted to find a quiet place to wait for his death. However, not long ago, he accidentally heard that Ling Xiao had suddenly become the supreme god of medicine. His mind was moved. Although Ding Gudu had been proud and aloof all his life, it was also because of the misfortune of his youth. He had let go of the hatred in his heart, but it didn't mean that he really wanted to die. If there was a chance to survive in front of him, presumably, anyone would seize this opportunity at all costs. And there was another reason why Ding Gudu had come to Ling Xiao to propose this condition. That was because Ling Xiao had helped him kill the enemy who killed his father. Therefore, he wanted to take this opportunity to repay Ling Xiao's kindness. Of course, if Ling Xiao didn't refine the supreme god pellets for him, he wouldn't be able to repay him even if he wanted to. Ling Xiao felt that Ding Gudu and Yuan Zhantian were the same kind of people. They both had incomparably arrogant personalities and were similarly unsociable. However, they had their own differences. Ding Gudu had been injured since he was a child, and had an attitude of distrust towards others. It could be said that he was autistic and didn't like to communicate with others. Yuan Zhantian, because he had received the inheritance of the sacred battle ape, and had signs of becoming a beast. Therefore, he had an innate rejection towards humans. However, both of them were extraordinary people in Tianbin, and they had their own fortuitous encounters. Ling Xiao also liked Ding Gudu's straightforward way of speaking. He felt that once this kind of person declared his allegiance, it was complete loyalty, and there would never be any second thoughts of betrayal. If the Sovereign Dan can help you get out of this situation, I'll give it to you immediately, Ling Xiao said without hesitation. It was easy to raise an army of 1,000, but difficult to find a good general. A peerless loner like Ding Gudu had always been focused on martial arts. His future achievements would definitely not be inferior to Ling Xiao's. How could Ling Xiao miss such a follower? Ding Gudu was stumped by Ling Xiao's question. Actually, he did not know if this Supreme Dan could save his life. After all, this evil technique was too strange. Although it could quickly increase one's strength, it could also quickly regress one's strength. What if he still couldn't get rid of this entanglement after taking the Supreme Divine Pill? If you trust me, tell me your problem. Maybe I can solve it in other ways, Ling Xiao said tentatively. He also wanted to know what kind of strange evil technique Ding Gudu had, to have such a fatal flaw. Ding Gudu hesitated for a moment, but still roughly explained his situation to Ling Xiao. The evil technique he was cultivating was called Dead Calamity Divine Technique. It was a remnant of an ancient divine technique. Cultivating this divine technique could allow a person to advance at a speed that was not inferior to any god body, or even faster. But every time he advanced, he had to go through a death-like tribulation. If he could not overcome this tribulation, his soul could scatter at any time. Now he had cultivated this divine technique to the extreme, but he did not have the mnemonic for breaking through to the incipient God realm. So he could only be stuck at the peak of God King realm. If he could not break through in the stipulated time, then his strength would start to rapidly regress until all his strength was used up and he died. The last problem was the incomplete mnemonic. If he could not solve it, then there was no need to say anything. After Ling Xiao heard it, he was also shocked. He had never thought that there was such a strange evil technique in this world. Ling Xiao felt that when this deathly calamity divine art was created, that person didn't even have the chance to complete the last key incantation before dying. In fact, Ding Gudu also had the same guess as Ling Xiao. But this was no longer important. What was important was that he could not find the rest of the mnemonic, and he could not create it by himself. This depended on whether there was another way to solve his problem. Originally, he thought that as long as he had the Supreme God pellet, he might be able to fight. But after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he felt that if he took the Supreme God pellet, but could not change the current situation, wouldn't it be a waste of Ling Xiao's good intentions? Perhaps it is as Lord Medicine God said, I am already hopeless. I have disturbed you. Ding Gudu cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said. Unexpectedly, he turned around and was about to leave. Ling Xiao hurriedly stopped Ding Gudu and said, Brother Ding, don't be anxious. No matter what method you have, you should try it. How can you give up? Then a green crystal fruit appeared in his hand. This was the immortal fruit. Ding Gudu could feel the extraordinariness of Ling Xiao's fruit. In his heart, there was a faint sense of anticipation. Let's find a place to try it and we will know. Ling Xiao said to Ding Gudu. This was the immortal fruit. Anyone who ate it would have the miraculous effect of immortality. It was just that he did not know if Ding Gudu could suppress the miraculous effect of the immortal fruit after cultivating the death calamity divine technique. Of course, Ling Xiao also planned to take out the immortal divine juice. With two kinds of immortal divine effects, he did not believe that Ding Gudu would not be able to restore his vitality. If it really did not work, he would try the Wutong fruit again, and let Ding Gudu undergo nirvana once. It was just that the Wutong fruit was one less after using it. He had no choice but to save it for a rainy day. Ding Gudu had no choice but to follow Ling Xiao to a closed-door cultivation room. This is the immortal fruit and immortal divine juice. Eat them together and see if they have any effect. Ling Xiao passed the two divine materials to Ding Gudu. These two divine materials were extracted from the immortal tree after Lu Weng reached the divine rank by Ling Xiao. They were not the same divine materials that Lu Weng had collected before he reached the divine rank. Only divine materials were miraculous to a divine king. This was something that Ling Xiao was very clear about. Ding Gudu was shocked. He did not expect that Ling Xiao could casually take out such rare divine materials. Only the immortal tree, one of the 9 great divine trees, could produce divine materials. How great of a fortuitous encounter would it take? Ding Gudu could not help but see a trace of hope. He felt that he had made the right decision in coming to look for Ling Xiao this time. He received the 2 divine materials, and then he sat down cross-legged and placed them into his mouth. The 9 great divine trees each had their own wonders. The immortal tree was one of the divine trees that was famous for being immortal. No matter who consumed this divine material, that person would be able to live forever. Of course, Ling Xiao had always thought that Lu Weng was a high-level tree spirit, and he felt that its sap merely possessed the effect of extending one's lifespan by 100 years. Later on, when he found out that the immortal tree was one of the 9 great divine trees, he knew that he had picked up a treasure. Of course, the sap, fruits, and roots of the immortal tree possessed the effect of immortality, and it could only be revealed after it attained the divine rank. Before it attained the divine rank, it indeed only possessed the extraordinary effect of extending one's lifespan. Only one of the 9 great divine trees existed in the world, so its preciousness was obvious. After Ding Gudu consumed these 2 divine materials, He felt strands of enormous life essence ceaselessly fill his entire body, and the vitality within his body that was about to decline was suddenly stopped. However, these two forces were entangled with each other, and they couldn't immediately rely on which side could deal with the other. It was obvious that they were in a stalemate. Dingudu, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to absorb the energy source that he needed, and he intended to push his own strength to lend the immortal tree a hand. He wanted to completely counterattack the force that affected his realm and vitality, and he wanted to completely suppress and eliminate it. However, his own strength was in line with this force, so Dingudu was unable to suppress the strange force, and it instead strengthened its strength and counterattacked the immortal tree. For a time, Dingudu didn't dare to act rashly, and he could only allow the power of the immortal fruit and immortal juice to purify all the unstable factors within this strange force. After an unknown period of time, when Dingudu opened his eyes, he felt extremely comfortable both physically and mentally, and it seemed as if he was no longer affected by that force. He looked much younger, and it was quite a miraculous effect of rejuvenating one's youth. Thank you, Lord God of Medicine, for your help. In the future, I, Dingudu, am willing to follow you and serve you faithfully, Dingudu said to Ling Xiao as he knelt down on one knee. However, Ling Xiao reacted quickly and held him up, saying, "It's too early to say this now. You should circulate your divine power." Dingudu was stunned for a moment, and then he did as Ling Xiao said. Suddenly, as his power surged and circulated, a problem appeared again. He felt that his divine power was gradually becoming weaker and weaker. His expression changed greatly, and he immediately stopped circulating, murmuring, Could it be that there's really nothing I can do?" Ling Xiao frowned, and he said in a low voice, "Now your power is decreasing, but your vitality has not decreased by even a little. The power of the immortal fruit and immortal juice is still effective. After all, they only made you not die." After a pause, he continued, "If you want to solve this problem, perhaps there is only one way." "What way?" Dingudu blurted out. Chapter 1497. Disperse your divine power. Ling Xiao looked straight at Dingudu and said firmly. Dingudu turned pale with fright at Ling Xiao's words. Dispersing his divine power was tantamount to crippling his dantian and turning him into an ordinary person. This was simply worse than death. He had thought of this method before, but he, who was used to being a master, would rather die than do so. Now that he heard Ling Xiao's words, he knew that if he didn't want to die, this was the only path he could take. At this moment, Ling Xiao's words rang in his ears again. Immortal divine juice and immortal fruit can already give you an immortal body. Even if you lose your cultivation, you can still maintain your current state and won't die. With me here, I can help you rebuild your dantian, but you will need to recultivate your strength. Think about it. Recultivate? Dingudu showed a sorrowful look. Generally speaking, if one wanted to recultivate, all masters above the God-King realm would choose to seize a new body before they could start again. After all, their original body had already passed the best cultivation period of their youth. After crippling their body, wanting to recultivate their strength was absolutely as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and their achievements would never be able to return to their peak. What's more, it was unknown how long this period would take. He might be able to afford to wait for his life, but did Ling Xiao need a cripple like him? For a moment, Dingudu didn't know what to do. He had never thought of occupying someone else's body to recultivate, and he was very disdainful of such a thing. However, he had taken Ling Xiao's immortal divine juice and immortal fruit, wasting such divine materials in vain. Although he was spared his lowly life, how could he repay Ling Xiao? "Sir Alchemy God, this is this Ding's lifetime treasure. I will give it to you. Although it can't compare to your immortal medicine, but..." Dingudu took off the space ring on his finger and handed it to Ling Xiao. However, before he could finish his words, Ling Xiao interrupted. "Listen to me, disperse your cultivation, and I might be able to help you return to your current realm. Perhaps it won't be difficult for you to go up another level." Dingudu shuddered, looking at Ling Xiao with a look of disbelief. Is it really possible? He didn't know that it would be difficult for his crippled body to return to its peak even if he had divine pills or divine spring water after he lost his cultivation. let alone improve further. If someone else said this, he definitely wouldn't believe it, but since it came from the mouth of the supreme alchemy god, Ling Xiao, he believed it. After all, Ling Xiao had already taken out 2 rare and precious divine materials for him to consume earlier, so there was no reason for Ling Xiao to lie to him. Of course, as long as you trust me, it won't take long for you to recover after dispersing your cultivation, Ling Xiao said with certainty. After Ding Gudu heard this, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Then my life belongs to you from now on, alchemy god." Ding Gudu had nothing to worry about, so he didn't care about Ling Xiao's arrangement. Ling Xiao was so happy. Even if he had to pay a little price, it was worth it to have such a loyal servant. Moreover, he was sure that he could help Ding Gudu reach another level. And with his potential, it wasn't difficult for him to reach the incipient god realm. Ding Gudu was also straightforward. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dispersed his god power in front of Ling Xiao. Bang bang. Ding Gudu's body kept making muffled sounds. Bloody holes kept bursting out. Soon he became a bloody man, and his cultivation base was immediately gone. He was much more dispirited. Fortunately, he had the immortal power, so he still had vitality, and his appearance didn't change much. If it was someone else dispersing their cultivation like this, they would age quickly and be on the verge of death. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He immediately helped Ding Gudu up and fed him the heavenly spring. He needed to take care of his body first. From now on, Ding Gudu was a completely ordinary person. He didn't have any power anymore. "Don't worry. I, Ling Xiao, will do what I say." Ling Xiao appreciated Ding Gudu's actions. After saying that, he asked Chang Haoyou to come over and take Ding Gudu to settle down. After Chang Haoyou took Ding Gudu away, Ling Xiao pondered for a while, and then asked someone to announce that he would return to the clan for a while. Whoever wanted to find him should wait. Ling Xiao wanted to return to the clan to refine the pellets that Ding Gudu needed, and to subdue a level 11 true dragon. At the same time, it was time to test Yang Hai's and Pang Tongga's patience. He wanted to see if they were sincere or not. Ling Zhao's bloodline was thick, and he was close to the dragons. He didn't need Ling Bo to lead the way. He could go directly to the dragon lair. He was one of the few people in the Kim people who could enter the dragon lair directly like him. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had entered the dragon lair. Those true dragons and mythological beasts of lower ranks all felt a natural sense of intimacy towards him. They naturally flew to his side and sent him a signal of goodwill. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled as he caressed the bodies of a few small true dragons before heading deeper into the forest. After a while, the 13th prince flew out with his real body. He said excitedly, "Boss, are you here to take me out?" The 13th prince's power had reached the peak of level 10. His competence wasn't weaker than any half-incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Your task now is to cultivate as fast as possible. I want to find His Majesty the Dragon King to recommend me another strong true dragon to help me for a while." The 13th prince looked wronged. "Boss, although you're stronger, I'm stronger too. Hee, why don't we try it out?" Ling Xiao laughed. The 13th prince was tempted. "Sure, but I can't control my strength. I'm afraid I'll hurt you." Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. He directly released his aura and pressured the 13th prince. The 13th crown prince only felt a raging wave of energy coming at him. It actually sent his huge body flying. The 13th prince didn't get scared. Instead, he roared and swung his tail at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body was as light as a swallow as he dodged the 13th prince's attack. He stomped on the 13th prince's back, smashing his 1,000-meter-long body into the ground. Boom! A cloud of dust flew up from the ground, and a huge crack appeared in the ground. The commotion alarmed the golden dragons in the dragon lair, and they all came out. Many powerful true dragons roared and charged over. They wanted to see what was going on. The 13th prince had thick skin, but he was still in pain from Ling Xiao's stomp. He couldn't move his body. After a while, he crawled out and shouted at Ling Xiao, "Boss, you're too powerful. I'm not your match." The 13th prince knew that Ling Xiao was holding back. Even if he used his origin power, he probably wouldn't be Ling Xiao's match. 13th prince, honored guest, what are you doing? Dragon King asked in his human form. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Dragon King and said, "Greetings, Dragon King. I was just sparring with the 13th prince." The 13th prince said, "Father, eldest brother is too powerful. He has already surpassed me. He wants you to recommend him another dragon prince who is stronger than me. However, I don't think any of the princes can compare to eldest brother. I'm afraid only Uncle Dragon and the others are qualified to follow eldest brother." After hearing this, Dragon King looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Honored guest, your strength has increased very quickly. I'm afraid no one in the human race can compare to you. However, there aren't many dragons who are as strong as you. I'm afraid they won't be willing to follow you." Dragon King, why don't you ask them why they don't know? I plan to wander the outer realm. Perhaps they also want to go out with me to see the world. This will be beneficial to them. Ling Xiao replied. Haha, looks like you won't give up until you achieve your goal. That's fine, I'll let my brothers meet you. Whether you can get their help or not will depend on your ability. The Dragon King smiled faintly. Then he said, "Come with me, all of you can go now." The other dragons dispersed. Ling Xiao followed Dragon King in a certain direction. That was the forbidden land of the dragons. Even if the patriarch of the Kim people or the elders came here, they couldn't enter this place. That place was isolated by a powerful restriction, and after passing through that entrance, it was like entering another vast space in the universe. There was a stretch of golden mountains that were dazzling, and it was truly breathtaking. Ling Xiao thought, what a good dragon lair. The metal origin's power here is abundant. I'm sure there's a metal genesis stone here. Roar. The Dragon King looked into the distance and let out a long roar. A dragon-shaped shadow circled high up in the sky. Its power was truly majestic and powerful. Ling Xiao, who was standing at the side, was startled. His ears were ringing. He realized that Dragon King was just roaring. If he roared with all of his power, Shi Yan was afraid that his god body would explode. This was the real power of the dragon's Tenbin's magical power, Dragon Roar. As Dragon King's voice resounded, several dragon roars reverberated in the distance. Then, Dragon King transformed into his original form and dashed into the distance. At the same time, he left a message for Ling Xiao. Honorable guest, wait here. I'll talk to my brothers and see if they're willing to come out and see you. Ling Xiao had no choice but to wait here for the good news. If it weren't for those rank 11 true dragon divine beasts, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Not long after, a few huge dragon shadows rushed over from afar. Ling Xiao looked at the 4 mighty true dragon divine beasts and couldn't help praising them in his heart. True dragon divine beasts were definitely the most powerful and domineering existence among the 9 great divine beasts. Even the Qilin divine beasts couldn't compare to them. Dragon King said to Ling Xiao, Honorable guest, these are my 3 brothers. Their powers aren't comparable to those crown princes and princesses outside. If you can get their approval, they will follow you out. Everything depends on your ability. At this time, 2 true dragon mythological beasts were rushing towards Ling Xiao. Their jaws were wide open, and their momentum was terrifying. It was enough to make a normal person's legs go weak. Chapter 1498. Ling Xiao did not panic in the slightest in the face of these 2 true dragon divine beasts. Instead, he unleashed all his battle prowess, and a golden dragon shadow roared out. He leaped up from where he was, and the dragon subduing palm slapped towards the 2 dragons. These 2 dragons were low-level 11th grade, and Ling Xiao did not dare to relax or be careless. He used his full strength from the start, and was not afraid of injuring them. Bang bang. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, and in an instant he slapped 2 palms at the 2 true dragons, ruthlessly imprinting them on their bodies. The power of these 2 palms was enough to seriously injure any low-level Supreme God King, but these 2 true dragons only shook their bodies a little, and quickly swept their dragon tails towards him. Their power was so great that the surrounding space collapsed and collapsed. Ling Xiao did not dare to fight them head-on, because their power was much stronger than his. He avoided the attack, and went to the side of one of the true dragon divine beasts. The dragon subduing palm struck out like a torrential storm, and he wanted to defeat one of them first. However, these two true dragons seemed to cooperate seamlessly. When Ling Xiao attacked one of them, the other quickly swallowed him with a golden light. And its power was so majestic that it was frightening. Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up on his attack, and once again retreated. The two true dragons split up, and once again chased after Ling Xiao, and their speed was not any slower than Ling Xiao's. Divine beasts are really powerful. Ling Xiao praised in his heart, and he had no choice but to use the Imperial Dragon Heaven slaying technique. Ordinary attacks could not do anything to them at all. The power of the Imperial Dragon Heaven slaying technique was enough to increase Ling Xiao's battle prowess by several times, and he could kill experts of a higher level than him. Even if he was facing these true dragons that had just become 11th grade, he could still injure them. The two rank 11 divine beasts roared in unison as golden light shone brightly. Their combat prowess was raised to the limit as they engaged in a chaotic battle with Ling Xiao, causing the space around them to tremble and churn. Rumble, rumble. Various forces kept splashing, and a series of explosions shocked the surroundings. True dragon divine beasts were the kings of all beasts, and they were recognized as the most powerful race. They had unparalleled battle prowess, and they were absolutely unmatched within the same level. But today, these two true dragon divine beasts were actually sent flying at the same time, and their bodies were covered with many bloody wounds, and many dragon scales had fallen. Obviously, they were forced to retreat by Ling Xiao. Even though these two true divine beasts had just reached the initial 11th grade, they had just a true dragon divine beast that had not been for long, but after their battle prowess, they had increased, of divine beasts, and was n of Ling, and of king, dragon of Xiao. They were of, and was of true beasts and dragon Chen of Ling, and was and of the Ling Xiao of dragon of, and was Chun. This was also due to the fact that Ling Xiao's strength was no longer at the initial stage of supreme martial artist, but at the middle stage of low level. After increasing all of his battle prowess and using the Imperial Dragon Heaven destroying art, he was already able to break through the defense of these two true dragon divine beasts. And the reason why he did not suffer much damage was that his speed of improvement was, after all, slightly faster than these two true dragon divine beasts. Therefore, even if the power of these two true dragon divine beasts could threaten him, it would be futile if they could not hit him. However, Ling Xiao did not think that he could really deal with these two true dragon divine beasts, as they had yet to spit out the Dragon Ball. Once the Dragon Ball appeared, even a middle-level supreme martial artist would have to retreat, let alone Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao complained incessantly in his heart. I only chose one. Why are there two of them at once? Didn't they say that divine beasts are all extremely arrogant? Why are they bullying me with numbers? What a scam! The two true dragon divine beasts seemed to be enraged by Ling Xiao, as they swayed their bodies once again and attacked Ling Xiao. Although their attacks were single, their power was extremely strong, enough to destroy everything and kill any early-level supreme martial artist or incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao relied on his speed and did not confront them directly. He always shuttled around their giant bodies and gave them strong attacks, which made them suffer a lot. However, they could not deal with Ling Xiao, which really made them go crazy. They really could not help but want to spit out the Dragon Ball. The power of the Dragon Ball was extremely terrifying. Even if Ling Xiao had a body of a low-grade ancient god weapon, he was afraid that once the power of the Dragon Ball touched him, he would immediately explode. At this time, the Dragon King finally opened his mouth. Brothers, back off! The two true dragon divine beasts roared unwillingly, spitting out the Dragon Ball that was about to reach their mouths. Then they swayed their bodies and retreated. Ling Xiao exhaled in relief. If they had spat out the Dragon Ball, he would have had to run for his life. Does it count as a pass? Ling Xiao was skeptical. With a low-level level 11 true dragon divine beast and its Dragon Ball, he could be compared to a middle-level supreme martial artist or incipient god realm expert. It was a pretty good divine beast to protect him. Fifth brother, is it worth it for you to accompany the guest officer? At this moment, the Dragon King asked the other true dragon divine beast that hadn't taken action yet. This true dragon mythological beast was obviously much more powerful than the other two. Its strength was impressively a level higher than the other two. It was a newly advanced level 11 mythological beast. With one level higher, its power wasn't something that could be compared to before. Moreover, it could increase its fighting competence by 100 times. Ling Xiao screamed in his head. Does the Dragon King want to use this true dragon divine beast to deal with me? He overestimates me. The level 11 true dragon sneered and said, if he can resist 10 strikes from my dragon claw, it won't be a problem for me to accompany him for 1,000 years. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into its human form. The other true dragons also transformed into their human forms. This true dragon had the same middle-aged appearance as the Dragon King. When they stood together, they looked somewhat similar. Both of them had a dignified appearance, which was a rare and powerful man. Guest officer, my fifth brother said that as long as you can resist 10 strikes from it, he's willing to go with you. The Dragon King said to Ling Xiao. He paused for a while and then continued. You have to think about it carefully. My fifth brother is much stronger than you. His attacks aren't light or heavy. If he hurts you, it won't be good. 10 strikes? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Then he said in a clear voice, all right, come on. 10 strikes it is. If I lose, I naturally won't force myself. Haha, you have some guts, human. Even your patriarch Ling Bo can't take 10 strikes from me. He should be much stronger than you, but you still dare to take it. Good, then watch carefully. The level 11 true dragon laughed. It was ranked 5th and was known as Dragon 5th. It was a true dragon of the same generation as the Dragon King. Even the princes outside had to call it uncle. As soon as Dragon 5th's voice fell, his figure immediately disappeared. Then, a terrifying dragon fist smashed down from the top of Ling Xiao's head. This dragon fist smashed down like a meteorite, carrying with it an extremely terrifying force. By the time Ling Xiao reacted, the dragon fist was already above his head. It was too late for him to dodge. Boom. With just a single strike, Ling Xiao was smashed into the Golden Mountain. Dragon 5th was a little depressed. This kid can't be so weak, can he? The Dragon King said with a somewhat reproachful expression. I say, fifth brother, can't you pay attention to your strength? He is on good terms with the Fire Qilin clan and the Vermilion Bird clan, which proves that he is a human with great luck. If you follow him, it will definitely be beneficial to our clan. If you attack, I'm afraid he will already be killed by you. What should we do? As soon as the Dragon King finished speaking, a figure instantly flew up from the ground. If this person wasn't Ling Xiao, who else could it be? He shook his head and softly said, what a terrifying strength. If it wasn't for the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop blocking it, my head would have exploded. Then he looked at the Dragon King and revealed an incomparably powerful battle intent. This is the divine beast I like. 10 strikes, now it's only 1 strike, but don't think that it'll be easy to take me down. After saying this, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger suddenly appeared, and then he shouted at Dragon 5th, come on! Then he rushed towards Dragon 5th from 2 different directions, and at the same time he used the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique. Imperial Dragon dazzles the world. Ice-breaking mountains and rivers. 2 different strong moves, 2 completely different kinds of power fell towards Dragon 5th. And a terrifying turbulent flow of power rushed out from the crack. Dragon 5th roared in surprise and laughed. Haha, I appreciate your character, but don't let me beat you up in 2 or 3 moves. Dragon 5th's fist was like the sky, and its power was boundless. In an instant, the power of Ling Xiao's attack was dispersed, and a lot of power rushed towards Ling Xiao. The gap between levels was really not easy to close, even if there were 2 Ling Xiaos at the same time. Ling Xiao felt that Dragon 5th's power was actually a lot more restrained than before, and it was obvious that he was deliberately showing mercy. This made Ling Xiao feel very indignant. He had been unhindered in his life, and whether he was a human or a beast, how could he let anyone look down on him? Burning Sky-breaking Sun second strike. The real body and the doppelganger used the 4th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique at the same time. And this fire fist also contained a terrifying heavenly fire. Once Dragon 5th's physical body was broken, the flames would burn him, and he would also suffer. Dragon 5th felt that the power of the 2 Ling Xiaos at the same time made him feel threatened, and the flames made him feel even more irritated. Roar! He roared, and without dodging, punched out with his left and right fists. This domineering fist directly scattered Ling Xiao's all-out second strike. Ling Xiao's real body couldn't withstand it, and he was sent flying by the residual power, vomiting blood. The doppelganger's strength was much stronger, and it withstood Dragon Fifth's powerful move. I don't believe that I can't deal with you if you don't increase your combat strength. Ling Xiao's doppelganger laughed, and his move changed again. The power of the origin of the universe suddenly appeared, like a living world formed by various source powers, and it enveloped Dragon Fifth. 5 different kinds of power bombarded Dragon Fifth at the same time. Dragon Fifth was still fearless, and he shook off the green vines, hailstones, and chilly winds that entangled him. He faced the Golden Wolf King, Qilin, and True Dragon head-on. Just when it was fearless, the might of the eruption of the 1,000 volcanoes finally caused its expression to change. Chapter 1499. Dragon Fifth was originally much stronger than Ling Xiao, but he was also kind. He was afraid that he would torture Ling Xiao to death with his main body's strength, so he transformed into a human form, which was equivalent to reducing his strength by 3 levels. Dragons also had the ability to increase their strength, so if they went all out, their strength would be even more terrifying. However, he did not double his strength against Ling Xiao. This was also because he did not want to take too much advantage of Ling Xiao. Even with this kind of strength, Ling Xiao's main body and clone combined still could not take any advantage. This showed how terrifying Dragon Fifth was. However, when Ling Xiao's clone unleashed all his power, it was already no different from a mid-level supreme martial artist. Furthermore, the power of his origin of the universe was even more valiant. Finally, Dragon Fifth realized that he was in big trouble. Rumble! Thousands of volcanoes erupted at the same time, as if they were going to blast the sky down, and the surroundings were shaking. Dragon Fifth punched continuously, scattering most of the power, but he was still forced back thousands of meters by this power. Cracks also appeared on the golden defensive barrier on his body. Obviously, this move by Ling Xiao had finally made him suffer some losses. However, this move wasn't over yet. Ling Xiao's doppelgangers launched another wave of attacks. They wanted to catch Dragon Fifth off guard. Dragon Fifth finally couldn't take it anymore. He let out a dragon's roar, and that terrifying sound wave was like a natural disaster. It directly destroyed more than half of Ling Xiao's origin of the heavens, and the power was greatly reduced. His figure surged, and in an instant he punched 2 more times, directly smashing Ling Xiao's power. Another punch went straight for Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao's clone was shocked, and he quickly retreated, not daring to fight Dragon Fifth head-on. Otherwise, his divine body would definitely be smashed. Dragon Fifth shouted in shock, 6 attacks for more to go. If you can take it, you win. After saying that, his strength increased a lot, and his speed increased a lot. He had already caught up to Ling Xiao, and the majestic fist energy once again smashed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's clone had nowhere to retreat, and could only choose to defend. 7th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Slaying Technique, Twin Lotus Flowers. A Snow Lotus King formed in front of Ling Xiao, wrapping around the dragon fist. Bang! However, the powerful fist energy instantly shattered the Snow Lotus King, and the fist energy continued towards Ling Xiao's divine body. Ice turned to water, water turned to wood, and 2 layers of defensive power appeared again, dissipating most of the power of the dragon fist energy. Finally, a burst of flames burst out, completely burning this power of metal. Dragon Fifth's dragon eyes twitched. He did not expect Ling Xiao's move to be so powerful, and he could actually block his fist energy that had increased a lot. 3 more attacks, take this. Dragon Fifth roared, and once again attacked Ling Xiao. This time, the power of this move increased a lot. However, when he made the 8th attack, a finger light shot towards him at high speed. Dragon Fifth reacted quickly, and as if he had eyes on the back of his head, his body flew up, and he dodged the finger light's sneak attack. However, just when it thought that it had dodged Ling Xiao's attack, another ray of light shot over from a different direction, and the ray of light that it had dodged earlier was reflected back on its own accord. The power of these two finger lights was very strange. One red and one gold intertwined with each other, and their speed was extremely fast, faintly revealing a strong power of destruction. The sixth move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique, Double Dragon Wind Fiend. The wind helped the fire, and the fire melted the power of metal. The boiling fiery gold liquid was definitely the most terrifying power of destruction in the world. This time, the speed of the two finger lights was extremely fast. If Dragon Fifth did not completely increase his power, it would not be easy to dodge again. Dragon Fifth looked at these two powers and could sense their threat, but blindly dodging was not the style of dragons. He roared in shock and attacked the two finger lights from both sides. However, at this time, the two finger lights actually split into countless small finger lights, which exploded like fireworks and enveloped him in countless directions. This was the characteristic of the three parting divine fingers' extreme urgency, and Ling Xiao had also integrated it into the twin dragon Wind Fiend. It could be said that Ling Xiao had a new understanding of every move and style of the Imperial Dragon's sky-destroying technique. There were many changes when he used them, and his attack power was more flexible and powerful. Faced with this move, Dragon Fifth could not completely destroy them one by one. He could only use a defensive shield to completely isolate these powers. He firmly believed that these powers could not hurt him at all. However, these powers were extremely terrifying. The golden light defense was destroyed by these powers in an instant, and the attacks were directed at its physical body. However, he was still not afraid. Even if the defensive shield was broken, he still had the dragon scales for defense. Even human ancient celestial weapons could not hurt him, let alone these elemental powers. However, this time he was gravely mistaken. The power of Ling Xiao's fire-melted gold was the most boiling power when gold was melted by fire. It contained the two most terrifying powers of destruction in the world. Ling Xiao's power was not what it used to be, and the flames of the heavenly fire pearl were also not what they used to be. The destructive power of his finger lights was needless to say. When these powers came into contact with the thickest dragon scales in the world, there was a sizzling sound. Then these powers forcibly seeped into the dragon scales and hurt Dragon Fifth's physical body. Roar! When these powers seeped into Dragon Fifth's body, he finally let out an earth-shattering scream. He could not help but transform into his original form. His dragon body kept rolling in the sky, and the traces of flames on his body began to burn. It was like a prairie fire. If it were not for the fact that his dragon scales were the thickest divine objects in the world, he would have been burned to ashes by these heavenly flames. Dragon King was shocked by this scene. He quickly shouted, "Guest, hurry! Hurry up and get rid of the flames on my brother's body. Otherwise he will die." Ling Xiao's body trembled. He did not expect the flames of the heavenly fire pearl to be so terrifying. It made these powers of destruction even more powerful. It was actually able to threaten a mid-tier 11th tier true dragon divine beast. This was really beyond his expectations. However, this was not the time for him to be proud. The flames on Dragon Fifth's body had already begun to rise, and he was already screaming in pain. Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed a few steps closer. With a wave of his hand, he completely sucked back the flames on Dragon Fifth's body. As long as the power of destruction lost the power of the fire, the power of metal would not have much effect. Sure enough, after Ling Xiao withdrew the fire, the remaining power was immediately shaken away by Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth's body also gradually stabilized. At this time, the eyes that it looked at Ling Xiao were indeed filled with fear. The power that tormented him just now had practically taken half his life. He did not dare to try it again. Ling Xiao said to Dragon Fifth, "I didn't hurt you, did I?" This was obviously nonsense. Many parts of Dragon Fifth's body had been burnt black. How could he not have been hurt? Dragon Fifth, on the other hand, was unyielding. "It's just a small fire. How could it hurt me?" That's good. That's good," Ling Xiao answered twice. Then he asked, "Does that count as me passing the test?" Before Dragon Fifth could say anything, Dragon King said, "Yeah, honored guest, your fighting competence isn't ordinary. From now on, Dragon Fifth will accompany you." Dragon Fifth didn't dare to go against Dragon King's words. At the same time, he thought that Ling Xiao was worth following. At least, this human wasn't as weak as he had imagined. Ling Xiao's face lit up with joy. With the help of this level 11 true dragon, there was no place in the heaven territory that he couldn't go. To him, the chances of him exterminating the Winged Men clan had increased. However, before that, he thought that it was necessary to upgrade his God Soul clone to another level. Then he would be more confident. When his real body was at half-incipient God realm, his God Soul clone already had the power of a low-level supreme expert. However, at his current realm, his God Soul clone was stuck at the peak of low level. He just needed a little bit more to advance to the next level. This little bit of energy seemed easy to pass, but he couldn't break through. Unless he could increase a lot of soul energy at once, he might be able to break through. If he had a supreme level divine herb of the God Soul class, it wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, divine herbs of the God Soul class were the rarest, and he didn't have any in his collection. Another way was to kill a supreme expert at incipient God realm and absorb their God Soul energy. That way, his clone could advance to the next level. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao became more determined. He had to improve this God Soul clone as soon as possible. He took Dragon 5th out of the dragon nest and returned to the clan's land. Ling Xiao didn't go back to the sect immediately. Instead, he entered his special alchemy cave to refine a special divine pellet for Ding Gudu to help him return to his peak, or even further. It wasn't difficult to help Ding Gudu condense his dantian again. The difficult part was how to restore his power. Even ordinary divine apothecaries wouldn't be able to do the latter. However, Ling Xiao had inherited all the pellet recipes of the first alchemist in the obsidian cauldron. Among them, there was a pellet called Nirvana Phoenix Divine Pellet. It could help any God King to condense his dantian and return to his peak even if his pellet was destroyed and his cultivation base destroyed. The reason why this divine pellet was called the Nirvana Phoenix Divine Pellet was that it needed the blood of the phoenix and the phoenix crown bloodgrass, which had the magical effect of nirvana, as the main material. It was refined with other divine materials. It was a top-grade divine pellet. The phoenix crown bloodgrass was a top-grade divine material. It was nourished by the blood of the phoenix when it was undergoing nirvana. It could only be found in the place where the phoenix lived. It had a strong magical effect of replenishing blood, and also a powerful nirvana effect. It could bring people back from the dead and restore their power. It could also condense a phoenix phantom to increase their fighting power. Its effect was just a little bit less than the parasol tree fruit. The reason why Ling Xiao could have it was because he had obtained 2 phoenix crown bloodgrass from the Vermilion Birdland in the Nirvana space when he was in the Heaven Sparrow territory. He had eaten one of them before he broke through to the incipient God realm. It was because his ancestor had sucked a lot of his blood twice, and the phoenix crown bloodgrass was the divine material that could replenish his blood. Now he had another one. He could use it to refine the Nirvana Phoenix Divine Pellet, to help Ding Gudu get out of his current predicament. Chapter 1500. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to reach the Alchemy God Realm today was largely related to his Obsidian Cauldron. Without the help of the Obsidian Cauldron, he could forget about creating history and creating miracles. Of course, this was inseparable from the many fortuitous encounters he had experienced in his life. After all, if his strength did not increase, he could forget about improving his alchemist rank. In the Pill Refinement Cave, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. His figure was elegant, revealing the demeanor of a grandmaster. A blood-red divine herb that looked like a phoenix crown flew out. When it came in contact with the high temperature, it actually turned into a phoenix shadow and struggled to fly away. This was a top-grade phoenix crown blood herb that was infinitely close to the sovereign grade. Any divine herb had already begun to develop a divine spirit, and knew how to avoid misfortune. Moreover, those that could transform into human form were the best among the divine herbs. It was not an exaggeration to call this phoenix crown blood herb an ordinary sovereign-grade divine material. Just as the phoenix crest bloodgrass was about to fly away from the medicinal cauldron, an invisible restriction light appeared on the medicinal cauldron, sealing it in place. Even if it wanted to struggle, it wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment, A fiery snake of fire instantly appeared and immediately burned it. The phoenix crown blood herb was not like other spiritual herbs that would immediately wither upon contact. Instead, it used its divine power to maintain itself for a while before gradually withering away. Bits of scarlet essence floated into the cauldron. If one did not have the ability to refine pills above the divine grade and panicked when encountering the current situation, it would be very easy for a cauldron of pills to be destroyed just like that. Moreover, refining a sovereign-grade divine pill required many sovereign-grade divine materials as the main ingredients. Their strength was even more powerful. If the alchemist's methods were insufficient, it would not be difficult for them to escape. Therefore, becoming a divine alchemist or sovereign alchemy god was not an easy task. Ling Xiao was already used to this feeling of pill refinement. His methods became more and more adept, and he became more and more free to do as he pleased. With the refinement of the beast cores and the injection of the divine spring, a cauldron of divine pills was naturally condensed. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 god-tier pills that he could only condense once, and thought to himself, the divine nirvana pill really is a peak god-tier pill after all. I've actually only managed to condense 2 with my methods. It must be much more powerful than God King pills. Ling Xiao put them away and left the cave. Ling Xiao went to see if Ling Bo and Ling Qiu had come out of their closed-door cultivation. Unfortunately, both of them wanted to reach the incipient god realm. If they didn't have several years of cultivation, they wouldn't be able to get out of seclusion. They did not immediately go into seclusion to take the pill. Instead, they had to raise all of their strength to the most perfect realm of the low level before taking the pill, and striving to break through in one go. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the clan and return to the outer sect, Ling Chen suddenly came to find him. Brother Xiao, are you looking for the chief? Ling Chen asked. Now that Ling Chen had been promoted to the Great Elder, he had swept away the decline, and became more glorious. Brother, I want to find the chief. I want to ask him when he will attack the Winged Men clan, and take the primordial stone of light. However, he and the Great Elder have gone to close it. It seems that we will have to wait for several years. Ling Xiao replied. Ling Chen nodded slightly and said, Yes, Brother Xiao, I understand how you feel. But do you know how powerful the Winged Men clan is? After pausing for a while he said, Come to my place and have a chat. Your sister-in-law hasn't seen you for a long time. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Ling Chen to his place. He hadn't seen Xiao Zhensai for a long time. Her strength had increased to the high-level God King realm. It seemed that if she didn't stay in the outer sect and cultivated peacefully in the clan, her strength would increase steadily. Brother Xiao, you are here. You are a busy man now. But if you have time, you should come to sister-in-law's place. Xiao Zhensai greeted Ling Xiao. Hee sister-in-law, I have a lot of things to do. But I will definitely come to see sister-in-law in the future. If sister-in-law feels bored, I can ask sister-in-law and the others to come and play with you. Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. That's good. Otherwise, I don't know what sister-in-law will do all day. Xiao Zhensai smiled and said, You 2 brothers talk, I will make some tea for you. After saying that, she walked out and made room for Ling Chen and Ling Xiao to chat. Then Ling Chen told Ling Xiao about the situation of the Winged Men clan, so that Ling Xiao could understand the more powerful side of the Winged Men clan. The Winged Men clan's territory was located in the Light Divine City. It was a place where all humans and holy beasts were forbidden to enter. It was the exclusive city of the Winged Men clan. The Winged Men clan was self-sufficient. They rarely married or traded with other clans. They were called the God clan. They were nobler than the human clan and the beast clan. They disdained to associate with others. The Light Divine City was just a place where some ordinary members of the Winged Men clan lived. They had built a territory entrance that led to outer space. Surprisingly, the real territory of the Winged Men clan was on a piece of land in outer space. It was their ancestral land. They were a race that had been passed down from the antiquity time. Just like the Demon Tiger sect, they were the top ancient clans in the Heaven territory. In the history, they had fought with the Demon Tiger sect many times. However, after the rise of the Kim people, the Winged Men clan suddenly restrained themselves. They didn't continue to fight against the Demon Tiger sect. At the same time, They didn't swagger in the heaven territory anymore. They seemed to focus on outer space. Recently, the supreme experts and incipient god realm experts who had traveled in outer space all knew that the Winged Men clan's competence didn't decline. Quite the contrary, their reputation had spread far and wide. Ordinary supreme experts and incipient god realm experts didn't dare to approach them. Otherwise, with their arrogant characters, they would have a conflict with them. Eventually, the Winged Men clan would kill them. And Ling Wei had gone to the Winged Men clan to ask for the incipient Godstone of Light. Of course, he wasn't welcomed. Fortunately, the reputation of the Kim people had made the Winged Men clan afraid. If Prince Jet hadn't met him, the Winged Men clan wouldn't have made up their mind to kill Ling Wei. Ling Chen told Ling Xiao these things mainly to remind Ling Xiao not to act rashly. If their clan wanted to deal with the Winged Men clan, they had to plan slowly. They couldn't confront them directly. Otherwise, the Kim people couldn't destroy the Winged Men clan. Instead, they would be killed. It would be a big loss. It wasn't worth it. Although the Kim people had the Golden Dragon to rely on, the Golden Dragon would only guard this dragon-gazing mountain range. It wouldn't go with the Kim people to attack the Winged Men clan. It was because many golden dragons had died in the ancient times. Moreover, their reproduction rate was low. They couldn't withstand any war. Therefore, before they recovered a large amount of vitality, they would not rashly go to war with each other. Big brother, are we going to let go of my great-grandfather's grudge? Ling Xiao frowned after listening to him. Ling Chen could see Ling Xiao's discontentment. He immediately said, I, the Kim people, am not a coward. If there is a grudge, of course, I will take revenge. But it's not the right time. When is the right time? Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. Ling Chen answered, at least 100 years later. You can refine some Supreme God pellets for our clan. Then we can train more than 10 Supreme God realm experts to increase the foundation of our clan. At that time, even if we die in the battle, there will be people who can support our clan. We won't be in chaos. Ling Chen was worthy of being the former leader of the clan. He could see things further than Ling Xiao. After listening to him, Ling Xiao's face became serious. Ling Chen was prepared to die. It showed that the Winged Men clan was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Ling Xiao recalled the winged men he had met. They did have a unique divine power. Ordinary people couldn't compare to them. Although the Kim people had the ancient emperor's divine technique to increase their fighting power, the Winged Men clan also had their secret techniques. They also had the speed of the wind attribute. Everyone had their own advantages. It was hard to say who would be the winner. Ling Xiao also understood that the battle with the Winged Men clan wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Big brother is right, I was too reckless. If the family and the outer sect still have more supreme divine materials, I will definitely do my best to refine more supreme divine pills for the family and the outer sect, Ling Xiao said in a serious tone. Once they attacked the Winged Men clan, of course, it would be better if they had more supreme god realm experts. Moreover, their realms were one level higher than the Winged Men clan. Then, the Kim people would have a greater chance of winning. Even if some of them died, they would have a new supreme god realm expert to inherit their legacy. They didn't need to worry about the shortage of successors. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if they ended up destroying the Gold clan just to annihilate the Winged clan. Thus, they had to consider everything carefully to make up their mind to declare war against the Winged Men clan. Yeah, all the elders in our clan know this. Many of them have gone to outer space to find the Genesis Stone and the divine materials. The outer space will also increase their purchasing power. At that time, we will have to trouble you to contribute to our clan and the outer space, Ling Chen said. Then he continued. Today, I called you here to discuss with you about finding a wood-class Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao looked happy. Do you know where to find the wood-class Genesis Stone? As far as he knew, the Wood Grain clan also had the wood-class Genesis Stone. However, the elders who had gone there to exchange for it had returned empty-handed. They didn't even see the Wood Grain clan. Now, from what Ling Chen had said, it seemed like he knew where to find the wood-class Genesis Stone. Of course, he was so happy. I'm not sure if it's there or not, but it's worth a try. Perhaps we will get something. Ling Chen answered. Ling Xiao asked, where is it, Deji? It's in the demon forest, Ling Chen said in a low voice. Ling Xiao was a little bit moved. He knew something about the demon forest. Although it wasn't one of the 8 great forbidden areas, it was more intimidating than the 8 great forbidden areas. If it weren't on the heaven territory, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it one of the 8 great forbidden areas. It was outside the Sky Dragon area and the Sky Sparrow area. It was the head of all the ancient mountain ranges. Among all the ancient mountain ranges, it had the most number of level 11 holy beasts and the strangest spirit beast, the illusory demon. If it was just a low-level illusory demon, it wouldn't make the incipient god realm experts change their faces. However, a level 11 illusory demon king was definitely a disaster for all creatures. Chapter 1501. Of course, the myriad demon forest was not just because of the existence of the level 11 illusory demon king. After all, this level of illusory demon would not attack anyone who stepped into the myriad demon forest. Other than the illusory demon, there were 3 other rare demons that were not inferior to the illusory demon. One was the soul-chasing demon, the other was the fierce blood demon, and the last was the ghost tree demon. The soul-chasing demon was a strange spirit beast that could turn invisible. It was interested in any creature with a soul. Once it was discovered, it would hunt and devour its soul. Generally, those who had seen the soul-chasing demon were already dead, because they only saw what the soul-chasing demon looked like at the last moment. The fierce blood demon was the most ferocious spirit beast in the myriad demon forest. Its blood energy carried a strong evil intent. Once it touched someone, its evil side would be aroused, and it would become incomparably vicious and cruel. In the end, it would definitely kill itself. The illusory demon liked to eat human brains, but the fierce blood demon liked to suck blood. Those who were targeted by it would die after being sucked dry of every drop of blood in their bodies. As for the ghost tree demon, it looked no different from an ordinary tree. However, it was an innate demon spirit that liked to take the initiative to attack any living creature. It would tie them up and suck their vitality to strengthen its demon spirit. Ordinary people could not distinguish the existence of the ghost tree demon, and it was easy to fall into its trap. It was also because of the existence of the illusory demon, the soul-chasing demon, the fierce blood demon, and the ghost tree demon in the myriad demon forest that it was called the myriad demon forest. Although it was not one of the 8 great forbidden areas, it was better than the 8 great forbidden areas, and it made people fear and stay away. However, in such a dangerous place, there were divine treasures that made people jealous. Sometimes people risked their lives to intrude the myriad demon forest to find the demonic flower, the illusory demon crystal, the soul demon grass, the blood pond, and even the wood genesis stone. There were many divine items there, and most people had obtained them before, and could bring them out. However, those who could come out all died mysteriously in the end. Those who dared to enter the myriad demon forest were all brave people, people with extraordinary strength, or people who had already disregarded life and death. Ling Chen's suggestion to Ling Xiao to go to the demon forest was not to let Ling Xiao take the risk alone. Instead, he planned to go with Ling Xiao. According to the legends, the wood-class Genesis stone could be found in the gathering place of the ghost tree monsters. They could try to achieve this goal. However, it was so dangerous. Even incipient God realm experts didn't dare to enter that place. Therefore, Ling Chen's suggestion was definitely very risky. It was no wonder that he only asked Ling Xiao to discuss it with him. He was afraid that the other clansmen would stop him. He thought that with his current competence at incipient God realm, it was impossible for those monsters to approach him. Ling Chen had unparalleled confidence. What do you think, Brother Xiao? Do you have the guts to come with me? Ling Chen used to be defeated by Ling Xiao, so he had a lot of confidence in Ling Xiao's competence. If he could go with Ling Xiao, his chance of winning would be bigger. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao's identity wasn't the same as before. If the other clansmen knew about it, they wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to go with him to take this risk. Ling Xiao beamed a happy smile. If Big Brother is confident, of course, I don't dare to disobey. When others heard that they were going to the demon forest, they would be so scared that their legs would become jelly. However, Ling Xiao was so happy that people thought that his head was broken. Of course, Ling Xiao's head wasn't broken. He suddenly thought of a way to advance his god soul. It was in the demon forest, above the soul-chasing demon grass and the soul-chasing demon grass. These soul-chasing demons like to absorb all kinds of souls. They themselves had extremely rich soul power, which was a great tonic for Ling Xiao. The soul demon grass was also a divine-level soul-type divine grass, which was of great use to him. If he could find a soul-chasing demon grass at the supreme level, he would have to advance even if he didn't want to. Moreover, he had the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his head, which could defend against any soul energy attack and any illusions. In other words, the soul-chasing demon and the illusion demon, which were the most intimidating creatures, weren't a threat to him. Regarding the fierce blood demons and the tree monsters, they weren't worth mentioning. No matter how many of them came, he would kill them all. I didn't misjudge you. Then we should depart immediately and find the Wood Genesis Source Stone. Ling Chen said excitedly. After he had reached the incipient god realm, he had only fought with Ling Xiao once. He really wanted to go to the demon forest and show his power to those monsters. In his current state, Ling Chen just wanted to find a monster to test his skills. Of course, he also wanted to help his family to find the Wood Genesis Source Stone. Deji, we shouldn't rush. After I'm done with my business, I will come to find you. Anyway, a few more days won't make any difference. Ling Xiao said. Then he thought of something and said, Deji, the illusion demon knows the illusions, and the soul-chasing demon knows the invisible soul attack. There are many fierce blood demons and tree monsters. You have to prepare in advance. Otherwise, you will encounter trouble. We have to guard against these things. You're right. I'm going to prepare some defensive divine treasures. We must get out of the demon forest and find the Wood Genesis Source Stone. Ling Chen replied. After Ling Xiao and Ling Chen talked about some matters, they returned to Dragon Gate. When he returned to Dragon Gate, Yang Hai and Pang Tonga hadn't left yet. Yang Hai seemed to regard Ling Xiao as his master. He went around to have a good relationship with the people on the mountain peaks. He even lowered his status to Fan on Changhaoyou and asked about Ling Xiao's hobbies. Pang Tonga seemed to be in a hurry. He wanted to see Ling Xiao again before he left. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then met with the two of them again. Master Alchemy God, long time no see. Yang Hai missed you so much. Yang Hai bowed and tried to flatter him. Ling Xiao got goosebumps when he heard that. He cursed under his breath. Is that bastard really at the incipient god realm? He's a motherf asterisk cur. This was definitely the most undignified incipient god realm expert that Ling Xiao had ever seen. Pang Tonga, who was standing to the side, was more straightforward. He very seriously asked Ling Xiao. Alchemist Ling, let's get straight to the point. What do you want me to do in order to refine the sovereign god pill for me? Could it be that you really want me to follow you by your side? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I've already said it clearly. Either you gather 3 sets of supreme god materials, or you stay in Dragon Gate as an elder. As long as you contribute enough, I will try my best to satisfy your request. However, as long as the two of you agree to one thing, I will immediately refine the supreme god pellets for you. How about it? Really? Yang Hai and Pang Tonga asked in unison. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Really? Just as Pang Tonga was about to eagerly agree, Yang Hai's eyes flashed and he asked, Master of the Divine Alchemist, as long as you give the order, Yang Hai will do his best to do it for you. He left some leeway in his words. He would only do it for Ling Xiao if he could do it. If he couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. Pang Tonga wasn't stupid. After hearing Yang Hai's words, he wanted to do what Ling Xiao wanted them to do. It wouldn't be easy. What does alchemy god Ling want us to do? Pang Tonga asked. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, It's not difficult. I'm going to the 1,000 Demon Forest to look for something. I wonder if you dare to go with me? The moment Ling Xiao's words left his mouth, Yang Hai's cheeky smile froze on his face, and his body trembled. Pang Tongji's expression turned cold, and his brows furrowed tightly. Master Alchemy God, you're right? You really want to go to the 1,000 Demon Forest? Yang Hai asked. Ling Xiao said solemnly again, That's right, I want to go to the 1,000 Demon Forest. I wonder if you dare to go with me? It's not too late to regret. Young Hai hesitated and was in a dilemma. Who didn't know that the Thousand Demon Forest was a terrifying place? Even incipient God Realm experts only dared to walk around the periphery and didn't dare to go deeper. Once they encountered those monsters, they could only run for their lives. What made them feel the most terrifying was that they would die before they could even see what the monsters looked like. Compared to the Supreme God pellets, keeping their lives was much more important. On the other hand, Pangtonga, who was next to Young Hai, said in a sonorous voice, "All right, I will accompany you on this trip. When we come out, you must help me refine the Supreme God pill. You must not regret it." Ling Xiao glanced at Pangtonga, nodded deeply and said, "Of course, but you have to provide me with the divine materials you have." "All right, deal," Pangtonga replied. In order to fulfill his partner's needs, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Moreover, although the Thousand Demon Forest was terrifying, for a mid-level Supreme Master like him, he could escape at any time. Ling Xiao nodded at Pangtonga and said, "I admire Elder Pang's character." Then he cast a meaningful look at Yang Hai. Yang Hai was a little scared by Ling Xiao's gaze, but it also aroused his fighting spirit. Back then, he was also called the King of Mercenaries. He had seen all kinds of dangers. A mere Thousand Demon Forest was nothing to him. "All right, if old Pang dares to go, how can I, Young Hai, run away?" Young Hai replied. Then he added, "But I don't have many Supreme God pellets." "All right, don't worry. As long as we can get out of the Thousand Demon Forest and follow me for another 500 years, I'll definitely give you a Supreme God pellet," Ling Xiao said very seriously. As for Yang Hai, he wouldn't immediately agree to refine Supreme Divine pills for him, so he would just have to deal with him. 500 years isn't long. When the time comes, I'll find a place to cultivate in seclusion. It'll be over soon. Yang Hai calculated in his heart and agreed to Ling Xiao's request. "All right, then you guys go and wait for 2 days. When the time comes, I'll send someone to inform you to set off together," Ling Xiao said and let them go first. Then he went to find Ding Gudu and gave him the Divine Phoenix pellet. Chapter 1502. In fact, with Ling Xiao's status, he could have directly asked someone to bring Ding Gudu to see him. But he was not a person who cared about trifles, and at the same time wanted to win people's hearts, so there was nothing unusual about going directly to Ding Gudu. Only in this way could he show the importance and care he attached to his own people. The place that Ding Gudu was arranged was a separate courtyard. Although it was a little small, the environment was quiet and secluded. It was a rare place to meditate and recuperate. In the courtyard, Ding Gudu was brandishing an ordinary sword, seemingly practicing some kind of sword technique. Unfortunately, he was just like an ordinary person now. The sword technique that he used only had the form but no spirit. There was no power at all, and it was completely just for show. However, there was not the slightest hint of sadness on his face. Instead, there was a look of concentration. The sword technique that he brandished became more and more elegant, faintly containing a kind of inexplicable sword power. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he could not help but reveal a bit of admiration. He had destroyed his own cultivation base, but now he did not have the slightest look of abandonment, which made Ling Xiao feel that he was a rare genius. To be able to subdue such a person was definitely a kind of luck for him. Brother Ding is able to practice diligently every day and become one of the Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. It is indeed not by chance, Ling Xiao said, appearing not far from Ding Gudu. Ding Gudu sheathed his sword, bowed slightly to Ling Xiao, and said, "Greetings, Lord Divine Medicine. I've let you see a joke." Ling Xiao looked at Ding Gudu's indifferent appearance, as though he was not worried at all whether he had refined a divine pill that could restore his divine power. This kind of temperament, this kind of calmness was really rare. "In the future, you should just call me by my name. There is no need to be so polite," Ling Xiao said. Ding Dugu insisted. "No, since I have chosen to follow you, you are my master from now on. I, Ding Dugu, will not be disloyal or disrespectful." Ling Xiao knew of Ding Gudu's faith and said, "Then you can call me the Peak Lord like everyone else, or Young Master." He paused for a moment and handed the nirvana of the phoenix pill to Dingudu. This is the nirvana of the phoenix pill. It's made with the blood grass of the phoenix tribe as the main ingredient. Not only can it help you reform your dantian, it can also help you recover your cultivation. Take it. Dingudu could no longer remain calm. His trembling hands betrayed the excitement in his heart. For the past few days, he had been pretending to be calm and collected. He wanted to reach the point where he was neither sad nor happy, and forget his identity as Sunjin of Goguryeo. He had already prepared himself for the worst. Now that he had obtained the divine pill that Ling Xiao had refined for him, all his disguise had been revealed. In fact, he was so eager to recover his strength, to recover his confidence and pride. He took the nirvana of the phoenix pill, and with a shake of his body, he knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, young master, for the pill." This kneel was very thorough, and it also proved that he would see Ling Xiao as the most worthy person in his life. Ling Xiao did not stop him, and calmly accepted his kneel, because he had indeed saved his life, so he deserved this kneel. Ling Xiao helped him up. "I will ask Haoyou to arrange a room for you to go into seclusion. When I see you next time, I hope that you have returned to your peak, or even a level higher." "Don't worry, young master, I will not let you down," Dingudu said solemnly. You don't need to practice the death calamity divine technique anymore. After taking the pill, it is best to practice a new divine technique. Otherwise, if something strange happens again, I'm afraid you will not be able to recover," Ling Xiao said. Dingudu nodded and remembered Ling Xiao's words. He already had a new divine technique in his spatial ring for him to practice in the future. After Ling Xiao talked with him for a while, he returned to his courtyard. After spending a few days with the women, he sent someone back to the clan to invite Ling Chen out, and prepared to go to the demon forest. After Ling Chen came out, he set off with Dragon Fifth, Yonghai, and Pangtonga. As for the prodigal, Huyu and Rock-Moving Gao, they were naturally left in the medicine cauldron. "Big brother, is everything ready?" Ling Xiao asked Ling Chen. "No problem, we just need to find the land of the ghost tree demons. We'll avoid the other demons if we can. I believe they won't be able to do anything to us," Ling Chen replied, but when he looked at Yonghai and Pangtonga beside Ling Xiao, a look of doubt flashed across his eyes. Ling Xiao had no choice but to introduce Yonghai and Pangtonga to him. Ling Chen felt that Ling Xiao had found these two supreme being experts for help, so he was even more confident. The Myriad Demon Forest was located at the border between the Heavenly Dragon Domain and the Heavenly Sparrow Domain. That area was separated by many spatial barriers, and the Myriad Demon Forest was isolated from the rest of the world. It was not allowed to have any contact with human settlements, so as to prevent more people from being harmed. This was the spatial barrier that the Supreme Being from the antiquity time had specially set up. Because of the existence of this spatial barrier, the demons had to hide in the demon forest and couldn't harm the human world. At the same time, this spatial barrier could only be entered by experts at the King God realm and above. Anyone below the King God realm couldn't enter. And if the demons wanted to come out, they would be attacked by this formation. This spatial barrier did have a unique, heaven-defying power. Ling Xiao, Ling Chen, and the others had already quietly arrived in front of this spatial barrier. They looked down at the desolate land with no signs of human habitation, and felt a strange demonic aura shooting up into the sky. Their faces became stern. Yonghai, who was following behind Ling Xiao, slightly shrunk his body. In his heart, he regretted following Ling Xiao to this place. After all, the demon forest was infamous. Although many people could come out alive, most of them had gone crazy and died. Although he was at the incipient God realm, he still felt so chilled. An unknown fear rose from the bottom of his feet to the top of his heart. Ling Xiao glanced at Yonghai. He could sense the other's strange situation. He chuckled and said, "Old Yang, if you're afraid, you can leave now." If Ling Xiao had said this to him alone, he would have turned around and left immediately without a word. However, there were quite a few people here now. If he were to leave now, wouldn't his reputation be completely ruined? Since he had already come this far, he couldn't back down anymore. "Master Alchemy God, you must be joking. It's just the demon forest. Why should I be afraid?" I've entered the heavens I see and survived. Young Hai said confidently. The heavens I see, one of the 8 great forbidden lands, ranked 7th. It was a deep-sea area between the mysterious sky region and the heaven source region. There was a heaven's eye vortex there. Once this vortex sucked people in, they would definitely die. Young Hai had been sucked in by the heavens eye sea when he was at the king god realm. Later on, he had a lucky encounter that gave him the foundation to break through to the incipient god realm. And this was also a glorious deed that he was proud of in his life. However, no one present would believe it when it came from his mouth. Everybody could see his cowardly appearance. If he had entered the heavens eye sea, one of the 8 great forbidden lands, who would be such a coward? In fact, this couldn't be blamed on Young Hai. Back then, he could say that he had entered the heavens eye sea by mistake, and he had almost died there. He had gone through a lot of luck to get the chance to leave. He paled at the mention of those forbidden lands. His courage was already scared out of his wits. He swore that he would never enter those forbidden lands again. Just as Young Hai was about to explain, Ling Chun had already taken the lead and shouted, "Let's go in. With our strength, I don't believe that we can't deal with the monsters here." Ling Chun activated the shield and directly rushed into the barrier. Ling Xiao also rushed in, followed by Dragon Fifth and Pang Tonga. Young Hai hesitated for a while before murmuring, "I've entered the heavens I see before. This demon forest can't deal with me." After saying that, he also rushed into the demon forest. The few of them stopped above the myriad demon forest and looked at the endless ancient mountains and forests. A strange demonic wind blew past, and the woo-woo sound was like the sound of demons and ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. The primordial aura of this primordial forest assaulted one's nostrils, making one feel as if they had returned to the primordial era. What a dense demonic aura and desolate aura. No wonder people's expressions change when they talk about it. Ling Chun murmured to himself. Ling Xiao also thought so and said, "Only a place like this can preserve ancient beasts. It seems that there are definitely countless 11th rank beasts here." As the most complete and largest ancient mountain range, the demon forest naturally had some advantages that other ancient mountain ranges couldn't compare to. According to the records, the ghost tree demons exist in the ghost tree ridge in the depths of the southeast. "Let's go. Once we find what we need, we'll immediately return," Ling Chun said. At this time, Pang Tonga asked, "What kind of divine item are you looking for that you actually have to deal with those ghost tree demons?" The ghost tree demons were the easiest to deal with among the many monsters. As long as they had divine weapons, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with them. However, Pang Tonga and Young Hai still didn't know what Ling Chun, Ling Xiao, and the others were looking for. Ling Xiao said, "We're looking for the wood element Genesis stone." As soon as he said that, Pang Tonga and Young Hai's expressions slightly shrank. Their old eyes were filled with astonishment. It was obvious that they were very surprised by what Ling Xiao and Ling Chun were after. If the Ghost Tree Ridge had the Genesis stone, then it would most likely be the place where the highest level ghost tree demons lived. If they wanted to snatch it from the hands of those monsters, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It must be known that monsters that had reached the peak, even if they were of the wood element, had incomparably terrifying attack power. As far as I know, no one has ever found the Genesis stone from this place, Young Hai said with some concern. Others can't find it, but that doesn't mean we can't find it. If we don't go take a look, how will we know? Ling Chun said and took the lead to fly in a direction. The others immediately followed. At this time, a strange demonic wind quietly blew in the direction they had just left. Chapter 1503. Above the thick forest, some figures were moving as fast as lightning. They were shuttling through the space, covering 100,000 miles in one step. Their speed was extremely fast. The spirit beasts and holy beasts in the forest couldn't sense their auras, but they had already disappeared. Those figures didn't seem to have time to care about the high-level spiritual treasures, or the divine treasures that even the Holy Emperor or the King God wanted. They just passed by hurriedly. In this boundless demon forest, there were many level 11 holy beasts. Suddenly, some outsiders dared to step over their territory, which had enraged them. They stormed out and wanted to swallow those outsiders. Roar! Roar! Several beasts' roars reverberated. A commotion arose in the forest. Several giant creatures stormed out. They didn't stop. They directly swallowed Ling Chun and Ling Xiao's group. The bloodthirsty aura it exuded was so strong that even the saint beasts of the other ancient mountain ranges couldn't compare to it. Haha, good timing. Ling Chun laughed loudly. The Dragon King, who had almost turned into a dragon, stormed out from behind him. The aura of a supreme incipient god realm expert was released. Several golden fists bombarded the holy beasts. Ling Chun came to the Thousand Demon Forest to find the Genesis Stone. He also wanted to fight with the level 11 sacred beasts here. He wanted to show off the power of his new power. Young Hai said, "Don't tangle with them. Otherwise, more holy beasts will come out. We won't be able to escape then." Young Hai had lived in many ancient mountain ranges for many years, and was extremely experienced. In such a dangerous mountain range, he maintained the highest level of vigilance. He knew that they could not start a battle here early, or else they would attract even more sacred beasts. They would be surrounded and killed before they could even reach their destination. After all, this was the most ancient mountain range with the most level 11 holy beasts. How could they kill all of them? If those level 11 holy beasts came out, they wouldn't even know how to write the word death. However, Ling Chun had forgotten about this. He just wanted to enjoy the moment, and ignored everything else. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Time more strategy." As soon as Ling Xiao finished, Dragon Fifth, who was next to Ling Xiao, moved first. "Let me deal with them." Dragon Fifth's fighting spirit was high. He had just left the dragon nest, so it was time for him to show his power. Roar! Dragon Fifth roared at the holy beasts. The powerful dragon roar shook the holy beasts, causing them to let out strange cries. Their huge bodies were smashed into the forest by the pressure. Ling Chun, who hadn't exchanged a few blows, was also affected. He felt dizzy and uncomfortable. The dragon might was inviolable. To ordinary holy beasts, it was enough to suppress them and make them not dare to act rashly. However, these holy beasts were left behind from the ancient era, or even the primordial era. Their desolate chi was extremely dense, and their tempers were extremely fiery. They were not very afraid of the true dragon race. Although they were temporarily suppressed, they quickly rushed up again and roared at Dragon Fifth in provocation. Dragon Fifth laughed sinisterly. "You still dare to provoke me when you see me? Duh." Dragon Fifth did not transform into his original body and directly rushed towards them. He brandished his dragon fist, and the powerful fist force surpassed the might of an ancient god artifact, directly causing two of the holy beasts to explode in blood. The other two wanted to bite it, but it dodged them. When it turned around, it fiercely stomped on them with its feet, creating huge bloody holes on their bodies, causing them to cry out in pain. Dragon Fifth's battle prowess was like the heavens. After a few attacks, he directly tortured and killed these holy beasts. Large amounts of blood splattered incessantly, appearing extremely glaring and ferocious. The smell of blood was extremely strong. "Dragon Fifth, keep their beast cores for me. Don't swallow them." Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Fifth, who was slaughtering in all directions, and shouted, "All right, I'll keep them for you," Dragon Fifth said disapprovingly. After a pause it said, "Their bodies are all rotten. It's not bad to leave them for you humans. It's a pity that I don't have a big appetite recently. Otherwise, I'll eat them all." Yang Hai and Peng Tonga, who were beside Ling Xiao, were shocked. They did not expect the mighty man beside Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. At the same time, they felt that with such a powerful existence, they would be much safer. They were all thinking, "This guy can't be a true dragon divine beast, right? That should be the sound wave of a dragon's roar." Ling Chun had a look of deep envy. He knew that this was a level 11 true dragon divine beast. This kind of battle prowess was most likely at the mid-stage of the level 11. In their race, only 2 or 3 people could have such a high-level true dragon divine beast to protect them. Roar! Just as Dragon Fifth put away the beast core and handed it over to Ling Xiao, a series of beast roars rang out in the distance, causing the entire area to shake. Huge holy beasts that covered the sky rushed out from different directions. There were so many of them that it was frightening. Among them, there were quite a few terrifying level 11 existences. Their might made people's legs turn to jelly. That's a thunder eagle. My mother is so fast, let's run. Yang Hai could not help but exclaim when he saw one of the level 11 holy beasts. The desolate thunder eagle was a desolate ancient species, and this purple eagle with the power of wind and thunder was as mighty as the heavens. The thunder energy it carried was extremely terrifying, and it was at least in existence at the intermediate stage of the 11th rank. It was no wonder that Yang Hai was so shocked. Pang Tonga also saw a few holy beasts in another direction that made his scalp go numb. Those were the mutated blood leopard, the primordial serpent king, and the aurora lion. It was not just the two of them. Even Ling Xiao and Ling Chun were panicking. They all knew that this place had the most groups of level 11 holy beasts. Now that they were here, they felt that they had underestimated this desolate ancient forest. This was like a paradise for holy beasts. There were so many terrifying holy beasts, and even some extinct ones could be seen here. No wonder those who came in all died. This place was really much more dangerous than the other ancient mountain ranges. Only Dragon Fifth was not afraid at all. His dragon eyes were still emitting a thick ferocious aura. He wanted to transform into his original form and fight with them first. Yang Hai came back to his senses and shouted, "Quick! Go to the bottom of the forest and hide your aura. Don't reveal any hostility. Only then will they reduce their killing intent." Immediately after, he was the first to descend into the forest. The others didn't even think about it, and immediately rushed down. Only Dragon Fifth followed behind unwillingly. A few of the nearby holy beasts chased after them. The others circled in the sky for a while. After some conflict, they gradually dispersed. They did not have much appetite for these humans. They were too small, not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. They would not attack unless they trespassed into their territory. Yang Hai was undoubtedly the most familiar with the rules of the forest. He did this to avoid being surrounded by holy beasts. However, there were still a few holy beasts chasing after them. They kept releasing elemental attacks, bombarding the surroundings into chaos. Dragon Fifth could not hold it in any longer. He was the great royal uncle of the dragons. How could he be frightened by these low-level holy beasts? He stopped and directly swung his fists at these holy beasts that were not even at the 11th level. "All right, Dragon Fifth. Now is not the time to fight." Ling Xiao called out to Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth and Ling Xiao were only equals. However, he had already received the Dragon King's instructions before coming out. He had also acknowledged Ling Xiao, so he still had to listen to Ling Xiao's words. The group concealed their auras and began to quickly travel through the forest. At the same time, they looked around vigilantly, paying attention to any movement. They were already deep into the demon forest. Those evil creatures could appear at any time. They could not let their guard down. The group had no time to look for the many holy treasures here. They headed northeast. During this period of time, with Yang Hai, the former king of mercenaries, they were able to avoid the attacks of many holy beasts. They only occasionally encountered one or two holy beasts, and with their strength, they were able to finish them off quickly without causing too much of a commotion. However, the deeper they went, the thicker the trees in the forest were. Waves of unknown toxic gas arose. The pungent smell and the corrosive gas were enough to make people sick and die instantly. Surprisingly, it was the toxic gas of the origin. Once they touched it, it was not easy to expel it. Even King God Realm experts would be tortured to death. Yang Hai grew even more worried. Are we in the ghost tree demon's territory? It should be green tumor poison. Don't breathe it in. Otherwise you will die of tumors. Ling Chun said. At the incipient God Realm, their protective light cages weren't affected by the toxic gas. However, they could see that the light cages were corroded and turned dark green. It seemed like they could get into their bodies at any minute. The deeper they went into this dark forest, the thicker the toxic gas became. Moreover, they saw a swamp area with strange noises. It made the incipient God Realm experts more vigilant. This poison is so terrifying. Even half incipient God Realm experts can't resist it. Ling Xiao thought. At this moment, Yang Hai said, This place is covered by toxic gas. We should get out of here. Otherwise, if the poisonous creatures come out, we will be in big trouble. Pangtonga also agreed. That's right. This place has a natural advantage against the poisonous creatures. We should leave first. They all recognized that this place could be the territory of some poisonous creatures. If they could avoid provoking them, they would try their best not to provoke them. Just as they were about to charge out of the poison barrier, there was finally a change in the swamp. Those swamps churned and surged, and poisonous gas continuously swept out. A huge mouth rapidly pounced out from there, catching people off guard. Chapter 1504. Roar. A huge mouth revealed 2 rows of deep and sharp fangs. Those black hole-like deep holes emitted an incomparably dense poisonous gas. Before the mouth even reached, the poisonous gas had already rolled out. It was enough to corrode everything in the world. Everybody was so scared that they retreated immediately. They soared up into the sky. However, among them, Ling Chun was the slowest. He had to face the corrosive toxic air and the fate of being swallowed by the mouth. However, he was worthy of being one of the top 10 existences in the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Today he had reached incipient god realm, so he wasn't afraid in the face of danger. He released all of his energy, punching out a golden fist. His fist aura was torrential, and the power was so fierce. It was like a dragon king storming out. Rumble! Rumble! The poisonous miasma that was pouncing over was blasted back by this punch, directly exploding in the middle of the huge opening. Ling Chun did not take the opportunity to retreat quickly. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit and threw out a few punches consecutively, directly overturning the swamp, causing many poisonous barriers to surge. At this time, the roars of many beasts arose. Then giant crocodiles with green scales appeared in the swamp area. Green tumbled poisonous crocodiles. Yang Hai's hair stood on end as he screamed in surprise. He knew that this kind of poisonous crocodile was extremely brutal. Their toxic air was so thick that people couldn't wait to avoid them. If it was an ordinary level 9 or 10 green tumbled poisonous crocodile, it wouldn't have made him lose his composure like this. It was because he saw several level 11 green tumbled poisonous crocodiles storming out. Among them was a green tumbled poisonous crocodile king, an existence at the peak of middle level 11. Surrounding them were hundreds of stage 9 to stage 10 green tumbled poisonous crocodiles, surrounding them layer by layer. Go. Go. Don't tangle with them. Yang Hai screamed at Ling Chun. He already had a blue triangular shield in his hand to defend himself. He was prepared for the worst. However, it was too late for them to retreat. The green tumbled poisonous crocodile king roared and sent a signal to attack the other green tumbled poisonous crocodiles. Almost 100 blue tumor poisonous crocodiles spurted out a terrifying toxic mist that dyed the entire place dark green. That toxic power was enough to corrode any half-incipient god realm warrior to death. Fortunately, Yang Hai had already taken out a low-grade ancient god artifact to defend himself, and he was able to isolate the poison. As for Ling Chun, he was currently locked in combat with one of the type 11 green tumor poisonous crocodiles. He was completely enveloped by the poisonous gas, which constantly seeped into his defensive barrier, causing him to feel dizzy. Not good, these poisons are too terrifying. I have to get rid of them as soon as possible, Ling Chun thought to himself. However, just as he was about to rush out, the green tumbled poisonous crocodile swung its iron tail that was like an ancient artifact towards Ling Chun. Ling Chun could not dodge, so he could only bite the bullet and punch out, sending the iron tail flying back. However, the strength of the iron tail was not any weaker than his. It directly sent his body flying far away, causing his internal organs to churn and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the toxic gas seized the chance to corrode his body. Sizzle. Sizzle. Fortunately, Ling Chun's physical body was also extremely tough. Although he was touched by the poisonous gas, his copper-like skin withstood the poisonous gas and didn't let it directly enter his body. Not good. Ling Chun hissed and immediately urged his energy to expel the toxic gas from his body. He didn't want to let it corrode his body further. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. However, at this moment, 2 level 10 green tumor poisonous crocodiles near him suddenly pounced on him. As a supreme incipient god realm expert, Ling Chun had fast reflexes. However, he was affected by the toxic gas, so his movement was a little slower. When the 2 green tumor poisonous crocodiles were about to attack him, he killed them directly. At this moment, the level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodile attacked again. Its mouth was already in front of Ling Chun, but the thick toxic gas still swept over. Ling Chun felt that he couldn't endure it anymore. He wanted to dodge, but he still felt that his movement was a lot slower. Just as he was about to fall into the green tumor poisonous crocodile's mouth, a figure swooped down from above and directly stepped on the giant crocodile's mouth. Boom! The giant mouth was directly stomped shut. Then, a fiery sword light flashed, and the sword light slashed the green tumor poisonous crocodile's body. It was an ancient god weapon. Each slash was enough to cut gold and jade, and split the mountain and the ground. However, when it slashed on the level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodile, it could only cut off a few pieces of its thick green scale armor. There was only a shallow sword mark on its body. Ling Xiao screamed, "Motherf asterisk her, such a strong body." Ling Xiao couldn't care so much. He immediately used all of his strength to slash down. Many sword lights descended, and the heaven flames burned the toxic gas nearby. The level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodile roared crazily. Its body flipped, and its tail twisted, sweeping towards Ling Xiao on its back. Ling Xiao couldn't care about anything else. He immediately bounced off its body and swept towards Ling Chun. He pulled Ling Chun up, and many flames burned with him as the center. These heaven flames were the poison barrier's nemesis. They immediately burned and dispersed the toxic gas. The green tumor poisonous crocodiles also seemed to be very afraid of this kind of fire. They didn't dare to come close. They all chased after Yang Hai and Pang Tonga, while the green tumor poisonous crocodile king fought with Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth was suppressing the green tumor poisonous crocodile king completely. His punches caused its body to fester. There were many level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodiles nearby who wanted to help, but they all returned in vain. Their toxic gas couldn't do anything to Dragon Fifth at all. They wanted to bite or charge at Dragon Fifth, but their speed couldn't keep up. As for Yang Hai, with the help of the ancient god weapon, he escaped the fastest. He killed several green tumor poisonous crocodiles below level 11, and escaped far away. Pang Tonga's strength was extraordinary, and he dealt with it very calmly. He didn't fight these level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodiles head-on, but he kept an eye on Ling Xiao's movements. As long as Ling Xiao was in danger, he would help. Seeing Ling Xiao's decisive actions and his calm expression, he knew that the poisonous barrier and the green tumbled poisonous crocodiles couldn't do anything to him. Ling Xiao threw Ling Chun towards Pang Tonga and said, "Elder Pang, protect my big brother and leave this place first. I'll leave later." Ling Chun turned around and cried out to Ling Xiao, "Brother Xiao, what are you doing?" At this time, Pang Tonga had already grabbed Ling Chun with one hand and forcefully pulled Ling Chun away from the area enveloped by the poison barrier. Ling Xiao returned, not showing the slightest bit of fear in the face of these green tumor poisonous crocodiles. Those green tumor poisonous crocodiles didn't dare to approach Ling Xiao. They only spat out mouthfuls of thick poisonous mist towards Ling Xiao, but unfortunately, they couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao saw that Dragon Fifth had already forced the green tumor poisonous crocodile king into the swamp, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Without a high-level level 11 holy beast, don't even think about forcing Dragon Fifth to transform into his original form to fight. Ling Xiao didn't stay behind to kill these green tumor poisonous crocodiles, but to obtain the green tumor poisonous ivy, the source of the poison here. Even divine kings wouldn't dare to easily capture this poison source. Others would usually stay far away from it, so why did Ling Xiao want it? He naturally couldn't use it, but that didn't mean his people couldn't. The people by his side, Feng Xianyan and Poison Scorpion, were both poison masters, and his son was even a little poisonous creature, a demon king who often played with poison. This kind of high-level poison was a great tonic for them, and it was just the right time for them to play with this poison to strengthen their killing methods. Ling Xiao's body was like a swallow, weaving through these green tumor poisonous crocodiles, and he directly swept towards the edge of the swamp. Those green tumor poisonous crocodiles that came to stop him were all killed by him, and their bodies were even kept by Ling Xiao. Their blood essence had the miraculous effect of resisting poison. So he let Feng Xianyan and Poison Scorpion refine these poisonous creatures before they refined them. This was a layer of protection, and they wouldn't have to worry about being devoured. Just as Ling Xiao was about to get those green tumor poisonous ivy, a level 11 green tumor poisonous crocodile opened its mouth wide and pounced towards Ling Xiao with no regard for anything else. Ling Xiao had no choice but to swiftly avoid its bite, but its iron tail followed him like a shadow and attacked again. As Ling Xiao retreated, he sneered and said, "Even if you have an iron wall, I will still burn you to ashes." He pointed a finger, and the finger beam of the twin dragon wind directly attacked the green tumor poisonous crocodile's iron tail. Boom! The might of Ling Xiao's finger contained the most terrifying power of destruction in the world. Even dragon scales couldn't withstand it, so how could the scales of this green tumor poisonous crocodile withstand it? Roar roar! The iron tail of the green tumor poisonous crocodile was directly pierced by this finger, and the power of destruction immediately burned its body, causing it to scream in pain. In the end, it had no choice but to rush into the swamp. Sizzle sizzle. Even after it rushed in, it still couldn't extinguish the power of destruction. Instead, the poisonous creatures spurred the flames to burn even faster. A huge flame ignited in the swamp, and the green tumor poisonous crocodile writhed incessantly as its body was gradually burned to ashes. Ling Xiao had already taken the opportunity to collect a few poisonous vines with green tumors growing on them. At this time, Ling Xiao turned around and called out to Dragon Fifth, "Dragon Fifth, let's go." Just as Ling Xiao was about to rush out of this place, he suddenly caught a glimpse of several green tumor poisonous crocodiles guarding the shore not far away. His eyes flashed, and to his surprise, he discovered that there were actually a few eggs of the green tumor poisonous crocodile there. Although this kind of poisonous creature is disgusting, it is a high-grade saint beast. If I take it out, I can sell it for a lot of divine crystals. With a thought, Ling Xiao swept in that direction, and with a flash of his dragon claws, he directly passed through the green tumor poisonous crocodiles and collected the eggs. Roar roar! Chapter 1505. When Ling Xiao took away the eggs of the cyan-tumbled poisonous crocodiles, the nearby cyan-tumbled poisonous crocodiles charged towards him in a frenzy. Countless poisonous barriers surged forth, all of them blasting towards Ling Xiao. Even a low-level supreme martial artist's expression changed. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's supreme yang fire was able to restrain these poisonous sources, preventing them from getting close to his body at all. As for Dragon Fifth, he had already ruthlessly beaten the two mid-stage rank 11 green tumbled poisonous crocodiles into the swamp. One of them was directly killed, while the green tumbled poisonous crocodile king's flesh was smashed, blood splattering everywhere. Dragon Fifth soared into the air and opened his dragon mouth towards the cyan-tumbled poisonous crocodiles that were chasing after Ling Xiao, letting out a dragon roar. Roar! It was as if a real golden true dragon was roaring and wreaking havoc here, directly causing them to fly back from the shock. Several below the 11th rank directly exploded and died, while two 11th rank ones were so frightened that their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Taking advantage of this moment, Dragon Fifth and Ling Xiao had already quickly fled far away. Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga had already reached another place. They had originally wanted to wait for Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth to come over before leaving together, but unexpectedly, dozens of sacred poison beasts suddenly appeared, forcing them to flee again. When Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth followed in the direction they had gone, they had already lost sight of them. Poisonous snakes, black ants, million-legged centipedes. These sacred beasts that had reached the 11th rank had appeared one after another, simply frightening them to no end. Damn it! Where did Big Brother and the others go? Ling Xiao cursed and hurriedly let Dragon Fifth transform into his original form, immediately causing these poisonous creatures to retreat one by one. He had originally thought that Dragon Fifth's original form was enough to suppress all the insensible sacred beasts to scram, but unexpectedly, It turned out to be the opposite, causing even more high-level sacred beasts to appear one after another to challenge Dragon 5th, as if they were not suppressed by Dragon 5th's source power at all. Roar roar. Dragon 5 roared in dissatisfaction. His dragon roar shook hundreds of thousands of miles, and his dragon's might became more and more terrifying. He wanted to suppress the holy beasts that were clamoring with him. No matter what, the true dragon divine beasts were the strongest of the beast emperors. Although these sacred beasts had been isolated from the world for a very long time, and were mutated beasts that had been passed down from ancient times, or even the primordial era, under the pressure of such a powerful dragon's might, they actually felt fear that they had not felt for a long time. Just as Dragon 5th was about to start a massacre, Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted at him. "What are you waiting for? I don't have time to waste here." Dragon 5th roared at the holy beasts with some unwillingness. He charged towards one of the holy beasts. His dragon body fiercely knocked the holy beast of the same rank to the side. He then took Ling Xiao and fled into the distance. The other holy beasts roared in alarm, but they didn't chase after Dragon 5th. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that the direction Dragon 5th was taking him to was different from Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga. Just like that, the few of them split up in two different directions. The danger they would face would be different again. After leaving the poisonous area, Ling Xiao immediately took out the sound transmission stone to search for the whereabouts of Ling Chun and the others. However, there was no response from the sound transmission stone. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He began to sense if he could find the whereabouts of Ling Chun and the others within 1,000,000 miles. However, the ancient trees here towered into the sky, and the powerful magnetic field had already blocked his divine scan. It was impossible for him to sense far away, and he was unable to find the whereabouts of Ling Chun and the others. This is bad. What if they run into those monsters? Ling Xiao murmured. He wasn't afraid of those monsters, but the others didn't have the ability to do so. Thinking to this point, Ling Xiao had to speed up to search for Ling Chun and the others. Oh right, Big Brother and the others might be heading to the Ghost Tree Ridge. We can meet them then, Ling Xiao said, and then directed Dragon 5th to fly in that direction. However, after flying for a short distance, Ling Xiao and Dragon 5th had to land again and move through the forest. Because there were too many overlords in the sky, even he and Dragon 5th had to avoid them. He found that he had just seen the peak of medium level 11 Thunder Eagle that had come out before. Although Dragon 5th could fight against it, it was better not to. Their target was just the wood-class source stone. This demon forest is already so intimidating without seeing any monsters. No wonder why the incipient God Realm experts don't want to come here. It's so scary. Ling Xiao thought. Shi Yan and Dragon 5th were moving fast through the mountain ridges. Occasionally, they encountered some holy beasts, but they weren't a big threat to them. Ling Xiao seized the chance to collect some rare divine materials to fill his collection. Ling Xiao wanted to find some wild beasts or the cubs of ancient beasts to take with him. However, he didn't find any along the way. It was mainly because he didn't have the time to find them. This demon forest was really vast. Ling Xiao and Dragon 5th had walked for 3 days, but they still hadn't reached the Ghost Tree Ridge. During this time, they had seen some man-eating flowers and some strange plant monsters. Their levels weren't high, so they weren't a big obstacle for Ling Xiao and Dragon 5th. On this day, they arrived at a mountain range that was filled with a bloody aura. The stench of blood constantly drifted in the air, and occasionally, they would see the complete bodies of holy beasts. They didn't have any vitality. Their bodies were shriveled like a layer of skin covering a layer of bones. The beast cores on their foreheads were still intact. Apart from that, there were many messy deep white bones. They were all the bones of various spirit beasts. This scene was like a land of death, and it sent chills down their spines. Ling Xiao smelled a different aura. It was a thick demonic aura. At the same time, a few words flashed in his mind. Could this be the territory of the blood-fierce demons? He bent down to examine the holy beasts. Sure enough, he found that not a single drop of their blood essence was left. There was a wound on their bodies, and it seemed that their blood essence had been sucked dry from that wound. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then put away all the beast cores in the vicinity. At this time, Dragon Fifth let out a vigilant voice. "There are some annoying fellows here." Dragon Fifth's aura was already rising. If they encountered holy beasts that they weren't a match for, they wouldn't dare to act rashly unless they thought they had the ability to challenge Dragon Fifth. Ling Xiao also sensed that something was wrong. The stench of blood was getting closer and closer. Whiz! A shadow flashed in front of him, and instantly disappeared into the deep bushes. Even Ling Xiao couldn't see what it looked like. Dragon Fifth roared and threw a punch in that direction. That direction was instantly turned into dust, revealing an empty space. A corrosive smell of blood assaulted him. "What the hell? I didn't even hit it." Dragon Fifth muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao looked in that direction and became more and more vigilant. He felt a little scared from the bottom of his heart. He had already guessed that this was definitely the territory of the blood-fierce demons. He had to leave immediately. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing to be entangled with them. This was definitely a type of evil and unlucky thing. Touching it would cause endless trouble, and it would undoubtedly lead to death. Ling Xiao wasn't very afraid. He had the heavenly fire that could restrain all of this. He was just afraid that something would happen to Dragon Fifth. Although Dragon Fifth was a true dragon, the strongest fighting race in the world, he was powerless against these monsters. After all, he was of the metal attribute. "Dragon Fifth, let's..." Ling Xiao called out to Dragon Fifth. However, before he could finish his sentence, he found that there was something like a bloody palm under Dragon Fifth's feet. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and was momentarily speechless. The bloody palm quickly grabbed Dragon Fifth and instantly turned into a bloody mist. It actually wanted to directly wrap Dragon Fifth up. "Dragon Fifth!" Ling Xiao shouted in shock, wanting to help Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth took the lead and coldly roared. His aura instantly soared and forcibly shook off the bloody mist. However, the blood mist was extremely strange. Sure enough, it turned into many blood snakes and pounced towards Dragon Fifth to bite him. "Get out of here!" Dragon Fifth shouted with his dragon voice and forcefully shook the bloody mist into nothingness. At the same time, he swept in one direction and spat out a golden light from his mouth. He rushed towards the place where the bloody palm came from. Rumble! The powerful sound of the explosion destroyed the giant trees. Shiyin kept splashing, and a shadow bullet shot into the air. Ling Xiao finally saw its face clearly. This was truly a monster. Its body was like a snake or scorpion, but its head was like a straw, constantly opening and closing its small mouth. There were a total of 18 bloody mouths, which seemed to be its head. There were no other organs, and its entire body was covered in red flesh. It looked extremely disgusting and ugly. Its entire body wasn't big, and it seemed as if it could constantly shrink and shrink, giving people a very strange feeling. It shook its 18 bloody mouths, and at the same time, 2 of the bloody mouths flew towards Dragon Fifth and Ling Xiao. Its speed was like that of a sharp arrow, and it was impossible for them to defend themselves. Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth could still dodge if they wanted to, but they both chose to pinch the 2 bloody mouths that extended over. They thought that it would be easy to crush them, but they didn't expect that the sucking mouth could change its shape. In an instant, it wrapped around their arms and quickly bit them. Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth were caught off guard by this turn of events. Their powerful bodies were actually bitten through by the blood-sucking mouth, and the blood vessels in their bodies were actually forcefully sucked out by it to the point of involuntarily moving. "Bastard!" Ling Xiao scolded, and a flame instantly appeared on his arm. Hiss! The sucking mouth let out a strange cry, and immediately shrank back after being burned. On the other side, Dragon Fifth had another layer of dragon scales on him, isolating him from the rest of his body. The sucking mouth was stuck to his dragon scales, unable to go any further. Dragon Fifth also took the opportunity to ripple a powerful golden light, which shook the sucking mouth away, and then turned into a claw, which smashed the sucking mouth. Chapter 1506. The fierce blood demon was also known as a demon. It was a species that was different from many other beasts, and had an extremely evil ability. In this 1,000-demon forest, there were several kinds of demonic evil beings that were rarely seen in ancient times. It was indeed a primeval forest that people rarely set foot in. This fierce blood demon's flesh was bright red, and its appearance was so strange and ugly. Anyone who saw it would feel extremely disgusted and want to vomit. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was also an experienced and knowledgeable person, and Dragon Fifth was a divine beast, so he was able to endure it. If it was anyone else, they would have fainted from seeing it. Ling Xiao burned the bloody mouth. He originally wanted to let the heavenly fire directly burn the flesh tube along with the fierce blood demon. However, that guy's reaction was incomparably fast. It actually directly cut off the flesh tube, and at the same time, it avoided the misfortune of being burned by the heavenly fire. On the other side, after Dragon Fifth exploded the bloody mouth, the blood actually turned into a little lively little fierce blood demon, directly sucking its body, wanting to suck its blood from the cracks of the dragon's scales. Dragon Fifth frowned and shook. Golden light constantly flashed around his body, and golden blades that seemed to have taken shape completely destroyed those little fierce blood demons. It was also the moment it was stopped. The fierce blood demon had already turned into a shadow and disappeared in the vicinity. Ling Xiao's hands were fast, and a flame palm slapped over. The thick flames burned all the nearby trees into a raging fire. Ling Xiao did not know whether or not the fierce blood demon was burned, but this kind of thing was extremely fast, and this was their territory. It would not be easy to take it down. Unless he really destroyed the hundreds of giant peaks in the vicinity with a fire, he would not be able to force them to appear. However, now that he had seen this fierce blood demon, he knew how powerful it was, and his heart became calm and confident. His heavenly fire was the best divine item to restrain evil beings. With it on his body, those things would not be able to get close to his body. However, Dragon Fifth's situation was a little strange. He was still releasing the golden aura, as if he could not get rid of the little dire beast. Or maybe it was really living in his body. How is Dragon Fifth? Ling Xiao asked with a frown. For the first time, Dragon Fifth revealed a look of unwillingness and said, "It seems that something has entered my body and I can't force it out for a while. It's slowly devouring my blood, this damn thing." Ling Xiao realized that things were getting out of hand. Every single drop of blood from these fierce blood demons could be used by him. Now he was afraid that the fierce blood demons were trying to suck Dragon Fifth's blood dry. Even if Dragon Fifth was a true dragon divine beast, he was helpless against these parasites. Ling Xiao said to Dragon Fifth, "Relax your body and mind, Dragon Fifth. I will use heaven fire to help you." After saying that, he didn't care whether Dragon Fifth refused or not. One of his hands was already pressed on Dragon Fifth's body, and the flames quickly burned a circle around Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth did not dare to move. He hated the flames very much, but he also knew that Ling Xiao was helping him and would not hurt his body. "Ling Xiao, it is in my blood. I will force it to my wrist. Use the power of the flames to burn it. You must force it out." Under the flames, the little dire beast in Dragon Fifth's body began to move. Dragon Fifth immediately used his power to force the little dire beast to his left hand. He was ready to let Ling Xiao help him kill it. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He grabbed Dragon Fifth with one hand and sent a wave of supreme yang fire into Dragon Fifth's wrist. Hiss! Sure enough, under the expulsion of the flames, the tiny drop of blood bounced out and turned into a little dire beast. It quickly fled into the distance. This time, Ling Xiao was prepared. He naturally would not let it escape. He flicked his finger and a little flame shot towards the little dire beast. The little dire beast was instantly burned into nothingness. It no longer existed. Dragon Fifth revealed a ferocious expression and said, "What the hell are these things? They are simply parasites." Ling Xiao nodded. "That's right, it really is a parasite. As long as there's a drop of blood, it can continue to grow and resurrect. It can lurk in the body and suck the blood of humans and beasts until they die. The carcasses we saw just now were the work of these things." Dragon Fifth couldn't help but shiver. Although dragons were known as the world's most powerful fighting race, they were helpless against these little things. "Let's quickly leave this place. These things are too disgusting. It's an insult to my precious body," Dragon Fifth said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "There's no need to do this. Why don't you take a rest? I'll go into the dire beast territory, and see if there's really no way out. After seeing this thing, Ling Xiao didn't want to run anymore. It was rumored that there was a blood pond in the heart of the dire beast's territory. It was a divine pond. The blood pond was formed by gathering the excess blood of the dire beast. After countless years of accumulation, it was said that it could condense into divine blood beads. Each divine blood bead was enough to replenish the blood essence of a god monarch. It could also increase the blood essence of any god monarch, making their flesh and blood more vigorous. It was a great benefit for advancement. Even if a god monarch lost too much blood essence, the divine blood beads could help them recover. This showed how precious these divine blood beads were. Apart from that, it also had the ability to activate the power of the bloodline and strengthen it. For example, if a child of a certain clan was born, but because the power of his bloodline wasn't strong enough, he couldn't activate his bloodline and thus became a collateral descendant, then if he could soak in the blood pool once, the power of his bloodline would be magically activated, and it would be strengthened to a greater extent. Or if the child was already able to activate the power of the bloodline, but the concentration of the tenbin was not high enough, then after soaking in the blood pond once, the bloodline would definitely be strengthened, making the power of the bloodline even more perfect, allowing them to cultivate with a stronger tenbin. It could be said that the blood pond was definitely the second time for the Aboriginals to activate their bloodline and strengthen their bloodline. Over the years, the Supremes of the Aboriginals would occasionally come here in search of the blood pond, but to no avail. They would either die in the stomachs of the saint beasts or be mysteriously killed by the demons. As a result, only 2 or 3 people in history had the opportunity to enter the blood pond. However, those people had long since passed away and no longer existed in this world. This time, Ling Xiao relied on his incomparable heavenly fire to break into the territory of the ferocious blood demons. Even if he had to return empty-handed, he still wanted to try. As for Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga, he believed that they would definitely survive. Dragon Fifth didn't force it. It also knew that it was impossible to walk through this place, so it was better to listen to Ling Xiao and rest for a while. Ling Xiao kept Dragon Fifth and walked forward. He could feel the strong aura of demon blood coming from the depths of the blood pond. The territory of the ferocious blood demons must be there, and this was only the periphery. Flames appeared around Ling Xiao's body to prevent the ferocious blood demons from taking advantage of the situation. As Ling Xiao walked, his divine sense constantly swept the area. Occasionally, he would find some bones and corpses, but no more ferocious blood demons appeared. Did I scare them all away? Ling Xiao asked skeptically. Indeed, Ling Xiao was so ostentatious, with the extreme yang flame burning on his body. Naturally, those evil beings didn't dare to come close. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly felt the existence of a human soul. This existence. Ling Xiao frowned and extinguished these wisps of souls. Then he glanced in a direction and found a human corpse there. Ling Xiao quickly walked over and found that this person had died a long time ago. However, after he had obtained the god body, his corpse didn't rot or decompose. Although his blood was sucked dry, his body was still intact, but it was much shriveled. Those who can come here must be at least at the incipient god realm. This person must be an extremely powerful existence, but I don't know which era he came from. Ling Xiao murmured as his eyes fell on the corpse's finger, discovering that there was still a space ring on it that was still intact. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You have become an ancient, so you should also return to the earth. I will take care of everything for you. Ling Xiao sighed softly before sucking the space ring into his hand. At the same time, he sent a starfire over to the corpse and cremated it. Ling Xiao used his soul consciousness to scan the items in the space ring, and was immediately stunned by the things inside. There were actually all kinds of divine materials here, and there were even quite a few supreme divine materials, causing him to be dazzled. Moreover, there were also some unknown beast eggs, some strange divine objects, and even 3 ancient divine artifacts, all of which were existences that could possess great divine abilities. Could he be a high-level supreme martial artist? I can't believe he collected so many divine objects. Ling Xiao thought to himself. There were indeed many godly items in the Thousand Demon Forest. However, it was extremely dangerous and not just anyone could go and collect them. If he were to encounter a mid-level or high-level existence, he would definitely die. Since the other party could find so many divine items, he must have wandered here for a long time, breaking through obstacles along the way to collect so many treasures. Unfortunately, in the end he died in this fierce blood demon land. It was really not worth it. However, although Ling Xiao felt emotional, he was still very happy to pick up the ready-made Ping Yi. Just with the divine items here, it was enough for him to refine several more Supreme God pills. The value of this space ring was too great. After Ling Xiao obtained peace, he started to search around the area, hoping to encounter other supreme martial artists who had fallen here, and collect their belongings. But at this moment, there was a gust of blood qi near him. Several shadows were floating behind him, but they didn't make any noise. Ling Xiao didn't seem to notice them at all. A huge sense of danger quietly shrouded him. Chapter 1507. Ling Xiao's nose was not that of a dog's, but it was much more sensitive than that of a dog's. After all, for someone at his level, all of his senses were extremely perfect, and his perception was extremely strong. He looked around vigilantly and saw that there seemed to be some movement in the grassy forest. Just as he was about to attack in a certain direction, he found that the bit of blood qi had disappeared. Ling Xiao thought to himself, could it be that they have nothing to worry about when I retracted my heavenly fire just now? Looks like I'll have to use myself as bait to lure them to me. Ling Xiao retracted his heavenly fire and walked on foot in the wilderness. He had already expanded all of his divine thoughts to the maximum. If there was any movement, he would definitely destroy the demon that was entangled with him with the force of a thunderbolt. However, although his divine thoughts were extremely powerful, there were times when he was not so perceptive. He saw that under his feet, a blood-red color was silently spreading and surging towards him. Ling Xiao only felt that there was something strange under his feet. He looked down and found that 2 flesh tubes had wrapped around his feet, and immediately turned into 2 bloody mouths that were biting down on Ling Xiao's legs. These were the bloody mouths of the fierce blood demon, which were also its 2 heads. It was lurking not far behind Ling Xiao. This kind of trick is really hard to defend against, but it's useless against me. Ling Xiao sneered. Flames automatically appeared under his feet, and instantly burned the 2 bloody mouths. The flames continued to spread along the 2 flesh tubes. However, the ferocious blood demon was always able to quickly determine that the burning tube was not going to spread to its body. This time, Ling Xiao would not let it escape. He instantly grabbed in that direction with his dragon claw. The fleshy bright red demon was grabbed by Ling Xiao's powerful energy. Its flesh tube swayed, looking extremely hideous and disgusting. It actually used those flesh tubes to pounce on Ling Xiao. Explode! Ling Xiao shouted as he clenched his fist and crushed the fierce blood demon into pieces. Bang! The fierce blood demon instantly turned into a pool of blood that splashed in all directions. However, Ling Xiao was wrong. After the fierce blood demon was destroyed, the blood turned into smaller fierce blood demons that gathered together and reformed their bodies. Then they quickly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. However, a few of the smaller fierce blood demons shot towards Ling Xiao's face. Sure enough, I forgot that this thing can come back to life. No wonder so many holy beasts and experts are terrified of it. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as a fiery light appeared in front of him. The small fierce blood beasts were immediately incinerated into nothingness the moment they came into contact with it. I can't go on like this. I have to find the blood pool as soon as possible, so that I can meet up with Big Brother and the others. Ling Xiao said as he shot towards the direction where the blood qi was the thickest. As Ling Xiao went all out, the powerful fierce blood demons in the nearby mountains began to gather together. They absolutely would not allow any creature to get close to the center of their territory. Bloody shadows floated and human figures appeared. A few human silhouettes actually appeared before Ling Xiao. They were already corpses, without any signs of life. What was left was only a thick corrosive aura of death, as well as a strange demonic aura. Their eyes shone with an intense baleful aura and a blood-red light. These human figures split into several directions and attacked Ling Xiao. The weapons in their hands were ancient divine weapons, and the power they brought was no less than the power of a low-level supreme master. What's going on? Ling Xiao was puzzled as he retreated quite a distance. He did not understand what was controlling these human figures. He suspected that it was the fierce blood demons, but how could they make their corpses display such powerful combat power after sucking the blood of humans dry? Could it be that these fierce blood demons were intelligent enough to control all of this? Ling Xiao was right. The reason why the fierce blood demons were called demons was because they already had their own demonic spirits. When they reached a higher level, they could also control dead objects and use them as their fighting bodies. They could also replace the souls of those people and receive their memories from when they were alive, so that they could fight. However, they could not reproduce the attributes of those people when they were alive. They could only use the surging power of their blood chi to fight. When they attacked at the same time, balls of blood-red light appeared with a strong evil chi. It was incomparably stinky and disgusting. Puppets were puppets after all. They used the combat skills of those experts when they were alive, but they only had the form but not the spirit. They could not pose any threat to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and pointed 2 fingers on his left and right. Several flaming finger lights directly bombarded the fierce blood demons. As soon as the flames started burning, the fierce blood demons immediately let out strange cries and escaped from the corpses one after another. On the other hand, Ling Xiao collected all the divine artifacts and spatial rings on the corpses. It seems that with the heavenly fire, these fierce blood demons are really not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao smiled and continued forward. However, the real giant blood dire beast had just appeared, and there were many more dire beasts coming at him from all directions. It was a real fierce blood demon, an existence that had reached the peak of the mid-11th rank. It actually had hundreds of heads that looked like bloody mouths. And those heads were constantly shrinking and roaring. Waves of terrifying blood chi were constantly surging, and its body was also as large as a mountain. Everywhere it went, there would be thick and dazzling scarlet blood stains, as if it had blood that would never dry up. It was extremely strange. There were hundreds of fierce blood demons appearing on its left and right sides, and it seemed that the number was still increasing. Anyone who saw such a disgusting monster would be so scared that their legs would turn to jelly, and they would faint. Even if Ling Xiao was skilled and courageous, he still felt extremely disgusted and wanted to vomit. Good, let's kill them all in one go. Ling Xiao shouted and punched out with the 9 suns heaven-burning fist. A series of fiery fists with monstrous fist intent blasted toward the largest fierce blood demon. Ling Xiao felt that with the power of his heavenly fire, he would definitely be able to kill them in one blow. He was extremely confident. However, something unexpected happened this time. Just as his fiery fists were about to land on the fierce blood demon, a bloody light suddenly appeared and directly suppressed his fists. It was as if a tidal wave of blood had fallen. The bloody light was incomparably dazzling and stinky. Sizzle, sizzle. Ling Xiao's powerful fiery fists were completely extinguished by this bloody light. What? Ling Xiao exclaimed with an extremely horrified look on his face. The heavenly fire could burn anything. Unless it was something of a higher rank than it or something that was its nemesis, it would not be able to do anything about it. The blood in front of him actually had the strange magical effect of extinguishing the heavenly fire. This was really unexpected. While Ling Xiao was still in a daze, the Colossus blood ferocious demon unleashed its might once again. Its hundreds of bloody mouths spat out mouthfuls of bright red blood towards Ling Xiao and enveloped him. Its strength was even greater than Ling Xiao's, and the speed at which it sprayed out was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived above Ling Xiao's head. How could Ling Xiao just sit and wait for death? He immediately exploded with all his strength. The 9 suns heaven-burning fist continuously blasted upwards in an attempt to evaporate the strange blood. Boom, boom, boom. The blood waves were indeed dispersed, but not all of them were evaporated. The drops of blood turned into countless small fierce blood demons that attached themselves to his body. They were like hungry parasites, trying their best to devour Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's flame surged, but they were still unable to incinerate these small fierce blood demons. He couldn't help but be alarmed. Could it be that this is formed from extremely dense essence blood? Just as he increased his firepower, the fierce blood demon sprayed out another wave of blood. This scared Ling Xiao so much that he had no choice but to retreat. However, it was too late for him to retreat now. The surrounding fierce blood demons all extended their blood vessels to surround Ling Xiao, forcefully blocking all of Ling Xiao's escape routes. When Ling Xiao wanted to kill his way out, the blood waves were already pressing down on him, directly smashing him to the ground. The impact of this blood wave was extremely strong, and it also carried an incomparably dense aura of death. This was the existence that extinguished his flames. Right now, his entire body was wrapped in blood, and at the same time, layers of death aura were suppressing the flames. This caused him to be stuck to the ground, unable to escape. Just as he used all of his strength to fly more than 10 meters high, another wave of blood came crashing down. The blood waves turned into countless fierce blood demons and sucked him in. At the same time, Ling Xiao felt a bloody mouth biting his flesh and sucking his blood. Not good. Ling Xiao shouted. The heavenly fire bead quickly operated, and the powerful firepower incinerated the fierce blood demons. The innate chilling wind bead finally played its role, sweeping away the dense aura of death within the blood, causing them to be unable to suppress the heavenly fire. At the same time, it strengthened the innate chilling wind bead. Pung pung. The purple scarlet flame started burning the sky and the sea. With Ling Xiao as the center, the blood and the fierce blood demons were all incinerated. The colossal bloodline ferocious demon let out a strange cry. Its flesh tubes finally wrapped around Ling Xiao, and its bloody mouths were trying to swallow Ling Xiao's head. This colossal bloodline ferocious demon was a mid-level 11th grade king, and its strength and flesh were not something an ordinary fierce blood demon could compare to. The flames were unable to make it retreat. One of the flesh tubes wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, and the other was trying to swallow Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao wanted to struggle and escape, but he was temporarily unable to do so. Just like that, he was captured by the colossal bloodline ferocious demon. Chapter 1508. Ling Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable being tied up, and there was a bloody hole on top of his head. A disgusting smell made his stomach churn several times. But before he threw up, he had to think of a way to deal with the crisis in front of him. This giant ferocious demon was too powerful. No wonder so many supreme experts were killed when they came here. Their blood waves could even extinguish fire, so what other power could restrain them? Ling Xiao couldn't just sit and wait for death. He had to fight back immediately, or he would die. The meat tube that was strangling him was already biting his body and sucking out his essence blood. However, the wound on his head still had the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop which bounced him up, preventing him from suffocating completely. Fortunately, his heaven fire bead had advanced and could even burn a supreme incipient god realm expert into ashes. The innate Yin wind bead could suck out the murderous aura. First, the innate Yin wind bead sucked out the murderous aura of the giant ferocious demon. Then the heaven fire bead started burning, and turned into a flaming bird that flew towards the surrounding ferocious blood demons. The flaming feathers burned all of them into ashes. And Ling Xiao's divine soul clone also appeared at this moment. This was not the time to hide his strength. If he was careless, he could be sucked dry of blood and die. The giant ferocious demon, under the power of the two jewels, quickly broke free from the restraint on Ling Xiao, but it was still unwilling to give up. It spat out blood waves at Ling Xiao, determined to suck this human's blood dry. When Ling Xiao was able to break free, the 9 sun-burning sky fists smashed towards the lower-level ferocious blood demons, creating a bloody path. He couldn't let the giant ferocious blood demon entangle him anymore. At this time, his divine soul clone finally started to attack. The fourth move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying secret art, Burning Sun, directly landed on the body of the giant ferocious blood demon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao was so angry that he almost puked out all of his internal organs from this disgusting thing. His divine soul clone immediately unleashed its strongest battle prowess. which was close to the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist. Coupled with the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art to attack the giant blood-ferocious demon, its power was terrifying. The mountains in this part of the world were all destroyed, and the colossal blood-ferocious demon was blasted into pieces in an instant. Countless traces of blood splattered, and a bottomless pit was revealed on the ground. Countless flames splattered in all directions, burning this place into a sea of fire. The surrounding ferocious blood demons were also burned to death. Only a few took the opportunity to escape. Ling Xiao had also sensed the direction in which they had escaped. The faint aura of demonic blood they had left behind was still lingering. The giant blood-ferocious demon didn't die in this one move. It just turned into countless giant blood-ferocious demons and fled, its strength greatly reduced. Ling Xiao did not give chase immediately. He had to think of a way to deal with it. He could not afford to be caught off guard like before. Seems like ferocious blood demons that have reached the 11th level and above are really dangerous. If not for the 2 rare pearls, I would definitely be dead today. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He paused for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. He slapped his forehead and said, "How could I forget about that guy?" As his voice fell, a figure appeared beside Ling Xiao. Wasn't this the prodigal? Who was he? "Boss, you finally let me out for some fresh air," the prodigal said excitedly. Obviously, he was bored in the medicine cauldron. The prodigal's Qilin divine fire was also very powerful. With its help he could solve some small problems. Sometimes, it could even play a complementary role. "I didn't let you out for some fresh air. We still have to help boss destroy some ferocious beasts later. Don't get killed by them," Ling Xiao reminded. The prodigal looked around and said, There's an evil aura here. But my Fire Qilin clan is least afraid of these things. With me here, you don't have to worry." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I hope you don't make me worry later." Then Ling Xiao summoned some immortals' corpses. He had brought these immortals' corpses from the chaotic burial space. There were dozens of them, and each of them had the strength of a peak low-level divine king. Some of them had even reached the half-incipient god realm. They were already corpses without any life energy, so he didn't have to worry about being devoured by the ferocious blood demons. It was best to use them to deal with the fierce blood demons that were everywhere. After all, they still had a very strong battle strength. Ling Xiao didn't expect them to help him kill all the ferocious blood demons. He just wanted them to distract a lot of ferocious blood demons, so that he could deal with the stronger ones. At the same time, he wanted to use them to explore the way ahead. Under Ling Xiao's command, the 8 immortals' corpses flew in the direction that the ferocious blood demons had retreated to. Ling Xiao and the prodigal followed them closely. They had to find the blood pond as soon as possible. On the way, Ling Xiao found many strange flowers and plants that were made from the essence of blood. They were divine items that could replenish blood, so he collected them one by one. During this time there weren't any stronger ferocious blood demons. Only some small demons wanted to mix in with the blood, but they were all burned to death by the prodigal's flames. The immortals' corpses were entangled by some ferocious blood demons. However, they found that these immortals' corpses didn't have any blood for them to devour. Instead, the immortals' corpses bombarded them and turned them into drops of blood. Their powers were greatly reduced. Is there only one strong ferocious blood demon? It's impossible. Ling Xiao was skeptical. On his way here, he didn't encounter any strong ferocious blood demons. In fact, the ferocious blood demons he had encountered before were strong enough to kill any incipient god realm expert. The fact that Shi Yan could come here made the ferocious blood demons afraid of him. However, this was the territory of the ferocious blood demons. They wouldn't give up on killing Ling Xiao just because of some misgivings. They were already waiting for Ling Xiao's arrival in full force. 2 days later, Ling Xiao finally arrived at the place with the thickest blood qi. This place was surrounded by mountains, and there were countless exotic flowers and herbs that nourished blood growing in the hinterland. They weren't the slightest bit inferior to divine herbs, and there were even many that had reached the divine rank. It was truly a rare sacred ground. Ling Xiao's eyes reddened when he saw these holy grasses and plants. They were the best materials to refine healing pellets. He wanted to put them all into his cauldron. He could let the low-level ones grow in there while he could use the high-level ones to refine pellets. Moreover, there was a pool that flickered with a wisp of a devilish and scarlet-red pool before these strange flowers and herbs, and strands of dense blood energy floated within it. It was truly an extremely shocking sight. Surprisingly, it was the legendary blood pond. Ling Xiao could see the pool from afar. A smear of blood-red light constantly flickered and swayed. The thick blood qi soared into the sky, causing the blood in his body to flow along with it. This kind of divine pond was unique in this world. It was the dream of all people. They wanted to go there and soak in it. Ling Xiao also had a feeling that he couldn't wait. However, he knew that the real danger had only just begun. Many fierce blood demons finally appeared again. They surrounded him, and the prodigal in layers. The disgusting smell kept spreading and permeated the mountain where Ling Xiao was. There were at least thousands of these fierce blood demons, and there were more than 10 of them that had reached the 11th level. One of them even had a head with thousands of bloody mouths and flesh tubes. They kept swaying in and out, looking very scary. It should be the king of these fierce blood demons. Its huge body and thick blood qi exuded a bloodthirsty aura. This fierce blood demon king was quite domineering. It didn't attack by itself but let its subordinates attack Ling Xiao and the prodigal. Zizai, watch out. Don't let them swallow you alive. Ling Xiao already had the ice and fire sword in his hand. His divine soul doppelganger was also secretly making its move. The prodigal was not afraid at all. He instantly transformed into his original form and said, "Boss, don't worry. I'll tear them apart." Roar. The prodigal roared and swallowed a mouthful of flames, which directly attacked the fierce blood demon king. However, before the flames could reach the ferocious blood demon king, a wave of blood came crashing down and instantly extinguished the flames. This time, the prodigal was even more motivated to fight. He was about to fly up and pounce on them. However, countless bloody hands suddenly appeared under his and Ling Xiao's feet. They were like ghosts from a blood prison and looked extremely terrifying. Endless death qi accompanied these bloody hands and grabbed at them. Ling Xiao reacted quickly. The ice and fire sword in his hand immediately slashed out countless waves of fire and completely cut them off. However, these bloody hands seemed to be endless and could stretch out continuously. They quickly pulled Ling Xiao and the prodigal and quickly wrapped them into a blood cocoon, trying to trap them to death. The celestial corpses and demons suffered the same fate. They were not strong enough to escape from the bloody hands and were tightly bound. Ling Xiao used the flames to defend his last line of defense, continuously evaporating the blood that was covering him. The innate Yin wind bead also began to play its role, sucking away all the baleful death qi on the blood. The connate cold wind bead was obviously very excited. The demon heavenly fire bead had already left it far behind. It did not want to be weaker than it at all. Now that there was a large amount of death qi for it to absorb and strengthen, it was naturally more than happy. Without the death qi in the blood, they could not suppress the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire bead was completely burned up. Ling Xiao waved the ice and fire sword. One sword cut open the blood, and the other sword completely froze the blood on the other side. With the help of the level 11 heavenly fire and the connate cold wind bead, it was enough for Ling Xiao to temporarily not lose. Chapter 1509. If it were any other supreme being, they would definitely die. After all, the blood could turn into ferocious blood demons and suck their blood essence at any time. Ling Xiao's aura surged. He first went over to save the prodigal. Luckily, his divine fire could protect him from any harm. It was just that he was still lacking in strength and could only be used in aerial battles. Ling Xiao and the prodigal escaped into the air, but the 11th level ferocious blood demons attacked again. Their flesh tubes extended towards them, trying to suck them down completely. Their flesh tubes were like a spider's web, intertwining with each other and trapping Ling Xiao and the prodigal. Their bloody mouths kept attacking their vitals. Ling Xiao was no longer courteous. His ice and fire swords rose and fell, cutting their flesh tubes into pieces. Their blood wanted to turn into fierce blood demons and absorb them to his body, but he casually slapped them with a flame and completely burned and evaporated them. On the other side, the prodigal's flames were also burning so much that the flesh tubes kept breaking. However, his strength was only at the advanced 10th level. He was still beaten by the flesh tubes, until he was dizzy and disoriented. Only now did he realize that these demons were extremely powerful, and not something he could not deal with. Previously, he had vowed to help Ling Xiao. Now he had become Ling Xiao's burden. Soon he was swallowed by those bloody mouths that could expand infinitely. He finally started hissing nonstop, sending a signal to Ling Xiao for help. Ling Xiao had no choice but to turn around and attack the prodigal. The flesh tubes were all destroyed by him, and the bloody mouths kept shrinking as they were burned by his flames. Get lost! Ling Xiao's figure surged and his sword swept across, cutting off the flesh tubes that were swallowing the prodigal. Luckily, these ferocious blood demons' bodies were not very strong. If their flesh tubes were as tough as ancient divine weapons, the prodigal would definitely be dead. Damn monster! Look at the light of my holy flame. After the prodigal broke free, he was finally infuriated. The single horn on his forehead finally unleashed its strongest source energy. Swoosh! The prodigal's horn source energy was definitely its strongest existence, and the flames were also abnormally terrifying. They directly hit those flesh tubes, causing them to break apart. The ferocious blood demons didn't dare to get close to the prodigal, but the prodigal didn't want to let them go. His fire went straight for their real bodies. The ferocious blood demons spat out a large amount of blood from their mouths, forcefully blocking the flames. After all, the prodigal's strength was limited. Even if it used its origin energy, it could only incinerate the blood waves. It was unable to reach the fierce blood demon's body. Ling Xiao shouted at the prodigal, "Zizai, come back first." Ling Xiao knew that the prodigal was unable to deal with these ferocious blood demons. There was no need to let it continue. The prodigal didn't dare to show off anymore. He could only listen to Ling Xiao's call and return to the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao didn't care anymore. He raised the ice and fire sword and slashed out an extremely fierce sword force towards the ferocious blood demons. Today he was going to kill this ferocious blood demon king and take the blood pool for himself. However, he had underestimated these ferocious blood demons. They no longer used the blood waves to attack. Instead, they all released a strong suction force, trying to absorb all of Ling Xiao's blood through the air. Ling Xiao felt that the blood in his body was surging uncontrollably, trying to burst out of his blood vessels. The swelling pain almost made him fall from the sky. At this moment, the divine soul doppelganger that had been hiding for a long time finally showed its power. He had already closed in on the ferocious blood demons, and the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying art's fiery fist force bombarded the 11th level ferocious blood demons. Boom boom boom. The ferocious blood demons didn't know what was going on. They were directly destroyed by Ling Xiao's devastating bombardment. Ling Xiao's real body's suction force was greatly reduced. He immediately got rid of that feeling. He raised his sword and slashed it down, creating several tens of thousands of meters long spatial cracks. Countless flaming meteorites fell from the sky and bombarded the ferocious blood demons. Even if he couldn't exterminate all of them, he would at least make them flee for their lives. Both the real body and the doppelganger gave their all. The fire raged and burned. Most of the low-level ferocious blood demons were completely burned to death. Many of them fled as far as they could. Only those who had reached the 11th level could use the blood waves to extinguish the flames. However, the ferocious blood demons were already defeated. They were in chaos, and the advantage was back to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao had a doppelganger that could conceal his aura. This kind of sudden attack would definitely have an unexpected effect. This was also the biggest reason why Ling Xiao was able to catch these ferocious blood demons off guard. However, it was impossible for him to kill these ferocious blood demons just like that. The advanced 11th level ferocious blood demon king was finally angry. It let out a strange cry, and the thousands of mouths finally moved at the same time. The pillar-like flesh tubes ignored the flames and directly rushed towards Ling Xiao. The enlarged mouths carried a strong smell of blood, and looked extremely hideous and disgusting. Ling Xiao dodged left and right, trying to avoid these attacks. However, there were too many of these flesh tubes, and they tightly trapped him in a narrow space. It was impossible for him to dodge even if he wanted to. Ling Xiao used all his strength to cut off these flesh tubes. However, his ice and fire swords could only leave shallow sword marks on the flesh tubes, and could not cut them off. For the first time, Ling Xiao felt powerless. This ferocious blood demon king was indeed terrifying. In just a few moments, these meat tubes intertwined with each other and tightly tied Ling Xiao up into a dead knot, strangling him to death. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was about to break. The binding force was too strong. At this time, his doppelganger could no longer care about killing the other ferocious blood demons. Instead, it directly attacked the ferocious blood demon king. Imperial Dragon Heaven Slaying Technique, 6th form Double Dragon Wind. Ling Xiao's doppelganger immediately attacked. Even though this was an advanced 11th level ferocious blood demon king, it could not withstand this world's most powerful destructive force. Hiss. When the terrifying finger radiance landed on the ferocious blood demon king's body, the force instantly made the ferocious blood demon king roar wildly. The flesh tubes that were strangling Ling Xiao's real body quickly contracted. Ling Xiao's real body and doppelganger once again used the same move, intending to kill this ferocious blood demon king once and for all. However, this triggered the ferocious blood demon king's most powerful force. Towering waves of blood came crashing down from the sky. The advanced 11th level ferocious blood demon king was not easy to deal with. It was terrifying when it went all out. This part of the world seemed to have been dyed into a curtain of blood. Blood rolled down like waves, and it was truly terrifying to the extreme. It was impossible for Ling Xiao and his doppelganger to escape. They were both sent flying by the waves of blood. Their entire bodies felt like their bones were broken. The power was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's physical body was comparable to a low-grade ancient celestial weapon, but he could not withstand it. His divine body began to crack, and the ferocious blood demon king rapidly absorbed his blood essence. His divine soul doppelganger could not hide even if it wanted to. The blood had already smeared his divine soul. And at the same time, it was being attacked by the ferocious blood demon king. Ling Xiao's situation was critical. At this moment, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger immediately turned invisible and quickly submerged into his knowledge sea. He was able to preserve a large amount of soul power so that he would not completely collapse and the ferocious blood demon king would not be able to absorb his flesh and blood. However, the small ferocious blood demons were also brought into his knowledge sea. However, they died even faster here. The heavenly fire pearl quickly destroyed them. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body wanted to repair its divine body and retreat at the same time. The flesh tubes of the ferocious blood demon king once again wrapped around Ling Xiao. Its bloody mouth bit him, and a strong suction force instantly sucked the blood essence out of his body. Ah. Ling Xiao felt his life force rapidly diminishing, and his blood essence was flowing out. It was just like when his ancestor had sucked his blood essence out of him in the past. The blood essence that he had painstakingly regained over the years was now more than half being sucked out. If this continued, he would definitely die. Ling Xiao desperately tried to suppress it, and he also pushed the power of the heavenly fire to the limit. A flaming bird rushed out and directly burned the flesh tube. However, the flesh tube of the ferocious blood demon king was incomparably tough. Even though it was being burned and twisted, it did not shrink back. It was as if it was determined to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao became more and more anxious. Suddenly, he thought of a way to save the ferocious blood demon king. His divine soul doppelganger appeared again, and at the same time, the divine Bodhi bow appeared in his hands. In an instant he knocked an arrow and shot towards the ferocious blood demon king. Xiao. This time, the arrow he shot out was a true divine Bodhi arrow, fully displaying the might of the divine Bodhi bow. A green light illuminated half the sky, and its power was incomparably ferocious, as if it could even shoot down the sun. The ferocious blood demon king's intellect was extremely high. It recognized the terrifying power of this arrow, and it planned to use its flesh tube to send it flying. However, this arrow was too fast. Even a high-level supreme expert would have a hard time dodging it. Boom. The ferocious Blood Demon King was finally hit. It let out a shocking explosion, and blood splashed everywhere. Ling Xiao, who had lost half of his blood essence, finally managed to burn the flesh tube with the help of the heaven flame. He could finally exhale in relief. His current appearance was incomparably disheveled. His complexion was incomparably pale, and his aura had become quite unstable. It was obvious that losing these blood essences was a great loss to Ling Xiao. If he could not replenish it, it would be almost impossible for him to reach the incipient god realm. Ferocious blood demon, I will kill you all today. Ling Xiao roared angrily. Chapter 15:10. Ling Xiao was infuriated like never before. In the past, even if he was severely wounded, he could recover completely. However, blood essence was the hardest to recover, especially now that he had reached the incipient god realm. Each drop of blood essence was the most important. When his ancestor had taken his blood essence in the Xianling continent, he had at least received a lot of primordial energy as compensation. This helped him increase his cultivation base, allowing him to recover some of his blood essence. Later on, he had consumed many divine items to recover most of his lost blood essence. Now this Blood Ferocity Beast King had taken more than half of his blood essence. This was no different from shaking his foundation. He couldn't help but be enraged. He knew that his divine Bodhi arrow could only injure this Blood Ferocity Beast King a little. It was impossible to make it disappear. Moreover, the nearby Blood Ferocity beasts had not completely disappeared yet. Indeed, the Blood Ferocity Beast King was only wounded physically. Very quickly, it gathered the scattered blood essence and reformed its body. It became even more furious. It used one of its flesh tubes to suck the divine Bodhi arrow that Ling Xiao's clone was about to retrieve, breaking the divine Bodhi bow in half. Ling Xiao felt his heart ache. One of the 3 divine Bodhi arrows he had obtained from the ancient palaces on the God-sealing altar was destroyed just like that. Now there were only 2 left. These were divine Bodhi arrows that were hard to obtain even with billions of crystals. Die. All of you die for me. Ling Xiao was enraged to the extreme. He finally used his killing move. The spatial ring in his hand turned into the shape of a cauldron. It grew larger and larger until it was as huge as a mountain. The Blood Ferocity Beast King didn't know what Ling Xiao was up to, but it didn't want Ling Xiao to attack again. The arrow just now had already made it feel extremely uncomfortable. All of its thousands of flesh tubes opened their mouths at the same time, and countless waves of blood sprayed towards Ling Xiao. Once again, a blood-red curtain of energy shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already prepared. He had already used his fastest speed to escape to the other side of the sky. At this moment, he was facing Fierce Blood Demon King, and the mouth of his cauldron was controlled by him to face Fierce Blood Demon King. What happened next was terrifying. Pung pung. The cauldron emitted a muffled sound like a cannon, and an incomparably terrifying purple-black flame sprayed out from the mouth of the cauldron. Weren't these intense purplish-black flames the flames that Ling Xiao had collected in the Nirvana space? This purple flame was much more terrifying than his demon heaven flame. It was the flame nurtured by the Genesis Stone. Even a high-level incipient god realm expert couldn't endure this kind of flame. This piece of land was filled with demons and evil beings, and this kind of high-grade flame was the greatest weapon to restrain them. These purplish-black flames fell from the sky like countless meteors, rushing towards the Blood Dire Beast King below. The Blood Dire Beast King seemed to have sensed the threatening aura, and his face became stern. Nearly 1,000 bloody mouths spurted out a large amount of blood, trying to resist the purplish-black flames. However, its usually successful fire extinguishing technique was no longer of any use. The purplish-black flames even evaporated its blood waves, and countless purplish-black flames continued to charge downwards. The Blood Dire Beast King screamed continuously. There were more than 3,000 to 4,000 fierce blood demons around him, and Ling Xiao had only killed less than 1/3 of them. They all spurted out blood waves towards the purplish-black flames, trying to extinguish the flames that were about to destroy their territory. Otherwise, they would all be buried here. Swoosh. Countless columns of blood spurted out. And the scene looked incomparably strange, disgusting, and horrifying. Ling Xiao was afraid that these purplish-black flames weren't enough, so he produced more. At the same time, he summoned the heaven fire bead, which turned into a firebird and flew towards the fierce blood demons below to burn them. They had to destroy all of the fierce blood demons here. Sizzle. The purplish-black flames were indeed the most powerful flames in the world. No matter how the blood waves rushed up, they could not withstand the terrifying burning power of the flames, and were immediately evaporated upon contact. The purplish-black flames finally landed in front of the Blood-Dire Beast King, and the Blood-Dire Beast King panicked. It wanted to escape as fast as possible, or it would definitely die if it was touched by the purplish-black flames. However, it had underestimated the power of the purplish-black flames. This place was filled with the aura of death, and there were countless demonic aura and trees, which made the purplish-black flames a catalyst for the explosion. When the purplish-black flame touched the ground, it instantly exploded. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the flames turned into a prairie fire that spread in all directions. The fierce blood demons were immediately faced with the biggest disaster in their history. The surrounding tens of thousands of miles immediately turned into a sea of fire. The terrifying purplish-black fire grew fiercer and fiercer, and the nearby ferocious blood demons were incinerated into nothingness by the purplish-black fire. The ferocious blood demon king was no exception. It wanted to escape, but it was still caught by the purplish-black fire. It was impossible for it to extinguish the fire. It screamed and writhed as its body writhed. Its flesh tubes shrank and blood spurted out. However, it could not escape the fate of being incinerated to death. Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh of relief as he watched this scene. "I've finally killed all of you, damn it." But at this time, Ling Xiao glanced in the direction of the blood pool, and realized that the purplish-black flames were spreading towards it. Holy sh*t, you can't destroy my penis. Ling Xiao cried out in shock. He carried the cauldron and rushed towards the blood pool as fast as he could. At the same time, he put away the purplish-black flames that were spreading towards the blood pool. He also ordered the heavenly fire pearl to start expelling the nearby fierce blood demons. He could not let them escape. Ling Xiao landed next to the blood pool and smelled the thick blood scent. He really wanted to dive into the pool and soak himself in it to recover the blood essence he had lost. But before that, he had to put all the holy herbs and divine materials near the blood pool into the cauldron. "These good things are all mine, haha." Ling Xiao laughed wildly as he put them all away. However, after collecting a little, he stopped and murmured, "The growth of the holy grass and divine materials here is so good. It must have benefited from the help of the blood pool. This blood pool should have changed the surrounding area into fertile land. If we dig up the entire land and cultivate it well in the future, I believe that we will be able to produce more blood-replenishing materials." Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's mind became active. He looked at this piece of land, looked at this pool of blood, and was excited to the extreme. He was actually going to dig up all the divine objects here together with the land. Even if it was the blood pool, he planned to take it all away. He didn't want to leave any of it behind. It had to be said that this guy's appetite was really big. There was no other way. This blood pool was something that any ancient race would covet. As a person between the Kim people and the Soul race, this blood pool was definitely especially important to him. If he could get it back, this trip would definitely not be in vain. Ling Xiao did what he said. He first found a blood demon flower king among the divine herbs and swallowed it. It was a supreme divine material with a powerful blood nourishing effect. It could replenish a lot of the blood essence he had lost just now. At this time, Ling Xiao looked towards the burning mountain, and discovered that the tens of thousands of miles of land was already barren. Countless blood-fierce demons had already been buried in the sea of fire. However, Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the fire was spreading even further away. After all, this was the most primitive forest. There were many trees and weeds, and this purple-black flame was the most terrifying flame in the world. In this environment, it was absolutely not difficult to burn these trees and weeds. If the wind was a little stronger, this place would probably become a real sea of fire purgatory. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He couldn't let the purple flames destroy the forest that was the most perfectly preserved of all. There were still countless spirit beasts living in other territories. If this place was completely destroyed, what he did would be against the heavens. He also realized that the blood-fierce demons should have all been destroyed. Now was the time to take back the purple-black fire. After a shudder, Ling Xiao flew into the air with the medicine cauldron and shouted, "Take it back!" The medicine cauldron took back all the purple-black fire. Although the medicine cauldron was not a top-grade ancient godly weapon, it had many magical uses. As long as it was used properly, it was still a terrifying killing weapon. If the ancestors who had obtained the divine obsidian cauldron knew that Ling Xiao had actually used this godly weapon for alchemy as a killing weapon, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. After the purplish-black flames were completely withdrawn, the surrounding mountains were scorched black to the point of being incomparably scorched black, and it seemed extremely desolate. It was also because of this fire that there was one less evil monster in the demon forest. Ling Xiao returned to the bottom of the blood pool and summoned the prodigal again. The prodigal looked around and asked with a puzzled expression, "Boss, where are the demons?" "Boss has taken care of them. Look around and see if there are any left. Don't let any of them go," Ling Xiao instructed. The blood-fierce demons were really terrifying demons. It would definitely be a good thing if they could be eliminated. "Yes, boss," the prodigal responded. His nose twitched and he left Ling Xiao to look for the blood-fierce demons that were still alive. Ling Xiao looked at the blood pool and the divine herbs around it. He started to think of a way to get them away. But before that, he wanted to enjoy the true power of the blood pool. He wanted to see if it could improve the power of his bloodline and replenish his blood essence. Chapter 15:11. Before entering the pool, Ling Xiao had to carefully observe whether there were any more fierce blood demons in the pool. He let an immortal's corpse demon dive into the pool to test the situation. When the immortal's corpse demon fell into the blood pool, nothing happened. Ling Xiao observed for a while and said, "It seems like there won't be any more fierce blood demons here." Indeed, the fierce blood demons would not stay in the blood pool any longer. The blood pool could be said to be formed by the excess blood they excreted. Why would they stay here and absorb the excess blood? Moreover, this kind of blood was useless to them. What they needed was the blood of that kind of creature. Ling Xiao put away the immortal's corpse demon and jumped into the blood pool. This blood pool had been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. It was hundreds of meters wide and deep. He was immediately submerged when he jumped in. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt that the blood pores on his body immediately became smooth, and the blood around him began to change. He saw that the blood around him seemed to be boiling. Blood bubbles kept surging, and a lot of blood essence went into the blood pores on his body. Ling Xiao felt that his blood was boiling as well. The intense temperature almost steamed him, making him unbearably hot. It should be working. I need to relax my body and mind. I can't reject it. Ling Xiao muttered in his heart, and then began to circulate the ancient emperor divine art blood refinement, causing his blood vessels to become smoother, and his mind to become relaxed, ignoring the impulsive heat. Quietly, Ling Xiao seemed to have fallen asleep. He allowed his blood to connect with the blood in the pool outside. The blood he had lost was gradually being replenished, and his blood qi had reached a more vigorous level. At the same time, the Kim people's blood in Ling Xiao's veins seemed to turn into golden dragons, and these golden dragons showed signs of strengthening and evolving. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao felt an indescribable feeling of suffocation, as if there was a kind of stuffiness that could not be released. He couldn't endure it anymore, directly jumping out of the blood pool. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded. A golden dragon that looked like a real dragon transformed into 100,000 feet tall. It roared and soared high up in the sky, appearing extremely mighty and valiant. The power of this sound wave wasn't much different from the roar of a divine dragon at low level of level 11. A low-level supreme expert at incipient god realm would be hurt badly if he got hit by this sound wave. Ling Xiao's power was so horrible. Was he stronger than he was in the past? There was no doubt about it. Although his realm hadn't changed, The power of his Kim people's bloodline had reached the perfect realm. It could be said that Ling Xiao's bloodline power was the strongest among the Kim people. With his ancient emperor's divine technique, his fighting competence had increased from 55 times to 70 times, which was almost 100 times the power of a divine dragon. Not only that, but his body and god soul were also enhanced. It was the heavy soul Tenbin of the Soul clan, which made his sea of consciousness more spacious. It could hold more god souls, which gave him more space to advance. His soul energy attacks were much stronger. At his god soul at the peak of peak supreme realm, he just needed a little bit more soul energy to reach the mid-level incipient god realm. It was the magical feature of the blood pool. Ling Xiao was so thrilled. He had the dragon blood to activate his bloodline power. He used to have the thickest and most excellent bloodline in his clan. Today, with the enhancement of the blood pool, it had reached the perfect level. Although his realm didn't increase, his fighting competence was the same. With his original competence, it wasn't a problem for him to fight against a low-level peak Great Master. With the increase of 10 times, he could directly kill a low-level peak Great Master. Moreover, he would have the power to protect himself when facing a mid-level incipient God Realm expert. When he reached the peak of low level, he would have the ability to fight against a middle-level incipient God Realm expert. Ling Xiao could feel the surging energy in his body. He wanted to find an opponent at a higher realm than him to practice. However, he couldn't be complacent now. He had to dig up the blood pool and the spiritual fields around and collect them first. He had to find Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Peng Tongqua as soon as possible. At this moment, Ling Xiao opened his palm. There were 2 blood-red beads on his palm, which emitted thick blood qi. These were the god blood beads condensed in the blood pool. He had picked them up when he rushed out of the pool. This kind of god blood bead was very useful to King God Realm experts and incipient God Realm experts. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, if Forefather can absorb these god blood beads, he can prolong his blood qi for thousands of years. Maybe he can recover to his peak state? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao scooped up many god blood beads from the bottom of the blood pool. He left most of them to nurture the blood pool. He was afraid that if he collected all these god blood beads, he would destroy the power of the blood pool. At this time, Wastrel came to Ling Xiao and said, "Boss, I found some small monsters. I burned them to death." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "That's good. If they escaped, it would be troublesome." After that, he didn't care about Wastrel anymore. He held the ice and fire sword and started to dig up the blood pool and the surrounding area. The ice and fire sword in his hand turned into a huge sword and directly pierced into the ground. He immediately flew around the area and forcefully drew a circle around the surrounding 10,000 meters of land. Then he stretched out his dragon claw and shouted, "Rise!" A powerful dragon claw clawed at the area he had carved out, and an abnormally powerful force pulled the area up. A supreme incipient God Realm expert could break the stars with one punch and break the sun and moon with one palm. It was nothing for Ling Xiao to grab this piece of land with one claw. Rumble! Rumble! That piece of land was pulled up, causing the surrounding area to shake as if an earthquake was coming. The earth shook and the mountains shook. After a while, this piece of land was finally dug out by Ling Xiao. The blood pool and many holy herbs and divine materials were still safely on that piece of land. They weren't damaged at all. Ling Xiao put them into the top layer of the cauldron, where the rich origin energy was nourishing them. They would only grow better, and there wouldn't be any problems. Looking at the huge pit that he had dug out and the black and barren mountain ridge not far away, he laughed bitterly. "I've helped the beasts get rid of the evil. I believe that in another 1,000 years, this place will regain its vitality." After saying that, he called out to the prodigal and dragon fifth. They continued to rush in the direction of the ghost tree demon. However, at this time, he took out the sound transmission stone and heard Yang Hai's cry for help. "Master Alchemy God, come and save me." Ling Zhao's heart tightened. He immediately asked the sound transmission stone, "Elder Yang, where are you? Tell me, I'll go find you immediately." Yang Hai seemed to be very nervous. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a scream from Yang Hai. Then there was nothing else. Elder Yang. Elder Yang, please reply. Where are they? Ling Xiao asked a few times, but no one replied. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely ugly. If something happened to them, it meant that Ling Chen's situation was also very bad. If that was really the case, he didn't know how to explain it to his sister-in-law, Xiao Zhensai. Ling Xiao was at a loss. It wasn't easy to find a few people in this dense forest. After all, the desolate qi here was too heavy. There were also all kinds of obstacles created by giant mountains and ancient trees, as well as the chaotic auras of many holy beasts. It was not easy to find them just by sensing. However, he couldn't care less now. He put away the prodigal son, and let Dragon Fifth transform back into his true form. He flew up into the sky and began to scan the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles to see if he could find them. Where the hell are Big Brother and the others? Damn it! Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. At this time, Dragon Fifth suddenly said, I feel a familiar aura over there. I don't know if it's someone who came with us. Humans could use their spiritual will to find others, but beasts also had a special ability to determine the direction of what they were looking for. Ling Xiao didn't care whether Dragon Fifth was telling the truth or not. He immediately shouted at it, I don't care anymore. Bring me over to take a look. Following his order, Dragon Fifth's body swayed and turned into a golden bolt of lightning, shooting into the distance. In a dark and cold stone forest, Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga were facing an unprecedented crisis. After they separated from Ling Xiao, they were chased by many holy beasts. Originally, with Yang Hai, a forest expert, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. However, Ling Chun always wanted to test his fighting power and have a good fight. It was also because of Ling Chen's reckless behavior that Yang Hai and Pang Tonga were in a passive position. They had attracted more holy beasts to chase after them. They had been sneaking all the way, almost running away in a panic. Pang Tonga was the strongest. In order to cover for Ling Chun and Yang Hai, he had to move forward. This made their situation even worse. In the end, they had accidentally entered the soul-chasing demon's territory without knowing it. The soul-chasing demon was an invisible monster. It was a strange existence that could attack any soul. Although the three of them were at the incipient god realm, they could still resist all the attacks of the soul-chasing demon. However, when they encountered those terrifying and powerful soul-chasing demons, they could only run away at the sight of the wind. Unfortunately, it was easy for them to break in, but it wasn't easy for them to escape. The three of them were being chased by the soul-chasing demon. At any moment, their god souls could be devoured and they would die. Chapter 15:12. Rumor had it that not many people had seen the soul-chasing demon. Some people said that it was just a mass of soul power, and did not have a physical shape. It could change into all kinds of shapes. Some people said that it was very small, like a mouse beast. It had the divine power of invisibility and could attack all living creatures with souls. Some people said that it looked like a human. In short, those who had seen the appearance of the soul-chasing demon were all dead. After all, this kind of strange attacking demon was absolutely impossible to guard against, and one would easily die a violent death. Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga were all at incipient god realm. Their god souls had strong attacking and defensive abilities. Those who had not reached the peak of level 10 could not threaten them. On their way in, they had suffered many soul attacks from the soul-chasing demon, but they could resolve them. It was just that they had underestimated the terrifying power of the soul-chasing demon, which made people tremble with fear at the sound of its name. Those old demons that had lived for tens of thousands of years had endless soul energy. They still had level 11 existences. It was not difficult to attack their god souls. Fortunately, among the three of them, Ling Chen cultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique. His sea of consciousness was extremely strong and he could deal with it. Also, before he came in, he had prepared to give Yang Hai and Pang Tonga helmets that could defend against soul energy attacks. This kind of special divine weapon was rare in Dragon Gate. Ling Chun had taken it out to give one to him, and one to Ling Xiao. However, before they came in, Ling Xiao had refused and he had not used it. Now at the most critical moment, Ling Chen felt guilty for Yang Hai and Pang Tongga because of his impulsiveness, so he gave them the 2 helmets. This was also the reason why they could survive in the soul-chasing demon's territory until now. Just as Yang Hai was about to contact Ling Xiao, his helmet couldn't withstand the soul-chasing demon's attack, and it cracked. His god soul was attacked, so he could not help but scream. However, they were not dead yet. The soul-chasing demon's attack could not kill them in one hit. Unless it was a soul-chasing demon at the middle or high level of level 11. It could have such a powerful attack. Bring out your divine soul, and fight them to the death. Yang Hai couldn't help but shout. However, Ling Chen shouted, we can't see them. Once the divine soul appears, we will only be attacked by more soul-chasing demons. Hurry up and run, I can't take it anymore. Pang Tongga kept attacking in all directions, but his soul was constantly being pricked by needles. It was driving him crazy. Yang Hai's situation was not much better. His eyes were bloodshot, but he couldn't find a target to counterattack. He looked very aggrieved. On the other hand, Ling Chen might not be able to hold on for much longer. His defense wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The 3 sacred beasts by their side were safe and sound, but it was impossible for them to take them away. Because every time they wanted to leave, they would be restrained by something and forcefully pulled back to the surface. They could sense that they were like clouds and mist. They wanted to destroy them, but they were powerless to do so. After all, this power was traceless and couldn't be grasped. Furthermore, they were constantly being attacked by their divine souls. They were already overwhelmed. Ling Chen became more and more agitated. He kept attacking in all directions, wanting to completely destroy this place. Every time this happened, there would always be an invisible black hole that would forcefully absorb their power. This caused them to seem even more powerless, and their spirits were on the verge of collapsing. Yang Hai had already fallen to the ground, clutching his head as he screamed in pain. Immediately after, Pang Tongga couldn't take it anymore. His facial features started to overflow with blood, and he fell to the ground in pain. Ling Chen wanted to help but was powerless. He suddenly regretted impulsively coming to the Thousand Demon Forest to search for the wood-type Genesis stone. In the end, even his sea of consciousness was broken. Countless needles pricked his divine soul, causing him unbearable pain. Fortunately, the soul power attacks of these soul-chasing demons weren't like Ling Xiao's destructive consolidated attacks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Their divine souls already possess powerful defenses, so they could still withstand it. However, if this continued, all defenses would be useless. In the end, they would definitely be killed by these soul-chasing demons. Quick, you guys quickly rush to the sky and ask Brother Xiao for help. Ling Chen shouted at his peak 10th level golden flood dragon, while maintaining his last bit of consciousness. Yang Hai and Pang Tongga could still hear Ling Chen's words. They knew that Ling Chen's method might be useful. They also summoned their holy beasts to rush to the sky and make some noise, so that Ling Xiao would know where they were. Because these soul-chasing demons were most afraid of the heavenly fire. As long as Ling Xiao was here, they believed that he could save them. It would be great if their holy beasts could bring them away. Unfortunately, there was always an unknown force that pulled them down, preventing them from leaving this place. However, they didn't know if their holy beasts could leave alone. They knew that the situation was critical. With a roar, they flew up into the sky. This time, they didn't encounter any obstruction, and directly rushed out of this mountain range. Roar! Roar! They didn't care if they alerted the nearby holy beasts and roared as hard as they could. Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth, who were rushing over from afar, sensed the commotion and rushed in this direction as fast as they could. Whoosh! Big brother, you must be all right. Dragon Fifth, hurry up. Ling Xiao was extremely nervous. He kept urging Dragon Fifth to speed up. Dragon Fifth's speed could be described as lightning. He crossed that distance in the blink of an eye. Those holy beasts that wanted to stop them were all left behind by Dragon Fifth. Finally, after a while, Ling Xiao arrived at the territory of the soul-chasing demons. He saw Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga's 3 holy beasts being surrounded and attacked by other holy beasts. Ling Xiao was so worried. He shouted at Dragon Fifth, "Dragon Fifth, you help them. I'm going down to check." When he arrived, Ling Xiao could already feel the feeble auras of Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga. He didn't care much and jumped down from Dragon Fifth's back. Just as he was about to land, he felt his sea of consciousness tighten as a sudden sense of danger descended upon him. His body seemed to be out of his control as he was forcefully pulled down by a powerful suction force towards the thicket. A supreme incipient God realm expert's mind was so strong. However, he couldn't bear the restraint of this force. He fell hard on the ground. At the same time, flows of soul power came from all directions, trying to enter his sea of consciousness. Is this the territory of the soul-chasing demons? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and screamed in his mind. The attacking soul power wanted to attack Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, but was blocked by Ling Xiao's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. Moreover, it was absorbed and stored. It didn't harm Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao landed on the ground. He saw Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga not far from him. They were tortured inhumanly. They looked like they were about to go crazy. The soul power of the soul-chasing demons couldn't kill them all. However, it had tortured them to this extent. In the end, they would suck out their god souls. Ling Xiao rushed over and shouted, "Big brother, listen to my instructions. Relax your body and mind, and follow my will." Ling Xiao's voice shook the trees nearby. It also shook Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga, who were rolling on the ground for a short while. They followed Ling Xiao's instructions and didn't think about anything else. The moment they relaxed, they were all taken into the cauldron by Ling Xiao's thoughts. As long as they could avoid the invisible soul-chasing demons' attacks, they wouldn't be in danger for the time being. He would think of a way to help them recover later. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally calmed down. He sneered, "I even killed the fierce blood demon. What can the soul-chasing demons do to me? They're perfect for me to advance." Ling Xiao's god soul had reached the peak of low level. Moreover, his sea of consciousness had expanded once again. His soul power attacks had increased greatly. As long as he could absorb more soul power, his god soul would break through to the power of mid-level supreme incipient god realm. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid even if he had to face a mid-level supreme incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao stood where he was. At first, he received a lot of soul power attacks, but after that he didn't do anything else. This made him feel quite depressed. The Ling Xiao muttered to herself, "Could it be that you're hiding because you know how powerful I am?" Then Ling Xiao's green eyes flashed. All the invisible and tangible things appeared in front of him. At this moment his face changed. What did he see that shocked him so much? He saw many shadows that looked like demons swimming around him. They didn't have a physical form. They were like mist with strange facial features. They didn't have a physical body. They looked like the remnant souls of dead humans. They swam unceasingly. Most of them were circling around him, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They looked especially ferocious. What shocked Ling Xiao wasn't their appearance. It was their terrifying number. However, there were at least tens of thousands of them around him. They were like wandering ghosts, constantly flying around here, causing people's hair to stand on end. As for the high-grade soul-chasing demons, they were relatively large in size and could transform into all types of shapes. The soul power fluctuations they possess were extremely powerful, and 2 or 3 of them were currently shooting soul needles at him, stabbing toward his mind. With the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, Ling Xiao was almost immune to these attacks. At the same time, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop could absorb the soul power of these attacks. It was the best tonic. Ling Xiao looked very excited. If he could absorb all the soul-chasing demons here, it would be easy for him to reach the god soul of a mid-level supreme expert. Chapter 15-13. When Ling Xiao thought of this, he immediately wanted to take care of all these soul-chasing demons. He circulated the soul-controlling art, and the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop flashed with divine light. A powerful suction force was produced, sucking all the nearby soul-chasing demons into his spiritual sea. These soul-chasing demons weren't very high-leveled, so it was a piece of cake for Ling Xiao to deal with them. The number of soul-chasing demons instantly decreased by 3 to 4,000. Other than knowing how to use soul power to attack, they had almost no defensive power. They were simply too easy to deal with. However, they weren't too powerful. With Ling Xiao's current rank, he might only be able to break through if he sucked them all dry. However, just as he was about to increase the power of the sucking, the soul-chasing demons fled in all directions in fear. Looks like they also know that I'm not to be trifled with. They've actually all fled. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He wasn't worried that these soul-chasing demons would escape, and he wouldn't be able to attract them. This was their territory, and he could sense that there was an extremely powerful soul power existence nearby. It was precisely that powerful existence that could pull him down from the sky. Meanwhile, Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga were also suppressed by that terrifying soul power, and were tormented by those small demons. If he could take down a soul-chasing demon of that level, Ling Xiao's soul power would definitely increase greatly. Ling Xiao walked in that direction. He hadn't even taken a few steps when he discovered that there were quite a few high-grade soul-type spirit herbs growing nearby. There were even quite a few that had reached the sage rank. Soul-type spirit herbs were extremely rare outside, and it wasn't easy to buy them even with divine crystals. However, there were quite a few of these spirit herbs in this soul-chasing demon's territory, which delighted Ling Xiao greatly. He couldn't use them now, but to the descendants of the soul race, they were definitely very good high-grade spirit herbs for cultivation. Ling Xiao never found these things prickly. He transplanted all the low-grade ones into the medicinal cauldron, while he separated the high-grade ones, and prepared to bring them back to the soul race to assist in their cultivation. Right at this moment, there was a commotion in front of him. A life form with dense soul power was approaching him. Ling Xiao sensed the extraordinariness of the qi and immediately became vigilant. When he saw the creature in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Could this be the legendary ghost beast? It was a translucent holy beast that looked like a horse. Its entire body was pitch black, and its black fur was incomparably shiny. There was a hard horn on its forehead, and its eyes flickered with a strange look as it constantly let out a whooshing sound. A person with poor eyesight would think that it was a mutated black horse, but in fact it was a real ghost beast. The reason why it was called a ghost beast was that it had the ability to become semi-invisible, and its speed was extremely fast when it ran. It was as hard to catch as a ghost, and its horn could attack with soul power, so it was called a ghost beast. Back then, it was rumored that the ancestral land of the soul race was the resting place of the ghost beast, so it had always been called the Ghost Mountain Range. However, no one had seen a ghost beast for many years, and Ling Xiao didn't have the mood to investigate. Now a ghost beast had appeared in front of him, and it wasn't an ordinary ghost beast, but an existence that had reached the middle stage of the 10th rank. If it was a few decades ago, Ling Xiao would have taken this ghost beast for himself no matter what. This was a unique mount that the Soul Race's army had in ancient times. It was called the Ghost Battle Squad, and it dominated the heavenly domain. No one could match it. If not for the many ancient races joining forces, this Ghost Battle Squad would definitely be able to dominate the universe. However, with the passage of time, the Ghost Battle Squad had long been wiped out, and all the ghost beasts had been killed by those who discovered them. This caused everyone to think that the ghost beast might have gone extinct, or that it existed in an unknown ancient mountain range, and would never appear again. Now in front of Ling Xiao, a ghost beast that wasn't of a low rank had appeared, which really made Ling Xiao very happy. It was a pity that with his current strength, this rank was still a little low. It would be great if it could reach the 11th rank and above. However, Ling Xiao also planned to try and see if he could subdue it. When the time came, it would be good to give it to his disciple Yin Tian as a gift. This ghost beast stared at Ling Xiao, and its nostrils kept snorting. Its eyes filled with a strong hostility. It cried out in shock, and ran towards Ling Xiao, moving like the wind, as fast as lightning. This was the best way to describe the ghost beast's speed. Although it only had the strength of the middle stage of the 10th rank, its speed was not inferior to the speed of a high-level 10th rank holy beast. It was a pity that although it was fast, it was still not worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao spread out his palm, and a wave of spatial energy pressed down on it, forcefully trapping it in place. Whoosh! The ghost beast struggled and screamed, as if it had not expected that the human in front of it would be so strong. "Stop screaming. Surrender and I'll spare your life," Ling Xiao said faintly, and pressed down with his palm, smashing the ghost beast to the ground. Bang! A cloud of dust rose from the ground, and the ghost beast was smashed into the ground. It was not light. Ling Xiao had signed a contract with the Golden Wolf King long ago, but he had terminated the contract when he became the Senjin of Goguryeo. His goal was not to find a new holy beast to be his protective spiritual beast, but because he and the Golden Wolf King had known each other for a long time, and they already had a friendship. Even if the contract was terminated, the Golden Wolf King would still be his protective holy beast, and would not have any intention of betraying him. And the main reason why Ling Xiao did this was so that if he was in danger again, he would not implicate the Golden Wolf King and die with him. Today he wanted this ghost beast to surrender to him, but he didn't want to sign a contract with it. He wanted to use force to force it to surrender willingly. It wasn't easy to tame the holy beasts that were wild and hard to tame. Most of the time, they wouldn't surrender even if they died, unless the warrior could use the power of the origin to entice them. Ling Xiao was an expert cultivating soul power, so it wasn't hard for him to release the power of the origin to this ghost beast. Moreover, he had the mighty dragon's prestige, which could make many holy beasts surrender to him. Just as he was about to forcefully suppress the ghost soul beast, the ghost soul beast shot out a powerful soul power from its horn. Swoosh! This soul attack wasn't ordinary at all. Even a peak god king couldn't resist it, and even a half-incipient god realm expert had to avoid it. However, to Ling Xiao it was nothing. The dragon phoenix divine hoop easily absorbed it. "Don't struggle. Your soul power can't hurt me." Ling Xiao chuckled. The moment Ling Xiao wanted to use his soul power to force the ghost beast to surrender, he heard the sound of wind breaking behind his head. Ling Xiao didn't know what it was, but he just backhandedly thrust his palm. Boom! A massive rock was smashed into smithereens by Shi Yan. However, it was just the beginning. Many withered rocks around seemed to move at the same time. They seemed to be restrained by something as they crazily stormed towards Ling Xiao. These attacks were like turbulent currents that came out of the void, and their power was extremely fierce and powerful. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and turned around. His legs swept out violently, sweeping away all the dead trees and rocks. At this moment, the ghost beast was freed. It bounced up from the ground and ran away in the direction it came from. Ling Xiao had already caught a glimpse of it, but he didn't stop it. As long as the ghost beast was still around, it would never escape from his palm. Now, Shi Yan had to subdue the soul-chasing demons around first. They were at the peak of level 10, which was very close to level 11. To him, they were good supplements. They knew how to manipulate objects to deal with him. They did have some tricks up their sleeves. If it were an ordinary half-incipient god realm expert here, he would have been smashed to death. Unfortunately, they weren't strong enough to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's palms continued to stretch out, pulling out the soul-chasing demons that were hiding in the surroundings. As they struggled, Ling Xiao sucked them into his sea of consciousness, temporarily storing them. When he calmed down, he would refine them in one fell swoop. Do these soul-chasing demons only have this many tricks? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and mumbled to himself. If it was true, he could do whatever he wanted in this place. Just as he finished speaking, another restless sound came from another direction. The commotion was so great that it caused the surrounding area to sway. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were attacking. It was another ghost beast. However, this time, it wasn't just one. There were 5 ghost beasts, and they were all at level 11. One of them was at the intermediate level of level 11, which made them strangely intimidating. Ling Xiao looked at the 5 ghost beasts, his eyes greedy. These were the holy beasts that he couldn't resist. Their handsome and mighty appearances weren't worse than the true dragon or the qilin. They were similar to the dragon horse that Ling Xiao had gotten. He liked them a lot. It was a pity that he had advanced too quickly all these years. leaving the few holy beasts that he had taken in behind. Other than the current dragon fifth, even the prodigal could rarely help him. If he could have such a ghost beast, of course, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. After all, this kind of holy beast could use soul power to attack just like him. It was exactly what he wanted. However, before he could subdue them, Ling Xiao had to pull himself together and fight with them. Bring it on. I will let you know how powerful this king is. Ling Xiao waved at the ghost beasts disdainfully and smiled. Before he could finish his words, for ghost beasts were already moving. They all stormed towards him, their hooves stomping on him. Their power wasn't any less than the attack of a low-level incipient God realm expert. Space cracks and turbulent flows appeared in the space. Chapter 15-14. The four ghost beasts stomped down with their 8 hooves. By the time Ling Xiao reacted, their hooves were already in front of him. Ling Xiao's reaction was astonishing. He threw his head back and roared at them. Roar. The powerful sound wave dissipated the power of their stomps and sent them flying. At the same time, he moved like a ghost. His palms were like the wind, and his strength was like the sky. He was not afraid of killing them directly. His dragon-subduing palm slapped at them fiercely. Bang bang. Ling Xiao's palms landed and blasted them away. However, they did not suffer much damage and quickly stabilized themselves. Their bodies were definitely much stronger than the ferocious blood demons. After they stabilized themselves, they immediately turned around and stomped at Ling Xiao again. They split up to the left and right. They would not be satisfied until they killed Ling Xiao. They did not use their soul power attacks. They seemed to know that Ling Xiao was immune to soul power attacks, so they directly used their bodies to resist. It was already a gift from the heavens that they could use soul power to attack Tenbin. They also had the speed of the wind attribute, which was an absolute advantage. Therefore, they did not have any elemental attack abilities. They could only use these advantages to kill their enemies. Originally, with these advantages, no matter what kind of human powerhouse they encountered, they would have the ability to kill above their own level. But they had encountered a freak like Ling Xiao. Not only did he have the soul power of Tenbin, but he also had the speed of the wind attribute. He also had an insanely strong body and various elemental powers that they did not have. It could be said that he was superior to them in all aspects. If they wanted to deal with Ling Xiao, it would be almost impossible for them to do so unless they were far more powerful than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao shuttled back and forth among them like a dragon. One by one, he blasted out his golden dragon palms and sent them flying again. But this time Ling Xiao didn't just stop there. His body moved at full speed, creating several doppelgangers and bombarding them in a frenzy. Whoosh! These ghost beasts were beaten into a bloody mess by Ling Xiao, and they screamed incessantly. As for the mid-level, 11 ghost soul beast, it looked on coldly and didn't launch any attacks, as if it felt that Ling Xiao wasn't worth it. It was only when Ling Xiao had beaten up a few of its companions to the point of almost ripping them off that a hint of anger flashed past its eyes. However, it still maintained its patience and was not anxious at all, because it knew that its companion would not be defeated so easily. Sure enough, after they were dealt with by Ling Xiao, they retreated one after another. However, this didn't mean that they wouldn't attack. Instead, they planned to use their strongest attack to counterattack. Soul power attacks were their strongest attacks. Regardless of whether they were effective or not, they had to fight to the death. Swoosh! Several powerful soul powers transformed into soul-chasing needles that filled the sky and rushed towards Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. With so many terrifying soul power attacks, it was enough to completely destroy the divine spirit of a mid-level supreme martial artist. Ling Xiao could sense the direction of the soul power attacks, and he could also sense how terrifying they were. Even with the defense of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he became extremely nervous. What if he lost the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop? Wasn't his soul going to scatter and scatter? Fortunately, before all the soul power attacks hit his Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop still unleashed its powerful defense and miraculous abilities. Most of the soul power attacks were completely blocked by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop before they could enter his sea of consciousness. A portion of them was converted into usable soul power and absorbed into his sea of consciousness for him to refine in the future. Come on, I can still take a few more attacks. Ling Xiao smiled at them. The ghost beasts were obedient, and perhaps they were unwilling to give up. They launched a new round of attacks, but it was a pity that they were all useless. In ancient times, Hun Feng was a top-notch sovereign, and one of the most powerful people in the heaven region. His Dragon Phoenix divine hoop was one of the top-notch ancient god artifacts that he had personally forged. It was nothing much for it to block the soul power attacks of these low-leveled 11th rank ghost beasts. Even those who had reached the high-leveled 11th rank could block it. Only those who had reached the peak of the 11th rank could break through this defense. The ghost beasts were doing some useless things, and the mid-leveled 11th rank ghost beast that was sitting at the back finally roared a few times impatiently. The injured ghost spirit beasts unwillingly retreated, but they still stared at Ling Xiao with unwillingness in their eyes. They didn't understand. Didn't humans have souls? Why weren't they affected by their soul power? After all, in their eyes, only beasts wouldn't have souls, and wouldn't be affected by their soul power. The mid-leveled 11th rank ghost beast slowly walked forward and raised its arrogant head. Its sharp horn was slightly longer than the others, and it flickered with a strong soul power that others couldn't see. Hey human, you trespassed into our territory. You deserve to die. However, since this is your first offense, this prince will spare your life. Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, this prince will trample you to death. I believe you are not my opponent. The ghost beast spat out a mouthful of air and shook its front hooves as it spoke in human language. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the ghost beast, which was known for being cold-blooded, to be so kind as to let him go. In the eyes of humans, ghost beasts were much more terrifying than other holy beasts. They could kill people without a trace, but other holy beasts didn't have this ability. Therefore, their vicious reputation had long spread far and wide. The ghost beast naturally also wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but after observing for so long, it knew that this human was very strange. The soul-chasing demon and their companions couldn't do anything to him, so it understood that it was almost impossible to keep this human here. Moreover, it already knew that there was a terrifying true dragon divine beast circling above their territory, and it came together with this human. If it used all its strength to kill this human, then the true dragon divine beast would definitely come down to fight with them. Their soul power was unable to kill the true dragon divine beast, so it took a step back and let this human retreat. Ling Xiao looked at the ghost beast and muttered to himself for a moment, then said with a faint smile, "If you are willing to submit to me, I will leave, how about it?" The ghost beast roared angrily, and its front hooves stomped on the ground, creating 2 deep pits in front of it. It then said, "Hey human, say it again. I am a noble prince. How can I submit to you?" "Hee, I specialize in taking in princes. Look at that true dragon mythological beast up there. If he's the younger brother of the dragon king of the dragon race, he'll still follow me. It's your honor to be able to follow me, ghost beast prince." Ling Xiao pointed at Dragon Fifth, who was soaring in the sky, and sneered. Dragon Fifth had already saved Ling Chun and the other 2's holy beasts and killed all the holy beasts in the vicinity. He didn't come down, but instead stayed high in the sky to provide support at any time. The ghost beast prince was completely infuriated by Ling Xiao's words. It roared and no longer talked nonsense with Ling Xiao, and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao, and its forehead fiercely smashed into Ling Xiao's chest. Even though Ling Xiao was already prepared, before his battle prowess increased, his speed couldn't compare to this middle stage 11th stage ghost beast. Bang! Ling Xiao only felt a pain in his chest, and his whole body was instantly sent flying far away. His chest caved in, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The ghost beast prince didn't want to give up just like that. It continued to chase after Ling Xiao. The flashing shadows were dazzling, and before Ling Xiao could stabilize himself, the ghost beast prince's front hoof was already stomping down on him. Ling Xiao's body had already lost its balance, but he still counterattacked at this critical moment. and a dragon's roar escaped from his mouth. Or,